Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean historical Western romance from author Indiana Wake. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Set on the American frontier, A Love to Last a Lifetime is a romance series about grief, hope, and the quiet strength of love that endures. Copyright Indiana Wake. The Arms of a Better Man by Indiana Wake. Chapter 1. Come on, Katie, come to the barn dance with me and Jimmy. Mama said she'd have the kids for the night. Janet Dalton leaned heavily on the service counter in the lumberyard and studied her sister closely. I don't know, there's just something about the barn dance that wears me out. You and Jimmy go, I'll stay with Mama and watch the kids. Katie could feel the familiar sense of exasperation, knowing that she would have to find some way to explain something she hardly knew how to put into words. She didn't have anything in particular against the town barn dance, it was just socializing in general. She struggled to enjoy it and always had, and instead of finding it relaxing as many others did, she felt herself under the pressure of a great weight. But when one had an older sister as lively and bubbly as Janet Dalton, who still enjoyed the town barn dance despite being 30 and having 2 children, it was hard to find the words. No, I want you to come. Look, honey, you can't just hang around here the rest of your life. Janet had her hands on her hips now, as if taking a big sister tone was going to help her cause. I'm not hanging around here, Janet, I work here, Katie said and rolled her eyes. And I'm not here all the time. Katie had been working in her father's lumberyard for years already. Even when she was still at school, she spent a lot of time following her daddy around, easily picking up all there was to know about the lumber business. As far as Katie was concerned, her father could have been in any business at all and she would have found some merit in it. She liked to learn, and to be doing something. And even when it was quiet in the lumberyard, it gave Katie time to sit down and do what she liked to do best, to read. All right, I said the wrong thing. But you never go out and you don't seem to have any friends. Katie, it just breaks my heart, Janet said, finally telling the truth. I always did have friends, Janet, but they chose to leave me. Katie shrugged. I'm not saying I blame them, I suppose we just didn't really have anything in common after we finished school. And it's not like I don't ever see them. Just last week, I passed the time of day with Carly Tunney down in the diner when I was in town. I'm sure you have plenty in common if you think about it. Like what? All they are interested in is finding a good man to marry so that they can settle down at the earliest opportunity. And finding that man means barn dances, hovering about the diner, going just about anywhere that young men congregate. And it just isn't what suits me, that's all. Katie, you're so pretty, so beautiful, that you're the talk of this town. That's real nice of you to say, but I reckon I'm more the talk of the town for not being as much a part of it as everybody else. Because any other girl in town would give their right arm to be as beautiful as you. And they'd be out at the town barn dance every second Saturday without fail. I just wish that you could enjoy what you have and make the best of it all. How many times have we had this argument, Janet? Don't you understand? Making the best of it all is different for every person. And I'm starting to get real tired of having to apologize for the person I am. If it isn't troubling me, it shouldn't be troubling you. It was not in Katie's nature to snap, but she really had provided justification after justification for her own character. She wouldn't have minded if she was hateful or spiteful, scheming or conniving, ignorant or rude. As far as she was concerned, she sure would have to provide an explanation for being any one of those things. But to be a quiet girl who was studious beyond the schoolroom, happy to work in her father's lumberyard, and with a solitary nature, did not strike her as something which demanded explanation. Honey, I didn't mean to upset you, Janet said gently, and Katie was relieved that she had not been hurt by the sudden change in tone. I guess I just wish that you took more of a part in the world. I do. I walk in nature for miles, I ride Daddy's horses all over the place, there's not a part of the surrounding area I don't know. And I read about everything, not just Oregon but the wider country, the wider world, the war that we all seem to forget about here. Why is it so wrong that nature and learning be my fascination instead of pretty dresses, barn dances, and nice young men? Katie sighed. I am a part of the world, Janet, it's just my world. It's just my way of doing things. And I guess I should stop trying to make you more like me. Janet smiled and reached across the counter for Katie's hands. I'm sorry I keep at you. I guess I should listen to everything you say and take you at your word, huh? Well, there's a first time for everything. Katie laughed. I guess so. Janet laughed too, her bright blonde curls bouncing about her shoulders as she did so. But it really would be nice for me if you joined me and Jimmy just once at the barn dance. I like to dance with you and have fun with you. And I love those things too, Janet. But what I do not love is having young men pestering me all night for dances I don't want. You really are your own person, aren't you? To any other girl in town, young men lining up to dance with them wouldn't be a complaint. Janet continued to laugh, and Katie relaxed, knowing that her sister wasn't renewing her attempts. She had understood, if only a little, and was going to back off for a while. I know, but I just can't make myself feel any differently about it. You see, they don't just ask and accept a polite no. They hover about and ask you why you don't want to dance with them, trying to make you feel awkward so that you'll give in. And that's what I don't understand. What is it with young men? Why would they want to persuade somebody to dance with them? Surely, it's better to dance with somebody who actually wants to dance with you, not somebody who is just too scared to hurt your feelings. That's just young men. You know, they're not all like that. One day you'll find one who suits you really well, Katie, I just know you will. And when you do, I reckon he'll be just about the best young man in all of Oregon. That's real nice of you. Maybe I will come to the barn dance with you and Jimmy just one time, Katie said, wanting to do something nice for her sister but knowing that she wouldn't particularly enjoy it. So maybe you'll come to this one? Janet said and raised hopeful eyebrows. Yes, all right, Katie said and smiled, despite already feeling anxious about the whole thing. Katie had waited out the rest of the afternoon in the lumberyard, even though her father, Josh Lacy, had told her that she could run back to the house and spend the afternoon with her ma and sister and the little ones. But the idea didn't excite her as it normally would have done, for she was feeling flat after her conversation with her big sister. She knew that Janet cared for her so much and she couldn't be more grateful for that care if she tried. She'd always looked up to Janet, always loved her, and she loved Jimmy equally. Jimmy was more than just a brother-in-law to her, he was more of a brother. He'd been around the family for Katie's entire life and she wouldn't easily hurt the feelings of either him or her sister. But she didn't want to go back to the house to talk about the barn dance or have her ma say everything that her sister had already said to her. The way they worried about her was touching and exasperating at the same time. For she knew that the only thing that would stop them worrying about her future would be if she took up the reins of life in the same manner everybody else did. Katie knew she was different, she always had been. Even as a child she'd taken delight in curious pastimes. She had always been interested in growing things, ever since her ma had given her a handful of sunflower seeds to sow when she was a little girl. These days, the garden of the Lacy household was something of a talking point to whomever visited them. Katie had cultivated the most awkward shrubs, the most delicate flowers, and had even gone out of her way to find unusual species here and there along the way. And in amongst it all were the brightest, boldest blooms imaginable. But as she got older and her interest grew, Katy realized that she didn't really have anybody to discuss her pastimes with. No other girls of her own age were interested in botany or reading. "Daddy, I reckon I'm just going to take one of the horses out for a while," Katy said, wanting to be away from the lumberyard for a piece but not wanting to go back to the house either. "You don't want to join your ma and sister?" he asked and raised his eyebrows. "I guess I'm not feeling up too much, Daddy." "I won't be great company." "I'm sure they wouldn't mind." "I'm sure they wouldn't," Katy said and laughed. "They much prefer me defenseless." "All right, I get it." Josh laughed, knowing well how his wife and daughter liked to interfere just a little. "Just don't let them see you saddling the horse or I reckon you'll hurt their feelings." "Thank you, Daddy," Katy said and took her thick cream apron off and hung it up on the hook behind the counter. She put her arms around her father's neck on the way out and kissed his cheek in silent gratitude for the fact that he understood her better than anybody. Just as her father had recommended, Katy stealthily saddled the horse and walked him quietly away, choosing a path which led from the back of the lumberyard down to the river. It was a very fine afternoon. Summer was definitely on its way and it was warm enough for her to go out without the shawl. She rode the horse gently along, not in a hurry to be anywhere at any time. They went along at a walking pace and Katy felt herself instantly soothed by the rushing of the river and the birdsong all around her. But however much she wanted to, Katy couldn't outrun her sister's conversation altogether. The fact was that she hadn't been entirely truthful. Yes, her life was as she chose, but she did feel lonely at times. Not lonely enough to change who she was to fit in with everybody else, but lonely nonetheless. She knew that what she really wanted was somebody who understood her entirely, somebody whose character would hold great interest for her. No doubt that was what everybody wanted in the end, however it was they chose to live. Katy had been riding out for about 15 minutes when she spotted somebody in the distance. It was a man standing several hundred yards ahead of her on the riverbank, gazing out across the wide expanse of water to the pine trees on the other side. He was so still that he drew her attention, his very stillness seeming almost an activity in itself, for she thought it must have required great focus. She could barely make him out, and she had slowed her horse to a gentle stop while still some distance away. After all, there was nothing familiar about him and she realized that she ought to exercise a little caution, even if it was still full daylight. As far as Katy could see, the man had thick fair hair, blonde perhaps, and was tall. He was wearing dark trousers and some kind of plaid shirt, standard clothing for men who lived and worked in the area. Beyond that, she could see nothing else, no facial features, nothing to truly indicate his age. He was straight-backed, so she guessed he was somewhere between 20 and 40, if that was anything to go on. But there was something about the way he stood so still, so contemplative as he stared out across the water. It was mesmerizing to Katy as she sat almost as still on her horse and wondered what he might be thinking about. For surely a man who stood so still and stared so distantly must have something on his mind. If he didn't have worries, then perhaps he had deep thoughts. Either way, she imagined that he was almost unaware of his surroundings as he stared vaguely into the distance. And then, as if he'd suddenly sensed her presence, he turned sharply, and Katy sucked in her breath. Her sudden disquiet made the horse just a little skittish and he began to pad the ground nervously. But she soon soothed him with her gentle voice and quietly convinced him that all was right with the world. With her horse back under control, she looked back down the river to where the man stood, still looking at her. She wondered if she ought to wave, but perhaps that was not a good idea since she was still sure she did not know him. She felt silly just sitting there, her horse now still. She lightly rattled the horse's reins and he began to slowly plod again. She didn't want the man to think that she had sat there and silently watched him, even if that was exactly what she'd done. But no sooner had she begun to move, than the man did also. And he did not come towards her but turned to make his way off the riverbank and back to the higher ground of the plains above. It was then that she saw how he walked and, once again, she sucked in her breath. She was sure now that the man was young, certainly somewhere in his 20s, and he had just about the worst limp she had ever seen in her life. His progress was slow since his left leg seemed to do all the work while his right trailed along behind, strong enough to bear his weight but not much else. And even though he made slow progress, the way he periodically peered over his shoulder to see if she was any closer, made her realize that he was determined to be gone. She slowed her horse again, knowing that he ought to have the right to get away if that was what he truly wanted. But the moment he was out of sight, Katy wished that she had managed to encounter him properly. She wanted to apologize for disrupting his solitude, because she knew exactly how it felt to need it. But by the time she reached the place where he had stood, there was no sign of the man at all. Chapter 2. Thank you, Daddy, Katy said, when her father helped her and her mother down from the wagon. She could see already that the congregation was going to be a large one that day, given the number of wagons and people still milling about outside the little church. "Oh look, there's Jimmy's wagon," Grace said and pointed. "But there's no sign of them. I reckon Janet and Jimmy are already in the church." "Well, let's hope Kyle and Jane are a little quieter than they were last week," Josh said and laughed. Katy smiled, remembering how her niece and nephew had chattered their way through the previous Sunday's sermon, much to the amusement of all around them. Even the Reverend had allowed himself a smile now and again as Janet desperately tried to control her little ones. "Yes, there's always hope." Grace chuckled. "They were really cute though, Mama, weren't they?" Katy said, straightening down her pretty blue check dress. It was one of her favorites and she almost always wore it to church on Sundays. It was old enough that the fabric was nice and soft, but the white had stayed white and the blue had stayed blue, and it always looked so pretty with her long white petticoats. Katy always made the effort with her appearance for church. It seemed to her to be the one place she'd be quite safe from the attentions of the more determined young men of the town. They were always much more reticent in God's house and with her own daddy standing at her side, and so she always took the trouble to have her soft and wavy ash-colored hair brushed to shine and neatly tied up with a ribbon in a full and somewhat lively ponytail. As her ma and daddy continued to laugh about their grandchildren, Katy's attention was drawn across the churchyard to the door. Her mouth fell open a little as she saw the man she had seen on the riverbank just days before. She could see him more clearly now, given that he was so much closer, and his walk made him absolutely unmistakable. He was making his way in through the door of the church, giving a brief nod to the Reverend as he did so. Katy could see that the Reverend wanted to have a few moments of conversation with him, but the man kept his head down and continued on his way, moving as fast as he could manage. She turned back to her parents but realized that they hadn't seen the man at all and so thought that she would keep her questions for later. And she couldn't help but think that the poor man had drawn enough attention already, for she could see that there was more than just herself staring after him. Katy tried to imagine what it must feel like for him to be the object of such curiosity when all he wanted to do was attend the Sunday service. But surely, everywhere he went would be just the same, for people couldn't help but wonder at such things. Even the ones who meant no harm, people such as herself, must make life exhausting for a person who would give anything not to be stared at just for once. And so, with a sense of guilt for having been one of those people, she slowly sauntered along the pathway through the churchyard. Getting into the church and getting settled on the pew that Janet and Jimmy were already in was distracting enough to take her mind off it for a while. Kyle and Jane were already talking non-stop, excited to see Grandma and Grandpa and Aunt Katie. "You know you have to be quiet now," Katie said with a laugh. "You can't be chattering your way through the Reverend's sermon again this week. It's just such a long time, Aunt Katie. It's too much to expect us to be quiet when the Reverend goes on and on and on." Jane, at just 4 years old, held her palms out in front of her as if she couldn't quite believe that everybody else didn't feel the same way as she did about the Reverend's lengthy sermons. Her exclamation drew a titter of laughter from the people in close proximity in the pews to the front and behind them. Janet lightly slapped her forehead with her hand and shook her head. She looked at Katie with humorous apprehension. "You know, you mustn't say things like that out loud," Katie said, trying to help. "If the Reverend got to hear about it, I reckon it would hurt his feelings." "Oh," Jane said with a shrug which suggested the idea of hurting somebody else's feelings was a concept she hadn't quite come to terms with yet. All in all, the children behaved well throughout the service. They had chattered a little but had at least kept it to a whisper this time instead of the everyday loud voices they'd used the previous Sunday. It wasn't until they stood for the second hymn that Katie remembered the young man with the limp. As she sang the words she knew by heart, her mind drifted to the sight of him making his way in through the door of the church. When he had stood for long enough to simply nod at the Reverend, he had looked like any other young man. He was straight-backed and tall, his shoulders broad and his muscles well developed. He could be no more than his middle 20s, she was sure of that, and from what she had seen this time around, he was a very handsome man. Instinctively, her eyes began to roam around the congregation, looking for him. She wanted to give her curiosity free rein while there was slim chance of the man knowing it. She wanted to look at him again, to see who he had chosen to sit with. She knew, of course, that it was all none of her business, and yet she couldn't help but be curious about the stranger she was sure she had never seen before. If he was new in town, she wondered where he'd come from and why he had chosen to live there. And naturally, she wondered what had happened to him to make him walk with such a limp. Was he injured, or had he simply been born that way? As her own questions tumbled about her mind, her eyes finally found him. He was easy to spot, standing just a little taller than the people around him in the pews on the opposite side of the aisle. She could see that he was standing at the side of Mary and David Bryant, and she wondered if he knew them. Mary Bryant was singing her head off, thoroughly enjoying the service and the hymns. But the man at her side seemed to be singing with less enthusiasm, occasionally peering down at the hymn book in his hands before looking up again and singing a few more lines. Perhaps he didn't have much to rejoice about, Katie thought sadly, or perhaps the ordeal of simply making his way into church with so many eyes upon him had left him somewhat subdued. As she watched, the man stopped singing altogether and she could see him close the hymn book and hold it in one hand down by his side. She peered at him with interest as his head slowly turned and his eyes fixed on hers. From across the aisle, he had perceived her interest. But he did not look back at her with any interest of his own. Instead, he seemed a mixture of anger and dejection as he looked back at just one more person intent upon staring at him. Katie's mouth fell open and she felt her cheeks going red. She felt thoroughly ashamed of herself, although she knew she had meant no real harm. She had just been curious about the man, that was all, and she wanted more than anything to set down her hymn book and make her way to him there and then to explain that she was simply interested to know a little more about him. But all she could do was stand and stare, unable to look away until he finally closed his eyes and slowly turned his head to face the front once more. "Katie, you're real quiet. What's the matter?" her mother said to her an hour or so later when they were back in the kitchen of the Lacy family home. Katie was helping her mother peel and chop vegetables for dinner, but she was doing so in a lackluster fashion, as if it was truly a chore. "Sorry, Mama," Katie said. "Do you know who that man was in church?" "What man?" "The man with the terrible limp," Katie said quietly. She didn't want her ma to think that she was no better than anybody else with a long nose that was shaped just right for poking into other people's business. He was standing with Mary and David Bryant. Or at least he was in the same pew, anyway. "Oh, no, he was with them," Grace said with a nod. "Don't you recognize him?" "He's David's younger brother. Arlon, I think." "I know the name," Katie said, feeling a stab of recognition in hearing it. "Arlon Bryant," she said to herself. "He left town a few years ago." "Maybe 3, Grace said and stopped peeling too as she peered across the kitchen thoughtfully. "Yes, I think it was 3 years ago." "Maybe you'd never particularly crossed paths with him. You would only have been 15 at the time, and I don't suppose you would have taken much notice of him and the rest of his family in church back then." Grace shrugged. "And I must admit, I don't know them particularly well myself. I know Mary a little, but only because I've seen her in the diner with Connie now and again." "Connie Langdon knows everybody," Katie said with a mischievous giggle. "She sure does." "What happened to Arlon Bryant's leg?" "Well, Connie tells me that he was injured in the fighting." "What fighting?" "You mean he was in the war?" "Yes, he's been away fighting in the Civil War. He joined up with the 1st Oregon Cavalry, I think. It was quite a thing when he did. The whole town gave him a good send-off." "Why don't I remember it?" "Well, I suppose you were kind of in your own world, honey. You were always a quiet child, lost in your own interests. Kind of like you are now, honey. So, he left here a fit and healthy young man with everybody patting him on the back and came back a wounded man subject to the stares of everyone who's too awkward to make conversation with him," Katie said, a little fiercely, knowing that she was quietly reserving the larger part of her disappointment for herself. "I guess people are a little awkward, Katie. It's not such an easy thing to know what to say to someone in Arlon's position. Not even the people who knew him. Maybe it's even harder for the people who knew him the best, Katie. I suppose they don't like to ask questions. But then his sacrifice goes unnoticed." "He's still alive, Katie," Grace said and resumed her peeling. "Yes, but with a wound so bad he must have sacrificed some part of his future. I mean, he would have worked on the Bryant Ranch before, wouldn't he?" "Yes, he worked there with his brother. It's David's ranch now, being the oldest. Their daddy died a good long while ago." "But they work together, the brothers?" "Oh yes, as far as I know they are great friends. According to Connie, anyway." She paused. "David is quite a bit older, and I suppose he looked out for his little brother when their father passed away. Arlon was still living there when the time came that he joined up with the army." "And is he still living there now?" "I honestly don't know, Katie." Grace shook her head. "As I say, I only know Mary a little and I see her so rarely." "You could ask Connie, couldn't you?" Katie said, and began to chop the vegetables her mother had already peeled. "The next time you see her, you could ask her all about them, couldn't you? I'm sure Connie would know." "Yes, I could ask. But Connie, like me, would want to know why it is you're so interested." Grace laughed. "I don't know, I just feel for him, I suppose. I saw him a few days ago down by the river as I was riding along. He seemed so solitary, so intent on his own thoughts. And then he saw me, and he darted away as quickly as he could. I feel bad for disrupting him." I suppose it will take a little time for him to settle back into civilian life, even if he only left it a few years ago. But I can't imagine that you've upset him just by being there. No, but perhaps I upset him today, Katie said, and remembered the look on his face as he'd turned to study her. How on earth did you upset him? In church? Yes, I reckon I stared at him a little too long and he caught me at it. Well, maybe he was flattered. A pretty young thing like you making a study of him. The expression on his face was anything but flattered, Mama. He probably thought I was no different from the crowd who had stared at him as he tried to make his way into the church. I guess I want to tell him that I'm not like that it wasn't just to satisfy my curiosity. I mean, even though it wasn't. Oh, I don't know, I can't explain it. You don't have to explain it, honey, I know what you're talking about. You are curious, but in a kind way. You have a big heart, Katie, and your curiosity is very different. It's not idle, you just want to know that a young man in pain is managing in the world. There, I'm right, aren't I? You are absolutely right, Mama. I don't think I could put it into words myself. Well, I'm your ma. Who better to know what goes on in that precious heart of yours? I wish I could speak to him. Well, there's nothing to stop you from speaking to him. Maybe next Sunday in church you can make your way up and say hello. That would be a good start, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Thank you, Mama, Katie said, and fell silent again, drifting off into her own little world as she always did. Only this time, her world was filled with wondering if she truly would have the courage to approach Arlon at all. Chapter 3. Arlon sat on the edge of his bed feeling groggy after yet another night without much sleep. It had been the same ever since he had returned home. He still felt like a man out of place. But the war had never truly been his place either, however much he had believed in it. And the things that had been important to him, the very things he had fought for, had not changed one iota. He still wished that war had not been necessary, although he had never been able to see a way around it. The two sides were so entrenched, and the freedom of so many people rested on the outcome. Arlon had imagined that there would be a great sense of relief in returning to the ranch that had been his home all his life. But even as he'd awkwardly climbed out of the wagon after his brother had picked him up from the stagecoach, Arlon had felt like a stranger. Nothing had changed, not one blade of grass looked different. The vast ranch which had been in the Bryant family for generations was much as it ever was. And yet it was different. Or more likely, he was different. Either way, he felt like a square peg in a round hole. Arlon washed himself with cold water from the jug, looking down at his body as he did so. Everything about him was the same, his strong body always a source of quiet pride to him in his youth. But then his eyes strayed to his right leg and the devastation which had been wrought in the explosion. At the time, he had thanked God that he had not lost his life when so many of the men around him had been killed. And then, just days later, he had suffered the guilt of survival, wondering why it was he had been spared when his brothers in arms had not. Now that he was home again, he wished for all the world that he could have come back whole. In the worst of battles, thoughts of returning to the ranch to ride side by side with his brother had kept him going. But now he wondered if he would ever be able to ride a horse again. By the time he was dressed, the sun was full up and he slowly made his way through the large ranch house to the kitchen. He found Mary there, as she was every morning, welcoming him to the new day with a bright smile. "Good morning, Arlon," she said happily. "Sit yourself down and I'll fix you some bacon and eggs." "Thank you, Mary," he said, and sat awkwardly down at the kitchen table. "You don't look like you slept any better," she said as she set about laying thick slices of bacon into the skillet. "No, I guess not," he said quietly. Arlon had always felt comfortable with Mary and was pleased that at least that hadn't changed in the time he'd been away. His brother, David, at 36 was a decade older than Arlon, and Mary had been a fixture in their lives for 20 years, since Arlon was a little boy. She had always felt like a big sister to him, even a young ma, and she had provided more comfort than anybody on his return home. "I reckon it'll take a little time, Arlon. You've been away for 3 years and I truly dread to think of what you've seen and suffered. I suppose none of it makes for a good night's sleep, even in the most comfortable bed." "No, it doesn't. But life goes on, as they say." "I know that's what they say. Sometimes I wonder if such phrases are born out of other folks' awkwardness. It's easier for them to say that life goes on than to contemplate the changes. Funny, because David has said it to me more than once." He laughed mirthlessly. "Now, you know he's not much of a talker, Arlon. Go easy on him, he'll get there." Mary poured him some coffee from the pot and set it down in front of him. "He never did know what to say, but I know what's in his heart. It sure has given him pain to see you so hurt, and that's the truth. And I know your being away at war cost him his sleep more than once, however proud of you he was. I know, he's a good man. I just reckon that we get along better when everything is just fine, you know?" He let out a great sigh. "If only I wasn't as busted up as I am. I'd give anything to be out there with him now on the ranch, the two of us on horseback laughing and joking and setting the ranch hands to work. I used to love the life, you know." "I know, and maybe you'll get right back to it one day. Have a little faith in Doc Brown. If there's any extra healing to be done, he'll find a way for you to do it. You know, Doc Brown hasn't changed a bit since I was a boy," Arlon said, changing the subject a little. "It's like he was always an old man with that wiry gray hair and big old eyebrows." "I don't reckon he'd be too pleased to hear you say that," Mary said and laughed. "Well, while my health is in his hands, I reckon I'll keep my mouth shut." Arlon laughed too and felt it lifting his spirits as it always did. The Bryant family ranch had always been a place of warmth and laughter, and he wanted more than anything to get that feeling back again. "Did he say what the chances of recovering are? I mean, I know the injury isn't going to miraculously disappear, but does Doc Brown think that it might improve?" Mary asked, matter-of-factly, as she turned the bacon in the pan. If only the whole town could speak to him the way Mary did, openly and without any sort of embarrassment whatsoever. She just asked the question and that was it. "He certainly thinks that the pain can be managed with some exercises. And the exercises might even help to build a little muscle again so that the leg isn't entirely useless." "But it isn't entirely useless, Arlon. All right, it supports my weight. But even then, only just. It's enough support for me to keep walking, but that's all right now. The thing is, out on the battlefields, medical treatment is kind of hit and miss. They do enough to save your life, to more or less keep you in one piece. But after that, you're on your own. And it was a hell of a journey back here, rumbling along in backs of wagons before we reached civilization enough for a stagecoach to get me home. I hardly moved in all that time, it was so painful, and the muscle just got more and more wasted." He let out a sigh. "Anyway, maybe Doc Brown's exercises will do the trick, who knows? If you can stand, can you not get up on a horse?" "I could get up with a struggle, but I wouldn't easily stay up there. You need 2 legs to cling on at the end of the day, and the truth is, my right leg is so weak it might just as well not be there when I'm on horseback." "Then let's hope Doc Brown's exercises do the trick as you say. Just don't give up hope, Arlon." Mary cracked 2 eggs into the pan alongside the sizzling, wonderful smelling bacon. It just doesn't suit you. You're not a giving up kind of a man. I don't know so much, war changes you. I'll bet it does, she said and broke away from the stove to pour herself a mug of coffee. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend I understand what you've been through. I can try to imagine it, but I don't expect imagination is anything like the real thing. No, but thank you anyway. He smiled. But I reckon talking about things helps. I'm not trying to pry anything out of you, I just want you to know that I'm always ready to listen when you're ready to talk. You're a good woman, Mary Bryant. He laughed. You always have been. But you've got a life of your own to be getting on with, not to mention my brother to contend with on a daily basis. You don't need to add me to your list. Well, there's always room for you on the list. And who knows, maybe now that you're home you might find someone to get close to. She looked mischievous. Maybe before, but I don't see it now, Mary, he said to her back as she put the bacon and eggs on a plate. I don't see why not, Arlon. You're still a handsome man and you're still young. With just about the worst limp anyone's ever seen. I don't reckon the ladies will be queuing up around the ranch for me, do you? It's not like I'll be taking anyone to the barn dance, is it? He realized he sounded a little bitter and he knew that Mary didn't deserve it. Not unless I hop my way around, he added humorously to lessen the blow of his own low mood. Don't underestimate yourself. You're only just back and these things take time. But I know you, Arlon. I know what a determined man you are at heart. And I know if there's a way to improve that leg of yours, you'll find it. And if you can't improve it, you'll find a way around it. Now, if I can have faith in you, maybe you could have just a little in yourself, what do you say? I say you'd better put that plate down instead of waving it about in the air. He laughed. That bacon is getting cold. She set the plate down in front of him. Thank you. For everything, Mary, he said, and she gave him the tenderest of smiles. Mary disappeared after he'd eaten to go and get her son, Jason, up out of his bed and ready for school. He was 11 now and at the age where he would sleep the clock round given the chance. Arlon smiled to himself, remembering that he had been just the same at his age. His brother and sister-in-law were fine parents and Arlon had always thought it a great shame that the complications of Jason's birth had meant that Mary had never conceived again. But she and David had simply taken that news and got on with life, grateful for what they had and always looking forward, never back. Maybe Arlon would find a way to treat life just the same, given a little time. But he wondered just how much time it would take to feel like he belonged again. He was already isolating himself from the world and he knew it, but he just couldn't stand the awkwardness of other folks. He'd been so determined to get to the church for his first visit since he'd returned home and yet, before he was even through the door, Arlon had wanted to walk away. There was a congregation of faces he recognized, all of them full of curiosity to see just what bad shape he was really in. But not one of them had approached him, no one had struck out across the churchyard to clap a hand on his back as they had been so keen to do in the days before he joined the 1st Oregon Cavalry and made his way off to war. He tried to remind himself that people were just people, human beings who would struggle to find the right words to say to a man who had been so badly injured. But that didn't lessen the pain of it, the feeling of being other, an outsider in his own hometown. Even while standing to sing the hymns, he'd felt eyes upon him and he could hardly concentrate upon the words of the songs he'd sung since childhood. When he turned to look at the girl who was staring at him, he was surprised to see just how beautiful she was. Still, he was sure that even beautiful young women were keen to satisfy their curiosity. As he sat at the kitchen table drinking the last mouthfuls of the cooling coffee, He thought how he might well have welcomed the glances of such a beautiful girl in times gone past. He would have smiled at her, even sought her out after the service to see if her daddy would let her take a walk along the riverbank. She had large green eyes and the clearest skin he'd ever seen, with a wide mouth and full rosy lips. Her hair was a most unusual color, being neither brown nor blonde but rather a silvery mixture of the two. It was her hair which had given her away, and he was certain that she was the same young woman whom he had almost encountered on the riverbank days before. She'd stopped her horse, no doubt afraid of the man up ahead of her. But then, when she'd seen him begin to limp, she had hastened her horse's step, and he had immediately assumed it was so she could get a better look at the wounded creature on the riverbank. And so, when he'd seen her in church, he'd been entirely unable to appreciate her beauty, such was his annoyance. It somehow made it worse to be studied by somebody who seemed to be a picture of absolute perfection. It reminded him of his old confidence and how he had lost it. Her study of him made him feel even less than he had done walking into the church. Well, he had a remedy for that. Before the service was even complete, Arlon had already decided that it would be a good long while before he attended another. Instead, he'd spend his time working on whatever exercises Doc Brown gave him and do what he could to recover in privacy without the eyes of anyone on him, least of all the beautiful ashen-haired young woman. All in all, Arlon wasn't quite ready to slot himself fully back into his old life just yet. He stared at the yellow sun of early summer, that wonderful light that only existed in morning, and rose from his seat to walk to the window and peer out. The plains stretched out for mile upon mile, most of what he could see belonging to the Bryant family ranch. That was where he wanted to be, out in the early morning air on horseback, herding cattle, repairing fences, living life as he had once done. That was what he wanted back, and that was what he would concentrate on. For now, church and the town would just have to wait. Chapter 4. Todd Garner strode into the lumberyard with so much confidence it was almost as if he owned the place. He was the sort of man who had so much faith in himself that everyone around him could almost taste it, and Katie was sure that he would never be the sort of man she liked, even if she took the trouble to get to know him. "Good afternoon, Katie," he said, and tipped his broad-brimmed hat in her direction. "Good afternoon," she said primly, and wondered what on earth he wanted. Todd was a ranch hand as far as she was aware, and he'd worked many of the ranches in the area, even Jimmy and Janet's. He was a well-liked man, especially among the ladies, and yet still, Katie couldn't take to him. He was handsome, there was no doubt about it, with extraordinarily dark hair and olive-colored skin. His eyes were dark too, and his eyebrows thick, giving his expression an intensity which tended to make Katie a little afraid. "It's a fine afternoon, isn't it?" he went on, smiling at her in a lazy kind of way. He was so at ease with himself, so relaxed, Katie wondered how it was he managed to walk in a straight line. "I suppose so," she said, once again wondering what on earth he was doing in there. "So, what can we do for you today?" She pointedly looked all around her at the tools, cut wood, and buckets of nails and screws, as if to remind him that he was in a lumber yard. "Oh, I didn't come in for lumber or nails. I don't have any need for them." He laughed, a low and deep rumble seeming to emanate from his chest. "No, that's not what I was looking for." "Then are you looking for my daddy?" "He's out back. I can go call him for you if you like." Katie was beginning to grow annoyed. She could already see the way that Todd Garner was looking at her. "No, I wasn't looking for your daddy either." "Then what?" she said a little shortly. "Don't go getting all sharp with me, honey. I came looking for you." "And why have you come looking for me?" Katie asked, already knowing the answer and doing nothing to warm up her tone any. "I've come to see if you want to go to the barn dance on Saturday," he said, his smile broadening and displaying large, straight teeth. "I'm already going," she said, and heartily wished that she had not agreed to go with Janet and Jimmy. "I didn't know you had a fella already." "I'm going with my sister and her husband," she said and sighed inwardly, seeing the look on his face. Even though she had tried to gently back away, Todd was just one more man who wasn't going to take no for an answer. Her admission that she was going to the barn dance with her sister was just confirmation for Todd that he had a very good chance of spending much of that evening with her. "Oh, so I'll see you there then," he said with confidence that was now bordering on arrogance. "You'll see a lot of people there, Todd." "I reckon the barn will be full, it usually is." "Why do you have to be so salty, Katie Lacy?" he said and laughed. "And why do you have to be so persistent? Can't a man ask a pretty girl to a dance?" he said in a mocking tone as if he was talking to a child. "Of course, he can, but if she makes it clear she doesn't want to go with him, why can't he just leave it? Come on, I know you're kind. Playing hard to get and all the while hoping I won't lose interest in you." "You really couldn't be more wrong," Katie said, feeling exasperated and wishing that her father would appear. "I'm not looking for your interest, Todd. It's real kind of you and all, but I really am going to the barn dance with my sister. To spend time with her." "Have it your own way," he said amiably and shrugged. "But I reckon I'll ask you for a dance on Saturday anyway, just to see if you've softened up a bit." He laughed and tipped his hat again. "Well, see you Saturday." Katie didn't respond, just watched him leave and once again wished that she wasn't going. "You sure got rid of him in a hurry," her father said, appearing so suddenly that he made her jump. "Were you there all along?" Her hands flew to her hips and she glared at him. "Yes," he said, humorously holding his hands out in front of him defensively. "But you seem to be managing just fine on your own." "Well, I suppose so. But that's not the point." "Sorry, I thought you'd want to deal with it yourself. And anyway, I wasn't going anywhere. If you'd needed me, I'd have been right here, never you worry about that." "All right, Daddy," she said quietly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite your head off. I just wish that people understood the meaning of no." "Do you want to go to the barn dance?" "No, the end. I guess it's not so simple when you're dealing with the pride of a young man. I reckon even I had a little something of that myself a long time ago." "I dare bet you were nothing like Todd Garner, Daddy. I can't imagine you swaggering like he does." "I don't know, what do you think?" Josh Lacy said and strode across the store trying to emulate Todd Garner's laid-back mode of walking. Katie had never seen anything more ridiculous in her life and was shrieking with laughter in no time as her father paraded back and forth across the store. "You better hope a customer doesn't suddenly appear and see you doing that," she said, fighting to get her breath back. "Oh yes, good point," he said and stopped, peering out of the open door as if somebody might really be standing there. "No, we're safe." "Just as well." Katie dabbed at the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Her father really was very funny when he wanted to be. "So, you have no interest in Todd Garner then?" "None. I reckon every girl in town flutters her eyelids at him." "Well, more fool them, Daddy. One look at him is enough to know that he has the attention span of a little child. He goes from girl to girl and they're all glad to have him. I don't understand it for a minute. He doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. That's probably why he's fixed on you. He can't quite believe that there's a woman in town who doesn't want him." Josh laughed. "Well, that's certainly not going to change. I'm afraid that you will encounter the odd Todd Garner or two along the way, honey. You're a beautiful woman and guys like him just have to give it a shot. Well, I wish I wasn't. As far as I can see, beauty is much more trouble than it's worth. Only to the truly beautiful, he said and laid a hand on either side of her face before kissing her squarely on the forehead. For the next 2 weeks, Katy found herself looking for Arlon everywhere. Throughout the barn dance, where Jimmy's presence had mercifully kept Todd away, she had found herself foolishly looking at all the hay bales to see if the wounded man might be sitting there. But of course, to watch everybody else dancing while he could not would likely not be an ideal way for him to spend his time. And yet, she had looked for him nonetheless. His absence from church just 1 week after she had seen him there for the first time had made her wonder if he was unwell. After all, he had undoubtedly suffered a great deal in the last 3 years, and the detriment to his health might go far beyond his wounded leg. When he didn't appear for a second week, Katy wished she had the courage to approach David and Mary and ask after Arlon's well-being. But of course, not knowing them at all, that courage did not make an appearance. Some days later, Katy was taking her father's correspondence down to the mail office, mainly special orders for clients which needed to come in from suppliers in the far north of Oregon. It was a regular responsibility and one she welcomed, for Katy generally stopped at the diner on the way back for a slice of pie. And that day was no different. Having passed the time with the postmaster in the mail office, Katy had ambled along the sunlit street on her way to the diner. Summer was really beginning to show itself now, and she wished she had worn a short-sleeved dress that day, the better to soak up the warming rays of the sun. She felt carefree as she made her way, not concentrating on anything in particular, just enjoying the warmth and the hope that there would be some apple pie on offer today in the diner. And, seeing the robust frame of Connie Langdon making her way into the diner ahead of her raised her spirits even higher. She really did like her ma's dear friend, and so she quickened her pace, keen to catch up with her. "Well, hello there, Katy," Connie said, spotting Katy immediately even as she settled herself down at the table nearest the counter. "Are you going to come and join me?" "I sure am," Katy said with a bright smile as she took a seat at Connie's table. "Running your daddy's mail again?" "Yes, I have just dropped in at the mail office." "What about you? Taking a well-earned break?" "Well, I don't reckon I work as hard now as I used to since I limited myself to 2 guests only at the boarding house." Connie chuckled. "But I do like the taste of coffee I have not had to make myself." "No change there." Katy laughed. Connie was one of the people in town whom Katy admired greatly. A widow of many years' standing, she was as hard-working in her old age as she had been her entire life. Nonetheless, it had been a relief to all who knew her when she had cut her boarding house vacancies down a little. "So, your ma tells me that you finally gave in and went to the barn dance," Connie said with a laugh. "Was it as bad as you were expecting?" "Honestly, no. But I reckon that was only because Jimmy guarded me. That brother-in-law of yours sure is a good one." "He is, and he understands that I don't want the kind of attention that other girls like. It is just not for me, Connie. And Jimmy has a real nice way of doing it, not getting into fights with folk or being aggressive. He's kind of a natural at looking out for us. Kind of like a big brother." "So, Todd did not get a look in then?" "Goodness, how did you know about him?" Katy asked, surprised that Connie would even know of it. "Don't worry, it is not the talk of the town." Connie laughed hard. "Your ma told me that he came pestering you at the lumberyard and that you gave him his marching orders. And with any luck it'll stick. But I won't hold my breath. Todd and his ilk are kind of determined. Especially when there's a beautiful girl at stake," Connie said and smiled warmly. "What can I get you, Mrs. Langdon?" The waitress appeared at the table with a bright smile. "Well, I would like some pie and coffee, and I'm sure that my friend here would like the same," she said, and raised her eyebrows at Katie. "Oh yes, please, apple pie if you have it." "We sure do." The waitress smiled. "Yes, apple pie for me too please," Connie said, and the waitress hurried away. "I wish it was possible to just go out and dance and have a good time without becoming an object to be won," Katie said, continuing their conversation. "I know you do," Connie said, and it was clear that she understood Katie entirely. "And I reckon a man that comes chasing after beauty alone doesn't have a lot of interest going on in his own mind." "My goodness, Connie, that's it exactly. I think just the very same myself, always finding that the so-called handsome men who race up to you go some way to being boring. They're all so shallow, nothing else matters to them. But how can you smile and nod at somebody like that, worse still, spend the rest of your life with them? There has to be more to it, Connie, doesn't there? Ain't that the truth? And let me tell you, neither me nor my husband were what you might call oil paintings in our youth." She chuckled and held up a hand when Katie attempted to politely refute such a claim. "No, really. But we had something far greater in our favor. By the time we walked up the aisle, we knew each other. We knew what it was we liked and loved about each other. And you know, I wouldn't swap that for anything." "I would give anything for that," Katie said truthfully. "Well, just because you've got a pretty face, doesn't mean that you can't have it. You're already wise enough not to smile or flutter your eyelids at the Todd Garners of this world. All you have to do is wait and see, the right one will come along, I promise you that." "They sure are comforting words, Connie," Katie said, and felt her heart swell. She really did love Connie. The waitress appeared with a tray and set their pie and coffee down in front of them. As they began to eat, Katie wondered if Connie would see right through any disguised attempt to gather information on Arlon. In the end, she decided that it would be simpler to just ask outright. "Connie, I saw a man in church a few weeks ago, Arlon Bryant, and Mama tells me that you know the family." "I do know the family. But you know me, I know just about everyone in this town," she said, and put her fork down and leaned back in her chair for a moment, smiling at her young companion. "I know I don't know him, Connie, I was just concerned that I didn't see him in church again. The last 2 weeks, David and Mary have been there with their son, but no sign of Arlon. I just wondered if he was sick or something." "Well, I've seen Mary in the last few days and she certainly didn't say that he was sick," Connie said, and chewed her bottom lip in concern. "Is there some special reason for your concern?" "I guess I felt bad for him, the way folks at church stared and all," Katie said quietly, looking down at her lap before continuing. "Myself included. I know you well enough to know that you're not a hard-hearted young woman. And if you're going to keep beating yourself up about a simple glance, how are you going to be able to help him? Don't concentrate on feeling guilty, concentrate on reaching out your hand." "I don't know how to do it." "I mean, what if he doesn't want to hear it? You didn't see his face in church, Connie. I don't reckon I'm his favorite person. But if you want to make him welcome in his home again, it's not really about you, is it?" Connie narrowed her eyes and lifted her fork once again. "Which is not me trying to be harsh, it's just the truth. You're looking into the future at a time when your offer of friendship is rejected and you're wondering how that's going to make you feel. That's the thing you have to let go of, honey. Don't think about how it could go wrong, think about how it could go right." "I understand." Katie nodded. "I just wonder when the right time would be." "You'll know the right time. You're a sensible girl, you're a bright girl, you will know." Connie laughed. Now, get eating that pie and drinking that coffee before it all goes cold. Thanks, Connie. And, as she ate her pie and chatted happily, Katy realized that she did have the courage after all. Chapter 5. I'm glad you came out with me today, Arlon. I can't bear to think of you keeping yourself back from the world, Mary said as the two of them made slow progress through the main street. Thank you, Mary, but right now I'm just concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other to get to the diner, Arlon said, the pain in his right leg increasing with every step. It had been his own decision to leave the horse and wagon at the other end of the street by the haberdashery where he had spent a long and boring 20 minutes waiting for Mary to pick out the buttons she needed for something she was making at home. But, to his surprise, the store owner had been keen to pass the time of day with him. He hadn't known Bud Grant particularly well before leaving for war, having little need of anything in the haberdashery, and so was pleasantly surprised that the man was so welcoming. He'd fetched a chair in for him from out the back of the store, telling him that he knew Mary well enough to know that this would take some little time. At first, it occurred to Arlon to feel diminished by it, to let his feelings of frustration and annoyance overtake him as they so often did of late. But the truth was that it was a kind act by a kind man, one who continued to talk with him the whole time while his sister-in-law pawed over little dishes of brightly colored buttons. Something about the encounter made the slow journey along the street easier somehow, even the stares of others who chose not to speak as Bud Grant had done. It was the beginnings of a realization that not everybody was the same, even if the ones who stood head and shoulders above the crowd were few and far between. Maybe this was too far to walk, Arlon? Mary said apologetically. I've only got myself to blame, Mary. He laughed, despite feeling beads of sweat break out on the back of his neck with every step he took. I was the one who insisted we leave the wagon back there. Well, listen, if you want me to go and get the wagon, you just say. Don't you be using any of that angry refusal on me. What angry refusal? He asked, but knew fine well there was little point in arguing with Mary. You know just exactly what I'm talking about, Arlon. If you want me to collect the wagon after we're done at the diner, I'll do it. And if you want to walk all the way back, I'll do that too. You know that. I do know it, Mary. I don't mean to be such a misery, you know. He stopped for a moment, taking in a deep breath before smiling at her. It's all right. I'm all right. He insisted and set off once again. With the wasted muscle in his right thigh stinging with extraordinary pain, Arlon concentrated hard on the sight of the diner just 100 yards ahead. He felt for Mary, knowing how much she cared for him and just how the sight of him in pain would affect her. But at the same time, he felt the conflicting stab of annoyance by the idea that she would run down the street and collect the wagon. He knew it was unreasonable, but he was unable to turn his back entirely on the traitorous feeling. And so, when he looked up again to see none other than the beautiful ashen-haired young woman who had stared at him in church, it was all the easier to quietly direct every ounce of frustration, pain, and annoyance in her direction. They were just a few yards from the door of the diner and the girl just a few yards further away than that. Once again, she had stopped in her tracks just as she had done that day on the riverbank, and looked at him. Instinctively, Arlon drew to a halt and held her gaze as determinedly as he had done that day in church. What was it that she wanted with him? Why did she keep appearing in his world? Is everything all right? Mary asked, looking from Arlon to the young woman and back again. Perfectly all right, Arlon said flatly before resuming his tortuous journey once again. But he had only taken another step before the young woman started to walk towards him with a certain amount of determination of her own. Katy hadn't meant to be in the town that day, but her ma had asked her to go down and collect 1 or 2 groceries she needed. Grace was under the weather and had chosen, in the end, not to make the trip herself. And so, when Katy saw Arlon walking through the street with his sister-in-law, she thought it was fate. That she be in the same place at the same time as a man who seemed to be out so rarely was, she thought, beyond coincidence. Even as he glared at her, even as her every instinct told her to bow her head and turn and walk away, Connie's words rolled through her mind. This wasn't about her. If he rejected her friendship, then he rejected it. But she could not allow the fear of that rejection to stop her now. With her heart beating 10 to the dozen, Katy took a deep breath and began to walk towards him. She smiled at Mary first, seeing that the woman had a much more open, if a little concerned, expression on her face. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Bryant," Katy said shyly. "Good afternoon," Mary said. "It's Katy, isn't it? Your daddy runs the lumberyard?" "Yes, that's right. Katy Lacy." "Well, it sure is nice to see you," Mary said politely and then looked a little uncertain as her eyes shifted to her brother-in-law. "Mr. Bryant, I sure am pleased to have seen you today," Katy said, feeling her cheeks blazing scarlet and her fear and embarrassment riding high. "Are you? And why is that, Miss Lacy?" he said in a voice that was so deep it took her aback a little. He stood up straight-backed, his hands thrust casually into the pockets of his thick work trousers despite the fact that the effort at walking had clearly taken a toll on him. This was the closest she had been to him so far, and Katy was surprised by just how handsome he was. His fair hair was a little sun-lightened and thick, and his eyes like blue gemstones. His skin was tanned and kind of weather-beaten, just as any man's might be if he'd spent the better part of the last 3 years out in the open. But who was she to judge him as handsome or otherwise? After all, she did not like the same thing herself. "I wanted to apologize to you, Mr. Bryant. I was staring over at you in church the last time you were there and it sure was rude of me." Katy's mouth was so dry she felt as if her tongue might stick to the roof of her mouth and render her mute. "I see," he said and stared at her as if waiting for her to continue. He seemed neither pleased nor displeased, his face and manner entirely unreadable. His voice was deep in a way that she could feel beneath her skin somehow, and yet it gave away no trace of either pleasure or annoyance. Katy felt that she was walking blindly and wished that she could at least have picked up a little something from him that would have given her direction in what she should say next. But failing that, all she could really do was tell the truth. "I don't wish to excuse myself, sir, but I would like you to know that there was no malice in my glance. It wasn't just idle curiosity, for I was certain that I had seen you before on the riverbank." "Well, I guess the limp was a giveaway. No mistaking me really, huh?" "No, there was no mistaking you," Katy said, fighting an urge to vehemently disagree. After all, there really was no mistaking him, and she knew it as well as he did. What good would it do now to be dishonest? She would just diminish even further in his eyes, and she knew she didn't want that. "And so, I should not have looked over as long as I did, but I found myself wanting to identify you. I mean, I wanted to see who you were with because I didn't know who you were." "Well, I guess you know who I am now," he said, and seemed, if anything, a little tired of the conversation. "Anyway, I hope you will accept my apology, Mr. Bryant," she said, and knew that she was still blushing in a way that would have been obvious to both Mary and Arlon. "For I truly am sorry." "Arlon?" Mary said, as if acting under a natural instinct to mediate. "Yes, I'll accept your apology," he said in an offhand manner which made Katy feel very young and silly. "Well, thank you," she said, feeling truly tongue-tied at last. "If that will be all, Miss Lacy, I'll be on my way," he said and nodded towards the diner door. "Yes, of course," she said, but as he looked set to disappear, Katy found her tongue once more. Only, there was one more thing I wanted to say, she said in a flurry of words. And what is that? He inquired in the same neutral tone, his crystal blue eyes fixing her own in an almost uncomfortable way. For a moment, she wondered why on earth she was bothering. It had taken everything she had to apologize to him, and he was treating it all as a simple nothing. But she was determined not to walk away yet. After all, it wasn't about her. I just wanted you to know that I stand with the people who are grateful to you for your service to this country. What you've done has been so important in the lives of so many, especially those who don't have their freedom as every human being should. Although she looked at him, Katy was aware of Mary's sudden smile of appreciation. Perhaps she had been right to find her courage after all. Perhaps all was not lost, and he would accept her apology truthfully. And you know much about the war, do you? A young woman like you who likely has her head full of just about everything else instead? I cannot claim to know about the war itself, about the day-to-day life of a soldier, no, sir. But I can claim to know the origins of that war, certainly enough that my appreciation of all that you did is sincere. And how do you come to know so much about the origins of the war? I read, she said, self-consciously, as he gave a little snort of laughter that drew his sister-in-law's attention sharply. And what do you read, Miss Lacy? He probed, and Katy was once again beginning to regret her decision to attempt to reach out a hand of friendship to him. For one thing, she hadn't expected to have to defend her own learning, her own standards as a human being. She was fighting against her own annoyance now, and only barely winning. I have managed to see a copy of The Liberator from time to time. Mr. William Lloyd Garrison is truly ardent, and his message has spread far and wide. She paused to run her tongue over her painfully dry lips. And I read Mr. William Wells Brown's narrative of the fugitive slave. I have an old copy of it that I found in Roper's booksellers down the street here just a year or so ago. And you read it all? He asked and seemed to be softening a little. Cover to cover, Mr. Bryant. More than once, she said, just an ounce of her confidence returning. I sure was touched by it. Well, it's comforting to know that such things are still being read. With the war still raging down there, it's good to hear that these things are not forgotten. Not forgotten, no. And I pray every day that it soon concludes. Well, that does you credit, Miss Lacy. He paused for the longest time, and Katy could find nothing else to say to fill the silence. She was feeling suddenly exhausted by the whole conversation, drained by her own nerves, so much so that she wanted to be released now, to be away from this man whose forgiveness she had been so keen to secure. It was very kind of you to make this effort, Miss Lacy, Mary said, taking over when it seemed clear that her brother-in-law wasn't going to say another word. Thank you, Katy said, and eyed the diner door for a moment. Well, I should let the two of you go about your day, she said, and nodded and smiled at Mary. Mary smiled back in a kind way which threatened to reduce an already emotional Katy to tears. Even so, she risked a final look at Arlon, nodding her farewell at him before turning to leave. But once again, all she could make out was a certain blankness, a strange neutrality that would leave her unsettled for days on end. Chapter 6. Towards the end of the week, Katy was surprised by a visit from Mary Bryant. It had been a slow day in the lumberyard, and Katy had treated herself to a little time sitting on the large wooden barrel that her father had left for her behind the counter. It was an impromptu seat that was high enough for her to see over the counter as she sat reading a little passage in a book about rhododendrons. She had been keen to grow them in the Lacy family garden, but had found that they were not thriving as she had hoped. However, the moment she looked up to see Mary, she closed the book immediately and forgot all about her garden altogether. Mrs. Bryant, she said, and slid down off the wooden barrel, immediately straightening her dress and petticoats as she did so. "How nice it is to see you," she said with uncertainty. She had thought about the conversation in the street over and over again in the last days, sometimes relieved that she had done it, other times wishing that she had managed it all a little better. Either way, the whole thing had not been far from her thoughts, and it was true to say that it was beginning to tire her. "I hope you don't mind me bursting in on you at work like this," Mary began, and smiled in a way which provided Katy with instant relief. Her heart was beating rather fast, and she knew that she had first assumed that Mary had come in to tear a strip of her for approaching Arlon at all with her girlish nonsense. No, not at all. Katy looked around the empty store. "We're not exactly busy." She smiled shyly. "Well, I reckon I've been thinking about you a fair bit these last few days. Anyway, I just wanted to come in here and thank you for your kindness to Arlon. I guess I didn't want him to think that I was just staring for the sake of staring. Things must be hard enough for him as it is without putting up with all that, and I sure didn't want to be a part of the crowd, really. Don't worry, I don't think that at all, and I know that Arlon doesn't. He seemed kind of, well, angry with me, I suppose." "Not angry, disappointed." Katy looked down at her dark green dress for a moment, her eyes focusing on the brilliant white petticoats at the ankle while she fought with her own embarrassment once again. Embarking on this little mission of hers, Katy had come to realize just how young and inexperienced she must seem to all those around her. It didn't matter really how much she had read, how much she thought she understood. When it came to dealing with people who had a few years on her, she felt as foolish and as ignorant as a child. "He'd had a difficult walk and he was in some pain," Mary said gently. "And I know he was a little argumentative with you and a little quiet with you at the end, but I also know that it's not truly in his nature to be so snappy." Mary was a nice-looking woman, tall and dark, with a pleasant, ready smile. There was something in her gentle manner that felt very honest and was beginning, finally, to put Katy at her ease a little. "I guess I should have realized," Katy mumbled. "Now, how were you to know that he was hurting? I've known him since he was a little boy, and sometimes I'd struggle to know that much myself." Mary laughed, and it was a lovely light and pleasant sound. "Does his leg give him a lot of pain?" Katy asked, overcoming her shyness. "More than he admits to, and that's the truth. But I'm hoping that things are going to get better for him now that he's home again and under the care of Doc Brown. Doc Brown sure is a good doctor, Mrs. Bryant." "He sure is. And please, call me Mary." "I will do, Mary." "And I'm Katy," she said shyly, feeling as if she had been graciously admitted to the ranks of real womanhood. "I think it's more than the pain which gets Arlon down, though, Katy." Mary shuffled forward a little, just enough to lean on the counter in a conversational manner which reminded Katy a little of a young version of Connie Langdon. That comparison was enough to make Katy feel even better, and she mirrored Mary's actions by leaning on the other side of the counter. "How so?" "It's more about the things he can't do anymore. You know, he always helped his brother on the ranch. He'd worked the ranch his whole life, to be honest. But now he doesn't have the strength in his right leg to be up on horseback. He lived for being out on the plains on his horse, riding out with his brother and enjoying the day-to-day banter with the ranch hands. I can see how that would affect a man. It really does. I wouldn't say this to anybody else, but I think that Arlon now truly sees himself as useless. He was always such a happy soul, such a naughty and funny child when I first got together with his brother, David. He was only 6 then, and a real cheeky little boy." Mary smiled and closed her eyes for a moment as if truly picturing the little boy her brother-in-law had once been. "I've known him so long, he's more like a brother to me than anything. It is a terrible thing for a person to think themselves useless, Mary. But at least he has you by his side, and his brother. My poor David, he hardly knows what to say to him. I know he cares deeply, he just can't put it into words. You know how men can be. Yes, I reckon they don't find it as easy to speak out sometimes. Not like we can. Well, you sure know how to speak out, Katie. Mary laughed pleasantly. You should be real proud of yourself for what you did. I really am so grateful to you for having the courage when so many others surely would not. My apology was necessary, Mary. What you said went beyond apology, and you said it in the face of a kind of reticent audience. She laughed again. But you persevered, and I guess that's what I want to thank you for. Well, it sure is nice to hear it, I won't lie. Katie finally relaxed enough to laugh too. I only hope that Arlon can one day know that it was genuine. I'm sure he knows it now, he's just in a lot of pain, and not just physical. He's got a lot to come to terms with, and I reckon it might be a long road back to his old self. I know I don't know your family, Mary, but I can't help but wish there was something I could do to help him in that journey, Katie said, and felt her throat tightening a little with emotion. There really was something about Arlon that had captured her imagination and wouldn't let it go. It wasn't his handsome face or even his limp. It wasn't attraction or pity. There was just something about him that cried out to be heard, something that Katie wanted to listen to. Maybe there is something you can do, Mary said, and looked suddenly quite serious. What? Katie nodded with interest. He's become kind of an awkward character, and I guess his old friends from before he went to war aren't coming around just yet. I hate to see him without a friend, and I wondered if you might care to give it a go. Of course, I would, Katie said with enthusiasm, if he will accept me as a friend. Maybe you'd like to come to dinner after church on Sunday? I don't think Arlon will be going to church himself this time, or maybe even for a while yet, but he'll certainly be around for dinner when we get back. You could travel back with David and me in the wagon right after the service if you wanted. Suddenly, Mary seemed a little awkward herself, and Katie could certainly sympathize. Well, I sure would like that, Mary. Thank you kindly. Katie was smiling brightly, keen to help and desperately hiding the fact that she was already nervous about it all. After all, she hadn't got the best reception from Arlon the last time she spoke to him. Still, if she wanted to help him, she might just have to get used to that. Well then, that is settled, Katie. And thank you so much, Mary said, and her eyes shone with unshed tears. Katie realized then just how much Mary cared for her brother-in-law, and it touched her greatly that she would go out of her way to find him a friend in this world. And maybe Katie would finally have that very same thing herself. You did what? Arlon exclaimed with a groan, heartily wishing he had mistaken his sister-in-law's words. I asked her to come to dinner after church on Sunday. It's what neighbors do, she said, defending herself with a shrug. Neighbors? They live clear across the town from us. We are not neighbors, Arlon said as he eased himself down into one of the chairs at the kitchen table. We don't even know the family. Well, that's not entirely true, Mary said, still defensive. I have spent a fair bit of time in the company of Grace Lacy. She is a friend of Connie Langdon. Everybody's a friend of Connie. Well, Connie has a real soft spot for Grace. She always has. She cleared her throat and reached for her apron, popping it over her head and distractedly tying the strings at the back. And with good reason. Grace Lacy is a nice woman. A real nice woman. But Grace isn't the one coming to dinner, is she? Arlon said, and knew that he was being unnecessarily irritable. But the idea of an excruciating meal sitting across the table from the beautiful young woman who was tripping over herself to dish out pity was nothing short of impossible. It was true that he had been impressed by her interest in the war and the reasons for it, even more impressed by such determined and serious reading in such a young woman. But even so, he wasn't going to let that sweep away his annoyance. It was true that he didn't quite know the source of his annoyance, whether it was a leftover from her staring at him in church or the idea that her apology was nothing more than pity. Either way, his irritation was real, and he really didn't want to spend any more time in Katie Lacy's company. No, but I reckon Katie Lacy is just as nice. Because she took a deep breath and came to apologize to the wounded soldier? Now those are harsh words, Arlon. That is so unfair that I can hardly begin to list the reasons why. Mary was annoyed, uncharacteristically annoyed, and Arlon knew he'd pushed her just a little too far. All right, he said and held his hands up in front of him. Look, no, I'm not the easiest person to get along with at the moment, but I don't reckon there's a lot I can do about that just now. I don't mean to be at loggerheads with you, Mary, of all people. But I'm not ready for all this. I need more time to get myself straight, to feel at home again. I'm just not in the mood to be entertaining at the dinner table. Nobody is expecting you to be entertaining, Mary said sharply. Just polite would do. Mary opened the door to the pantry and reached in to lift out a half-used sack of flour. She heaved it up onto the kitchen table with ease and set off across the kitchen to gather up everything else she would need to make bread. As she worked in silence, Arlon knew that he had thrown her kindness in her face. So much so that she had decided to give up on the conversation altogether and nurse her anger inside herself instead of letting it fly out at him. Mary, don't go quiet on me, he said and gave her a disarming grin. You know I don't mean to be like this. I know you don't mean to be, honey, but it doesn't always make it any easier. But you're right, I shouldn't have poked my nose in where it wasn't wanted. Now wait a minute, just when exactly did I say that? He asked and laughed, looking up at her from his seat and trying to catch her eye. You might not have said it, but that's exactly what you meant. Mary, I am sorry. Right now, you're the only person in my corner and I shouldn't take my misery out on you. But don't you see? I'm not the only person in your corner. Your brother is in your corner, he just doesn't know how to put it. And what about Katie Lacy? I reckon it sure did take a lot for her to come up to you in the street and apologize the way she did. She didn't try to excuse herself for staring over at you in church. She made a proper apology. That has to mean something, doesn't it? Well, she's either real brave or real determined, one or the other, he said, thinking it more likely that she was determined to dish out pity or charity to make herself feel better. It was clear to me that it took guts, Mary said as she dropped her favorite bread mixing bowl onto the table with a bang. All right, I'll behave. I'll be polite at the dinner table if you just start talking to me again, he said with a low and deep chuckle. You better mean that, Arlon, or I sure will make you pay for it, she said, eyeing the rolling pin on the table and raising her eyebrows significantly. I should never have forgotten how impossible it is to argue with you, he said, relieved that they were back on their old friendly footing. But at the back of his mind, he knew he would be concerning himself with the prospect of Katie's appearance at the dinner table for every day until it was over. Chapter 7. Katie had never felt more nervous than she did on the ride from church to the Bryant ranch that Sunday. She was sure she hadn't taken in a word of the Reverend's sermon as she tried to think of points of conversation she might raise at the Bryant family dinner table. Not only was she afraid of how she would get along with the serious and sullen Arlon, but she had never sat down to dinner with people she didn't know before and wondered if she would do or say something that would show her up as a fool. Are you all right, honey? Mary asked and peered at her with concern. A little nervous, I guess. Katy shrugged and began to wish the whole thing was over and she was back in her own room at home, either nursing her metaphorical wounds or excitedly reliving every moment. She had a dreadful feeling it would be the former. You'll do just fine. And just remember, Arlon is just at a real low point right now. If he's quiet or aloof, it's just his pain talking. Don't go taking any of it to heart. Mary looked encouraging, but there was an edge of nervousness to her claim which unsettled Katy. You'll get to know him as he truly is one day, and it will make it all worth it. Katy forced herself to smile but found she was far from comforted by Mary's words. If anything, she felt more nervous than she did before. As they rumbled along, Katy and Mary in the back of the wagon sitting side by side and David up front driving, she looked down at her dress and hoped it would do. Her blue checked Sunday dress was being mended by her ma after Katy had caught its hem on a nail in the low fencing around the Lacy house. She'd hoped it would be done in time, although she hadn't said as much to her ma. She would have mended it herself had it been a simple matter of an open seam, but it was a genuine tear and, although slight, was far beyond the meager sewing capabilities of Katy Lacy. And so, Katy had picked out her second favorite dress, a pale green one with little flowers all over it. She liked the pattern well enough, but it just didn't feel like her Sunday dress did. Still, Arlon probably couldn't care less what she was wearing. Katy had never been to the Bryant ranch before and was surprised by how large it was. Their land seemed to stretch on as far as the eye could see, and the ranch house was large. It was so much larger than her own home that she thought it must have 4 or even 5 bedrooms in it. The wood was painted an immaculate white and she could see that every window had pretty drapes at it. There was a large garden and a low white fence which seemed to encase the house and general living area, separating it from the work of the ranch. She noted that the garden was neat but didn't particularly contain any flora or fauna of interest. Distracted for a moment, Katy thought she would give her right arm to have that much space for her own gardening and calmed her nerves a little as she thought of all the different varieties of evergreens and blooms she would have planted there given the chance. Thank you, Katy said as David reached up a hand to help her down from the back of the wagon. You're welcome. And welcome to our home, David said pleasantly. She could immediately see the resemblance between the two brothers, despite the 10 years or so between them. David's hair was as fair as Arlon's, although his eyes were not quite so bright a shade of blue. And standing upright, he was a little smaller than his younger brother, not to mention a little narrower. When Arlon simply stood without moving, not a soul would have realized that he had ever been injured at all. It wasn't until he started to walk that he stooped and struggled. It sure is a lovely home, Mr. Bryant. David, please. David, Katy said and nodded. She realized then that David was as keen as Mary to do something, anything, to help Arlon. She felt a little sad then that the two of them had pinned their hopes to a young woman they didn't even know, who didn't even know Arlon. It seemed sad somehow and, as she took Mary's hand to be led into the house, Katy felt emotional. She realized that it was exacerbated by the fact she already felt so nervous, but, for an awful moment, she thought she might be greeted by Arlon with tears rolling down her face. You'll be pleased to know that I got everything ready before church, so it won't be long before we eat. I had Arlon keep an eye on things, so hopefully the meat isn't as tough as an old shoe and as small as an apple. Mary laughed as she reached for an apron to put over her beautiful pale blue Sunday best dress. Can I do anything to help? Katy inquired, hoping for a task that would at least give her something to do and make her feel a little less awkward. No, not at all. You sit yourself down at the table, honey, Mary said, and Katy felt thwarted somehow. She settled herself down at the enormous round wooden table and concentrated hard upon the beautiful painted vase full of pretty Gerber daisies. "These Gerbers are beautiful," Katy said enthusiastically. "Did you grow them?" "No, I had them from one of the farmers on this side of town. His wife grows them, and she has a real pretty little garden of all sorts of lovely flowers. I never thought to plant Gerbers before, but I might make room for some next year." Katy's mouth was dry, and she knew that she was already struggling for conversation. "You like planting?" "Oh yes, I've been interested in it for years. Nobody else in my family is particularly keen, so I get the garden to myself to have just as I want." "Lucky for you that your family aren't keen." Mary laughed. "It's not much of a garden though. There's not much space, just slim patches down each side of the house and a good bit out the front. And around the back there are just trees and what have you. The rest of my daddy's land is taken up by the lumberyard, so we have to make do." "Good sermon." Arlon walked awkwardly into the room and paused a few feet away from Katy to lean on a large wooden dresser. As he leaned on it, the plates and cups inside shifted just a little, not visible movement exactly, just the sound of the crockery tinkling. Katy didn't know if his question was for her or Mary, and so she sat mutely staring at him for a moment or two before he raised his eyebrows at her and tipped his head to one side. "Oh yes, very good," she said hurriedly and felt her cheeks blushing once again. There was something antagonistic about Arlon again, she could almost taste it. She felt instantly awkward and, despite her best intentions, was heartily wishing that Mary had never asked her to dinner in the first place. "So, I missed out then?" He gave a mirthless laugh. "Yes." "Well, no. I don't know," Katy said, stuttering a little. "Well, which is it?" His beautiful bright blue eyes bored into hers mercilessly. "Both." "Or neither," Katy said with a little antagonism of her own. "It all very much depends on whether you wanted to hear the sermon or not." She could hardly believe she had bitten back at him the way she had, but she didn't want to start out timid and have him torture her like a child with a daddy-long-legs throughout the entire meal. "I reckon that's a good answer." He smiled, but it was not a particularly endearing one. He moved from his leaning post against the dresser and made his way across the large, square kitchen. Katy didn't want to stare at him, but she didn't want to look away either. If she looked away, he would see it. And if she stared, he would be annoyed. If only trying to be a decent human being wasn't so very difficult. "It's all right, you can look away if you want," he said in a somewhat mocking tone. Katy had absolutely no response for him whatsoever, and so she looked at him for as long as she could before her own self-consciousness forced her eyes down to the top of the scrubbed wooden table. She was sure she heard him laugh under his breath, and she felt herself more embarrassed than ever. What on earth had Mary been thinking, inviting her there? This was beyond simple low spirits, and it ought to have been clear to his sister-in-law that he was not ready for company. Maybe he never would be. "Thank you for keeping an eye on the meat and vegetables, Arlon," Mary said, interjecting at last. "I guess it was a simple enough task that even I could manage it." "Arlon," Mary said in a voice that was so quiet it was barely audible. Arlon didn't respond, he just settled himself down in one of the wooden chairs and leaned heavily on the table. He was seated directly opposite Katy, and he stared at her unabashed and with some determination. Katy couldn't meet his gaze, feeling as if she were a tiny bug underneath a magnifying glass. She was so uncomfortable she was certain she wouldn't be able to eat a bite. She might be able to chew, but she was absolutely sure that she wouldn't be able to swallow. The idea of eating was now making her feel even more anxious. "Can I set the table for you, honey?" David seemed to burst into the kitchen from outside where he had been unhitching the horses from the wagon and putting everything to rights. Yes, please. The plates are out ready. Katie looked up at last and saw a little look of desperation pass between Mary and David. So, how's your daddy's lumber business these days? David questioned in a forced jovial manner as he set plates out around the table. For plates? Arlon said quietly, interrupting. Oh yes, I was forgetting that Jason won't be joining us. David and Mary's son, Jason, had scampered away from them all after church, destined to have dinner and spend the afternoon with the family of one of his school friends. Katie idly wondered if the reticent boy had already perceived what an awkward thing dinner might be that day. Perhaps he had made a very wise choice in spending his afternoon somewhere else altogether. Don't let me interrupt you, Arlon said, still staring at Katie. You were about to tell my brother that your daddy's lumber business is doing just fine. There was a hint of a smile on his lips as if he was enjoying his antagonism. Better than fine, she said and stared right back into those blue eyes. It took every ounce of willpower she had not to look away from him, and he looked both surprised and amused by it. That's good to hear, David said as he noisily set out the knives and forks. There's still a lot of people building. The new people who came over the trail before the winter set in are still making homes. It certainly keeps us busy. Katie smiled at David, truly feeling for him. And Mary tells me that you work with your daddy? David went on, manfully trying to keep the conversation going. Yes, I have done since I was a child. Isn't that a strange sort of a job for you to have? Arlon asked, and it was clear to her that he was still in an aggressive mood, not really the least bit interested in what it was she did from day to day. No, not really. Selling is selling, isn't it? I don't suppose it matters whether it's fabric or lumber. It's all the same thing. It sure is, Mary said and set down a beautiful joint of meat, its aroma enough to make Katie hungry again. Perhaps she would manage to eat a little something after all. That sure does look tasty, Mary, Katie said and smiled up at her, suddenly keen to ignore Arlon and his sullen antagonism. Thank you, honey. I hope you'll enjoy it. You don't get bored then? Arlon spoke, still looking at Katie with determination. Katie looked back at him, this time without the need for any willpower whatsoever. He had annoyed her to the point that she no longer felt nervous or awkward, and the only sensation she was now battling was the urge to be as rude to him as he was being to her. But that wouldn't do, not for Katie. David and Mary had invited her into their home and she would be gracious no matter what. She had been raised right and she wasn't going to let her own ma and daddy down by playing Arlon at his own game. Bored? You mean working for my daddy in the lumberyard, she said in as conversational a tone as she could manage. He nodded, and she went on. No, not at all. And it makes sense for me to learn it all since I'll be taking over one day, when the time comes. She narrowed her gaze and was satisfied by his brief look of surprise. Customers tend to come in flurries, all walking in at once and wanting your attention. But even when they've gone and there's an hour or two before somebody else comes in, I take the opportunity to read. So, no, I don't get bored. She smiled noncommittally. Oh yes, you're a great reader, he said in a flat tone. That's right, Mr. Bryant, I am. Katie was not going to be made ashamed by him. There had been enough people who had pointed out to her over the years how her own pursuits were so different from their own. The friends who had drifted away because Katie was not the most light-hearted of people. The girls who had politely shunned her because she often talked of what she had learned rather than how she was going to fix her hair for the next barn dance. She hadn't buckled under the weight of their opinions, and she certainly wasn't going to buckle under the weight of Arlon's. She had come there to offer him friendship, and if this was how he behaved, his not taking that friendship certainly wouldn't be a loss to her. "My wife tells me that you've read a lot about the slavery in the South." David sat down at the table, and Katie was pleased to be able to turn to look at him rather than be confronted with Arlon directly in front of her. "Yes, I sure have. I've seen a copy or two of The Liberator myself, although I reckon much of what I've heard about it goes by word of mouth," David said pleasantly. "It does, and I guess that's the power of it, David," Katie said, finally feeling calm, at her ease. She was talking about things she knew, the things she'd learned, and she was finally settled properly into her own skin again. Because when people talk about something like that, they add their own heart to it before passing it on. I think that generally people's instincts are that keeping one person in service to another just isn't right. "Do you read about botany too?" Mary asked, setting down 2 great bowls of vegetables on the table before sitting down herself, "since you have a love of planting." "I do. I guess I'm always trying to get it right." Katie laughed. "Sometimes, I'll sow some seeds and I'm so sure they'll thrive. And then they don't, and I have no idea why. So, yes, I do read quite a bit about it, usually to find out where I'm going wrong." "Help yourself to vegetables, honey," Mary said, and seemed to relax. Katie felt proud of herself then for not having given in to her own awkwardness, despite Arlon's best efforts to have her do just that. It had helped not only her, but David and Mary also. And as far as she could see, they deserved to be treated a sight better than Arlon was treating them right then. "Thank you," Katie said with a broad smile as she helped herself to a healthy portion of mashed potatoes. Once her plate was full and she began to eat, Katie could see that Arlon was studying her with some interest. She couldn't tell if he was pleased or annoyed, but she was certain that he wasn't looking at her with that blank neutrality anymore. Chapter 8. That night, Katie sat up in bed rehashing the events of the afternoon, just as she had imagined she would. But she was neither devastated nor pleased by it all, rather she was just overtaken with the idea that people were never as you assumed they were going to be. And Arlon certainly hadn't been as she had assumed. But then she herself had behaved in a way she would never have expected, and it was that, more than anything, which consumed her thoughts as she leaned back against her pillows and stared at the strips of moonlight making their way in through the drapes and falling across the foot of her bed. Arlon had left the table before everybody else had finished eating, claiming that he needed to give his leg a little exercise. The moment he was gone, both David and Mary began to apologize, although Katie had immediately reassured them that it wasn't necessary. More than anything, she wanted to provide that loving couple with at least an ounce of relief after what must have been a most stressful day. She had continued to spend a pleasant afternoon with them, not leaving until their son, Jason, returned home at last. Katie politely declined David's insistence that he drive her home in the wagon, reminding him that it was only a couple of miles and that it was still a fine and bright day. She had insisted that the walk would do her good, especially after eating as much as she had finally done, including a large slice of peach pie after dinner. David and Mary saw her off at the door, their gratitude for her efforts with Arlon clear. But of Arlon, there was no sign, and so she waved heartily at her hosts before wandering along the pathway that would take her to the edge of their land to the west and the road into town. But as she continued down the path that became increasingly enclosed with the trees and shrubs which marked the end of the Bryant Ranch lands, Katie realized that Arlon was just a few feet away, leaning on the boundary fence. He looked up as she made her approach, and she could feel her annoyance rising once again. She was exhausted from making such a great effort at the dinner table and found herself blaming him for making that effort necessary. "David not driving you home," he stated when she finally reached him. "No. He offered, of course, but I decided to walk off the meal. Your sister-in-law sure is a fine cook. She's good at all sorts of things. Cooking, making small talk, finding company to please an old cripple. He laughed, and it was once again of the mirthless variety. Perhaps Mary didn't do so well with the last, Katy said, because you hardly seemed to be pleased at all. I'm not sure what you were expecting. Neither am I, Katy said, and took in his appearance properly for the first time. It seemed strange to her suddenly that he seemed to have made an effort. He wore thick brown trousers which were less like work attire than the others she had seen him in. And his shirt was lightly checked and had clearly been neatly pressed. His thick fair hair, while a little unruly by nature, had been tamed a little, and he was absolutely clean-shaven. Why on earth had he gone to such an effort when it was clear that he had been determined from the start not to make the best of new company, not to accept the hand of friendship, and not even to be pleasant? But I suppose what I hadn't expected was that you would be quite so rude, Mr. Bryant. Rude? Although she could see that he clearly knew he had been just that, she could also see that he was surprised that she had tackled him. You tried to make me feel awkward, didn't you? You went out of your way, in fact. Now, I have never been to your home before, and it was the first time I'd ever been in your brother's company. You know, a person is nervous enough in those circumstances without having somebody there trying to stick pins in them. You really think that I was trying to make you feel bad? He said, and looked taken aback. I'm certain of it. I know it is a fact, Mr. Bryant. You were sullen, argumentative, you tried to make me feel uncomfortable if I looked at you and uncomfortable if I didn't. You used your injury to your advantage, turning it into a stick to beat me with. I did what? He questioned, trying to appear affronted that she had mentioned his injury at all. You heard me. Katy went on, hardly able to believe that she had a confrontational bone in her body. But the fact was that she had never come up against anybody as awkward as Arlon in her life, and so there had never been a need to test herself in such a way. And the truth of it was that she didn't struggle with it in the way that she would always have imagined. She might very well be quiet, a little isolated, and always polite, but apparently, Katy could stand up for herself. And the revelation almost made her smile. Well, I sure didn't mean to, he said defensively. Come on, Mr. Bryant, you meant every word of it. You had decided before I even arrived that you didn't like me, and, all things considered, that sure is your choice. But, you didn't need to mock me for reading, mock me for working in my daddy's lumberyard, and mock me for just about everything else there was to see about my character at your dinner table. So yes, you were rude. You were incredibly rude. And what about you now? Oh no, I'm not being rude. I'm just challenging you. There's a difference. Katy could hardly believe that she almost spat the words in her annoyance. You know, I'm not so sure that you deserve the effort that your brother and his wife are putting into you. She went on, unable to stop now that she was on a roll. I beg your pardon? Now it was his turn to get annoyed, but Katy wasn't put off by it. He'd made her feel awkward, and now he was going to get every bit of it back. Your attitude towards me was really hard on David and Mary. They were trying to smooth it over, embarrassed that you'd made me uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were still trying their best for you. They had to keep the conversation going with a complete stranger while you did everything in your power to make everybody awkward. And still they managed it without turning it back on you. I reckon that's the kind of care and consideration that you really don't deserve. Well, I suppose you're not what I was expecting either, he said, his mouth hanging open a little as he regarded her. Not so shy and red-faced now, are you? Not when I'm angry, no, she said, and wanted to be away from him now, to forget that she had ever wasted a moment's care on the man she had foolishly assumed would be a better person. But he had fought for the freedom of strangers. How could he be so unlikable? She wanted to admire him, she knew she did. But if he didn't want it, there was nothing she could do. "Where are you going?" he asked as she turned her back and began to walk away. "Home." She stopped and turned back. "Away. Aren't you pleased?" "Well, yes, I suppose so." He shrugged, and she saw once again that tiny, almost invisible part of him which had made her want to speak to him on the riverbank and made her stare at him in church. It was as if he was lost, following a path that wasn't really his. She could see the very vaguest hint of regret in that handsome face and those bright blue eyes, but it was too vague for her to know what to do with it. But she could sense his loneliness in that moment and wished that she had more experience of the world. Sure, she could tell him off as she had just proved, but to comfort a man who, to all intents and purposes, didn't want to be comforted, was beyond the realm of her expertise. "Then I'll leave you to it, Mr. Bryant," she said and held her hands out to her sides for a moment, shrugging expansively before turning to continue on her way. She walked slowly at first, sensing that he wanted to call her back. But he remained silent, and so she carried on heading for home. Katy didn't look back. She didn't want to see him leaning against the fence, and she certainly didn't want to see him limping away. She felt upset finally, truly upset. As she walked through the warm and bright late afternoon sunshine, tears finally began to roll down her face. But even as she lay in her bed that night, Katy still couldn't quite discover the source of those tears. Perhaps it was the awkwardness of the afternoon, the exhausting nerves and embarrassment. Perhaps it was the discovery that she really didn't know who in the world she could trust to give her friendship to. Even the idea that she had the capacity to fight back the way she had was unsettling when she finally thought about it properly. Maybe it was a mixture of all those things, every awful part contributing to a feeling of sadness. Or maybe it was the thought of him standing there alone, a friendless man in a place he had once called home, staring after her as she walked away from him. Katy shuffled down in her bed and pulled her blankets up around her neck. She closed her eyes tight and tried to clear her mind, even though she was already sure that she would get no sleep at all. What had it been about him which had first drawn her? There might have been a little pity, but she was certain it wasn't fully that. It might even have been his handsomeness if she was the sort of person to whom such things really mattered. But she knew it was that silent part of him that had drawn her attention. An air of loneliness about him, the deep and abiding kind. And maybe she had been so drawn to it in the first place because it was something that she recognized. As much as Katy had no interest in the pursuits of her old friends, she knew that she still missed having friends. She longed for just one person who understood her, who didn't try to mold her into what they thought a young woman of her age should be. She had an otherness which made her different, and she wondered if Arlon had the same. Maybe it was his own otherness which had seen him walk away from a life he had loved, even work he had loved, if Mary's assertions were anything to go by. Maybe that was the very thing which had led him away from Oregon and down into the South, into war and pain and regret. But if that was what they had in common, it wasn't just a simple little thing. It was fundamental and deep, and she felt on unsteady ground to think that she was anything like Arlon at all. Still, she supposed that none of that mattered now. After everything she'd said to him, how roughly she'd chastised him on the edge of his own home, it was unlikely that she would ever be in conversation with him again. And in the end, perhaps that was for the best. She had pushed to be his friend and he had rejected her. If nothing else, Katy thought that she had learned a little lesson. Chapter 9. Things at the Bryant Ranch had been quiet for a couple of days, and Arlon knew he fully deserved a little slice of silent treatment. Although in truth, David was much the same as he had been since Arlon had returned home from the war. Awkwardly uncommunicative and smiling through it as best he could. He supposed that it was Mary's subdued demeanor which had affected him the most, because she was almost always in the house when he was. And Mary was a woman who never ran out of conversation, not ordinarily. "Are you ever going to forgive me for your ruined meal?" Arlon asked on the third morning as he made his way into the kitchen for breakfast. "I don't know. Are you ever going to apologize for your behavior?" Mary stated and scowled at him with her dark, brooding eyes. "I suppose you got me there." Arlon chuckled, although he didn't feel as at ease as he would have her believe. "And I am sorry, Mary. I should have kept my feelings to myself and just sat there smiling politely. Would that have been any better?" Mary began to make his breakfast without any discussion on the matter. With the skillet loaded with bacon, she poured him a mug of coffee from the pot and set it down on the table silently. "I suppose it would have been a little better?" He raised his eyebrows and tried to give her a charming grin. "Only a very little. It would have still been awkward, wouldn't it?" "I'm sorry, Mary. I really do regret making things uncomfortable for you and David," he said and stopped grinning, looking at her with the old honesty that had always existed between them. "Well, you sure did make me uncomfortable, and David too. I can't begin to imagine what Katie felt. She's so young, Arlon, and so sweet. She didn't deserve any of it. I know I was wrong inviting her, but maybe you should have taken it out on me and not her." "Sweet?" Arlon said, wide-eyed and incredulous. "Are we talking about the same woman?" "What?" Mary narrowed her gaze and looked suddenly interested. "What are you talking about?" "Your sweet little young un marched out of this house and right into my path to tear strips of flesh off me," he said in a humorously shocked manner. "She did what?" Now Mary was wide-eyed and incredulous. "Where were you?" "I was down at the gate, leaning on it and staring out down the road to town. Then I heard her coming towards me, stamping her little feet with a furious expression on her face." "What did she say?" Mary was all interest, leaving the skillet full of bacon on the stove as she poured herself a mug of coffee and perched on the chair opposite him. "I can't remember exactly, there was so much of it." He shook his head. "She told me I was rude and mocking and that I didn't deserve the consideration that you and David give me. She said I didn't only make her feel awkward, but I'd made you feel awkward too." "Well, my goodness," Mary said, and Arlon clicked his tongue as it looked for all the world like his sister-in-law was impressed with young Miss Lacy. "You sure aren't leaping to my defense, Mary," he said and laughed. "Why on earth would I? If that young lady gave you a piece of her mind, I reckon you deserved it. I suppose she was right about some of it." "Some of it?" Mary said and laughed before taking a drink of the hot coffee. "I would say all of it." All right. "Thank you," he said and looked significantly over to the stove where the bacon hissed and splattered in the skillet. Mary set her coffee down and hurried back to the stove, turning the bacon and adding some slices of tomato to the pan. She stayed where she was, concentrating finally. She set out a plate ready with thickly buttered bread and, when the bacon was done, she set it out on the plate with the scalding hot cooked tomatoes. "There you go," she said in the old indulgent tone of voice she always used on him. Arlon hadn't heard it for days and realized then just how much he'd missed it. Mary really was a sister to him, and her withdrawal of care in the last days, however subtle it had been, had affected him more than he'd realized. He felt suddenly relieved to have her back, emotional even, and he busied himself looking down at his plate and cutting his food until the feeling had passed. "What else did she say?" Mary probed, returning to the subject as soon as she was settled down at the table again with her coffee. That was more or less the gist of it. She said I'd mocked her, which I suppose I did. Yes, you did. And you know, it isn't because I don't like her. I don't even know the girl, certainly not enough to say I can't take to her. Then why? Because I don't want a child coming into my world to hand me a big old slice of pity. I've got enough to deal with without that. She's not a child, Mary said gently. She's young, yes, but she's a grown woman. What is she? 17? 18? I think she's 18. But she's not dull, is she? She's a bright girl with a good mind. Oh yes, she reads. Well, you read. Isn't that what led you to war in the first place? Reading the very same things that Katie has read herself? I would have thought that gave you something in common. I suppose her reading didn't lead to lifelong deformity. So now you're angry with her because she's not a soldier? Mary said in a teasing tone that was still a little chastising nonetheless. I don't really know what I'm angry about. Well, I reckon you need to give that some thought, Arlon, or you really will end up an angry and bitter man. And I know that isn't you, you're better than that. Am I? He sighed and knew that he could hardly explain how he felt in words. Mary, I know I'm not the man you remember me being, and there's a reason for that. I'm not the same man anymore. The last 3 years have changed me into somebody even I don't recognize. But if you manage to change, surely you can manage to change back, Mary said a little cautiously. For your own sake, she added. I honestly don't know where to start. There's so much that is wrong now, so many reasons why I don't fit here anymore. But I've got nowhere else to go, I don't fit anywhere. Of course, you fit here, Arlon. You're family, and a busted leg doesn't make you any less family. I know it doesn't, I can't explain, he said and purposefully stuffed a great forkful of bacon into his mouth to put an end to the conversation, for a few minutes at least. He knew he was still family, and he knew that his brother cared for him as much as his sister-in-law did. But he felt like a ghost now, the ghost of Arlon Bryant. A man who was set to hover about the house uselessly until the end of his days, watching his brother have a life and a wife and a son. All the things he was sure now he would never have. I know I'm still family, Mary. I guess I just need to find a way to feel at home again. I suppose I thought I was helping you, inviting Katie here. I just liked her awkward sort of courage when she marched up to you in the street to apologize for staring. Now, what other person in town would you imagine could do that? I know they all stare, honey, and I know that's why you're not so keen on church anymore. But, which one among them would do what she did? Come right up to you and apologize to your face? I guess she's kind of bold in her own peculiar way. Arlon laughed. And that was just it, Katie was peculiar. Not unpleasantly peculiar, but rather interestingly peculiar. And while he hadn't been what she'd been expecting, she most certainly wasn't at all like he'd imagined her to be. When he'd looked at her that day in church, so determined to put her silently in her place for staring at him, he had imagined her to be nothing more than the town beauty with a big opinion of herself. He'd thought her to be the sort of young woman who considered everything her right, even the opportunity to stare at a crippled man. But everything he'd learned about her since was contrary to that. And Mary had been right, she had apologized absolutely and without trying to give herself any kind of excuse for her behavior. She stared at him, she owned up to it, and she apologized. That really did set her apart if he thought about it. I think she is a little different, honey, but I thought you'd be more understanding of that. She doesn't have a ruined leg, Mary. She doesn't limp. You don't need an injury to make you different. And whatever it is that makes you different, I can't imagine it has any effect on how it makes you feel when other people turn away from you." "No, I guess not," he said and continued with his breakfast in silence. Once Mary left the kitchen to hang one of the rugs over the line outside so she could beat it into submission, Arlon finished the dregs of his coffee and stared across the table to the seat where his fiery little adversary had sat just days before. What a difference from the shy woman tripping over her own embarrassment outside the diner when she had apologized to him. For a moment, he wondered which Katie was the real one, or if she really was a mixture of the two. Maybe if he hadn't been so arrogant, so keen to throw everybody's kindness back in their faces, he might have found out. Arlon had known at the time, of course, that his behavior was well below his old standards. He was giving into the self-pity which he'd fought off out in the field. As he'd lain painfully on the back of wagons and coaches on his way home, Arlon had managed to keep it all at bay. He'd survived, and that was enough. He still had his life and it was still there to be lived. But somehow, arriving back home again had changed it all in a heartbeat. He wasn't sure just how grateful he was anymore, and everywhere he looked seemed to remind him of the man he once was. And to be reminded of the man he once was seemed to him the same as being confronted with the man he had become. A limping, useless man, the object of so many curious stares. It was like he was resisting it, resisting something that had already happened and couldn't be changed. And it was truly exhausting. But even seeing his own attitude for what it was didn't make it any easier. As he sat at the table, he recognized that his few moments of self-reflection had given him some insight but hadn't changed him at all. Maybe change didn't just happen, maybe it was something you had to do yourself. It didn't happen to you, it happened because of you. And with that thought in mind, he got up from the table and made his way outside. Mary was still beating the living daylights out of the rug from the sitting room, so intent on what she was doing that she didn't see him standing there. In the end, he reached out and tapped her on the shoulder, startling her so that she turned around suddenly, appearing to brandish the carpet beater. "Don't shoot," Arlon said, and Mary immediately relaxed into laughter. "Arlon, you startled me," she said, breathless from her exertions. "Look, will you help me do something?" he asked, getting straight to the point. "Sure, what can I do?" Mary immediately put the carpet beater down and wiped her hands on her heavy apron. "Can you help me hitch up the small wagon?" "Just the one-horse wagon." "I sure can," she said, and the two of them immediately began to make their way to the large stable. "Do you want me to come with you, wherever you're going?" Mary asked in a wheedling fashion as the two of them worked together. "Which is your way of asking me where I'm going, isn't it?" "Well, I am helping." "Just humor me, honey." "I'm going down to Lacy's lumberyard," he said on the wave of a long sigh. "To see Katie?" "No, to buy lumber." She scowled at him. "Yes, to see Katie." "To apologize?" "Yes, why else?" "I just thought I'd check," she said and bit her bottom lip as if to stop herself from saying any more. "Right, now to get myself into the driver's seat," he said under his breath as he contemplated his climb up onto the front of the wagon. "You want a hand?" Mary said gently. "I reckon I ought to be sure I can do this myself. After all, I don't want to be trapped in Lacy's lumberyard with no way of getting back up, do I?" "I guess not," Mary said and stood sentinel over him, watching as he awkwardly clambered his way up into the driver's seat and reached out to take a hold of the reins. This was the first time he had handled the horse at all since the very day of his injury and, although he wasn't actually riding it, he still wondered if the passage of time had robbed him of the ability. "Well, here goes," he said and looked down at Mary's concerned face. But as soon as he rattled the reins and the horse began to slowly wander away in front of him, everything felt so familiar. He'd ridden horses and wagons his whole life, and he could hardly believe now that he'd ever assumed the skill would be lost to him. By the time he turned down onto the road which would lead him into town, Arlon felt his spirits soar. He was doing just fine, he was managing. Of course, the hard part would be climbing down again when he arrived at Lacy's lumberyard. And then he laughed to himself and shook his head, his thick hair moving in the breeze. Getting in and out of the wagon was most certainly not going to be the hardest part about that day. The hardest part was going to be apologizing to Katie. Chapter 10. When he drew up on the large flat of ground outside the lumberyard buildings, Arlon looked all around him. He was relieved that there was nobody else around and hurriedly clambered down out of the wagon before anyone arrived to witness his cumbersome performance. There were no other wagons or horses, so he gathered the storefront of the lumberyard would be quiet. It would do him some good to be able to apologize to Katie without an audience, that was for sure. He walked a little better than he had been of late, although it was true that his right thigh was always much less painful in the mornings. By mid-afternoon, the pain was often excruciating, especially if he did the full quota of walking that Doc Brown had advised him to do. Well, at least he would be able to lift his leg as he walked and wouldn't be dragging his foot along as he often did nearer the end of the day. Small comfort, but it meant less by way of embarrassment and the almost ever-present feelings of humiliation. Arlon had only ever been to the lumberyard a handful of times in his life, and that last time was surely some years ago. Still, he reckoned nothing much had changed in that time, except that Katie had not worked there back then. He remembered how he had sneered at the idea of her working in the lumberyard and winced with embarrassment. How he wished he had not said that. How he wished he had not said any of it. Still, there was no good him running over that now. He had a task to perform and no amount of thinking it through was going to make it any easier. He walked cautiously up to the door and paused, peering in to look around the store for any sign of Katie. Not seeing her, he walked further in, quickly realizing that she was tucked out of the way, sitting on a great big barrel behind the counter and fully engrossed in whatever it was she was reading. "Good morning, what can we do for you?" came the voice of none other than Josh Lacy, seemingly from nowhere. He had wandered in from the main lumber store and cutting area that formed the largest part of the building. Where Arlon had hoped to find Katie alone in the front of the shop, it seemed that Josh had unwittingly scuppered his plan. "Mr. Lacy," Arlon said and attempted a smile. "How are you?" "I reckon I am doing real good, Arlon. Been a long while since you last came in for any lumber. Still, I reckon you've been busy these last couple years, huh?" Josh Lacy laughed, and Arlon remembered just what an amiable man he was. He didn't know him too well, it was true, but he'd liked him whenever their paths had crossed. And now, as Josh advanced upon him with his hand held out and a smile on his face, Arlon thought he liked him all the more. "It certainly has been a while," Arlon said and returned the smile as he took Josh's hand and shook it firmly. "How's business?" "It chugs along nicely. I've got no complaints." Josh was not the least bit awkward in his presence, and Arlon was enjoying the moment so much he had almost forgotten what he had gone in there for in the first place. "And how about you? A little bit worse for wear after 3 years in the cavalry?" He nodded down at Arlon's leg. But it did not elicit the same response in Arlon as it ordinarily might have done. There was no artless curiosity in it, just one man asking after the well-being of another, plain and simple. "Just a little bit." Arlon laughed. "I am just glad you weren't outside to see me almost falling out of the wagon trying to get down. I guess there will be a few adjustments to make, but I am sure you will be able to make them. After all you've seen and done, I reckon you must be up to it." In the end, maybe. Not being able to do this, and that is still kind of a new experience for me. Well, I wish you the very best with it. Josh nodded at him in a natural, genuine way. So, what is it? Using up a bit of quiet time with some woodwork? No, I reckon I am going to be the worst customer you've seen all day. He laughed and felt a little anxiety creep up as he realized the moment had come. I've come in to speak to Katie. To apologize, actually, he said and tried not to sound too crestfallen. Josh looked entirely nonplussed, and it was clear then that Katie had told her father nothing of the argument they'd had after dinner on Sunday. He'd been vaguely aware of Katie peering over the counter at him, not moving from her barrel as she sat in silence. He turned slowly to look at her and could see that her mouth was hanging open just a little. Well, I reckon I will leave you to say your piece in private. Josh chuckled deep and low, and Arlon saw him quickly peer over at his daughter and raise his eyebrows. When she nodded, Josh turned to go. Nice to see you again. He called over his shoulder as he wandered away out the back and into the lumber store. You too, Arlon said, and then slowly made his way over to the counter. Well, hello there, Katie said, sliding down from the large barrel and straightening down her thick apron over a dark blue dress. He couldn't entirely read her expression now that she no longer looked surprised, and wished that he at least had something to go on. When he reached the counter, he leaned against it somewhat gratefully, although he tried to keep his relief to himself. Standing there without support of any kind as he spoke to Josh had been increasingly awkward. He knew he ought to relent and take a walking stick, just as Doc Brown had suggested, but he was still a young man and his pride was most certainly a factor. And once again, recognizing it didn't do anything to change it. Hello there. He responded and paused for a moment, wondering where to begin. You don't have to apologize, just forget it, Katie said in a tone that was a little waspish. Now, how can I just forget it when you clearly haven't, he said and laughed. To be honest, it'll take some forgetting. But maybe if you let me apologize, that might speed things up. She said and narrowed her gaze. Come on, don't we all get a chance to apologize? You apologized to me, didn't you? And I didn't interrupt, I didn't tell you you couldn't. And you weren't particularly bothered either. All right, keep it coming. I deserve all of it, so have your fun. There's nothing fun about this, she said, but he could see that her sharp green eyes brightened somehow. Oh, I don't know, I think you might be enjoying this just a little bit. As he leaned on the counter and looked at her, he realized just how young she looked. Her skin, compared with his, was as soft as silk and as clear as those bright green eyes of hers. Her thick silvery brown hair was tied back into the sort of ponytail that swung this way and that when a girl walked. Even with the utilitarian apron over the top of her dress, Katie still managed to be just about the most beautiful young woman he had ever seen. And now, for the first time, he truly appreciated that beauty. He wasn't annoyed by it as he had been when he felt himself to be humiliated by her curiosity. And he wasn't antagonized by it as he had been at the dinner table when he thought he'd felt her pity. Maybe a little, she said, and the corners of those full and rosy lips began to turn up. But more than anything, I'm surprised to see you. I must admit, after everything I'd said, I couldn't imagine that you'd bother to talk to me again. She relaxed enough to lean on the counter opposite him. I can't think of anything you said to me that I didn't deserve. And I really am sorry for the way I behaved on Sunday. I guess I had decided before you even got there that I wasn't going to have a real good time. But why? Because it's hard enough to come back home like this without having to put up with pity. He spoke the words honestly and without any rancor at all. I'm sorry, It's just the truth. All right then, maybe I'll add a little truth to yours, she said and held his gaze in a way which made her seem much older than she looked suddenly. I haven't been pitying you, Mr. Bryant. I felt guilty, and that's the truth. Guilty for staring at you twice and behaving in the kind of way I reckoned I was above. But if I'd had any tendency to pity you, it would have been wiped away in our first meeting. I hope it makes you feel better, she said and continued to stare at him. I guess so, he said and laughed. I do feel better, although I'm fairly certain that you've just taken another swing at me. I'd rather take a swing at you than have you all annoyed because you think you have my pity. Then we're quits? Yes, all right, we're quits. And thank you for apologizing, she said, reminding him of the slightly shy and bumbling girl she'd been outside the diner when she first approached him. Well, thank you for accepting, he said and leaned back from the counter a little, wondering if it was time for him to go. She had made his apology a lot more comfortable than he deserved, he knew that much. But because of it, the conversation had come to an end much sooner than he had imagined it would, and now he felt a little bereft. For reasons best known to himself on the very deepest level, he didn't want to go. He wanted to stay just a while longer and carry on talking to this unusual young woman. He wanted to find out more about her, to learn more about somebody who could be sweet, learned, and determined in her own defense. She was such a mixture of things and none of them the things he had been expecting. Your daddy sure is an understanding man. He would have been well within his rights to bounce me right back out into the yard. He was casting about for something else to add, an opening for a conversation that she would take part in. Even if he knew that we'd argued the other day, he still would have appreciated your coming here to apologize. My daddy is not hot-headed in any way. Is your ma? No, why? She asked and suddenly started to laugh as if the idea of her mother being hot-headed was hilarious. I just wonder where you get it from then, if your ma and daddy are so even-tempered. He laughed too, wishing more than ever that he hadn't been so obstructive in the first place. I'm not hot-headed, Mr. Bryant. Well, if you're not hot-headed, you sure know how to dish out a tongue lashing. Nobody was more surprised than me, I can assure you, she said shyly, looking down at the book she had set on the counter, the book she had been studying so intently when he had first wandered into the store. Are you serious? He said, amused and curious all at the same time. I'm serious. I don't normally speak my mind like that. Mind you, I don't normally have cause to. Then I reckon I must have given you good cause, huh? Something like that. She laughed. But aren't we supposed to be forgetting about it? Yes, I suppose so. He tapped the book. So, you really are into planting flowers and hedges and whatnot? Yes, I am. So, what are you growing this year? I guess the same old stuff I usually grow. Sunflowers usually feature. They were the first things I ever grew, you see. She paused for a moment and looked embarrassed, as if her pastime really was unusual for a young woman of her age. But I'm struggling with rhododendrons. They need a certain kind of soil, alkaline soil, and I'm not exactly sure that's what we have in our garden. Sounds complicated, he said and smiled, knowing nothing whatsoever about growing things, even vegetables. It's proving to be. So, how long have you been a gardener? 10 or 11 years. She shrugged. Since I was a little girl. Let me guess, your ma gave you that handful of sunflower seeds to keep you quiet. The very same, but when I saw those tiny little leaves bursting up through the soil, I guess it kind of got hold of my imagination. She shrugged. I know it's not an interesting subject for most folks apart from old men, but I like it. Then it doesn't matter what most think, does it? All that matters is that you do the things you like doing. He began to feel alive, as if something of his old self was out there somewhere on the horizon. For the few minutes he had stood speaking with her, his bitterness had evaporated and deserted him completely. He wasn't foolish enough to think that it wouldn't return, probably somewhere on the journey home, but he would enjoy its absence for now. That's a real nice way of looking at it. She smiled at him and she was once again the sweet girl. I'm glad I came in to see you, he said, changing the subject suddenly. I reckon I felt pretty rough about the way I behaved these last few days. You apologized, so you don't need to feel rough about it anymore. I know. He smiled, finding her determination to truly forgive him strangely inspiring. I know you were only trying to help, to be my friend, and I know I've apologized, but I think it needs saying. When I threw that back in your face, I wasn't angry at you. Then who were you angry at? She squinted at him and looked a little confused, her youth finally usurping that curious maturity of just moments before. I don't know. Me maybe? Circumstances? Life? Honestly, I don't know. He shrugged and realized that it was the absolute truth. Well, if you're not angry with me anymore, maybe we could be friends after all? Her cheeks were flushing again, just as they had done outside the diner. She was a little bit tongue-tied once more and something about it dug deep into him. Why not? It's not like I have more friends than I know what to do with. He laughed, trying to lighten the seriousness of the moment. Well, I don't have any either, if it's any consolation, she said with such honesty, and yet he could hardly believe it was true. How could it be that such a beautiful young woman could be without friends? Sure, he didn't remember her in the time before he left, but she would have only been a kid then. But now, looking like she did, the young men of the town must be circling her like hawks. And yet nobody looking at those sincere eyes, that earnest expression, could doubt her words for a moment. Actually, it is a consolation, he said and laughed humorously. As selfish as that seems. At least I'm not the only one. You're not, she said and laughed. Well, I suppose I'd better let you get back to your work, he said and straightened up, knowing it was time to go. Or your reading, at any rate. All right. Well, thank you for coming by, she said and looked at him a little expectantly. I guess I might see you in church on Sunday. He shrugged. If I get there. If you get there, she said and smiled at him in a way which was in danger of melting his heart if he didn't hurry up and get out of there. By the time he made it out to the wagon, his leg was aching. But this time it was aching from standing with all his weight on it for so long. And it certainly made clambering back up into the wagon so much harder this time than it had been when he'd set off. He could only imagine how ungainly he looked, and he felt the old stab of annoyance as he hoped that Katie hadn't followed him to the doorway to see him off. He didn't want her to see him struggling. But when he finally settled himself in the seat and rattled the reins to get his horse moving once again, he peered over his shoulder briefly to see that the doorway to the store was empty. He didn't want the annoyance to come back, he didn't want to taste the bitterness again. The last few minutes had made things somehow different, and he wanted to hold on to that. Of course, Katie was such a young woman, a girl really, and he knew that all she was offering was friendship. But at a time when he felt so deeply lonely, that sort of friendship wasn't to be turned down. And maybe, in the end, it would be an easier friendship than his old ones. Katie had no memory of him before, no idea of him as an entirely whole man, and that somehow made the idea of it easier. When he hit the main road and began the trek home, he wondered if he really might see his old self out there somewhere on the horizon. Could he really return to the man he'd been? If not whole, then at least himself? He smiled. If he did see his old self out there somewhere, he'd rattle the reins harder and chase him until he caught him. Chapter 11. It was another fine day and even warmer than it had been as Katy made her way down into town on foot. Even though she was at liberty to take the wagon or any one of her daddy's horses, Katy liked to walk, to look all around her. Her daddy had given her the day off from the lumberyard, given that her ma wanted her to take some yarn down to Connie at the boarding house and to extend an invite to her to have dinner with the family on Sunday after church. And after that, she was going to walk out to the Bryant place, for Mary had invited her the day before when she'd seen her coming out the mail office. She was going for some coffee and pie and idle afternoon chit-chat, nothing so formal and anxiety-inducing as her first visit had been. Mary had seemed so at ease with her that she was sure that she knew the details of the reconciliation between Katy and Arlon at the lumberyard, and so she'd agreed with a smile. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Connie questioned when Katy let herself in through the back door which led into the kitchen of the boarding house. "Yarn," Katy said simply and held the two large skeins up in front of her. "Mama said you needed it for something." "Yes, I wanted to knit up some little jackets for the Draytons' new baby," she said and held two floury hands up in front of her. "I guess you'd better put it down, honey." Connie was clearly making bread or buns or something similar. Whatever it was, she was kneading dough on the table with some ferocity, spraying flour this way and that as she did so. "Do you want me to make your drink? Some coffee?" Katy asked, deciding that making herself useful would be the best way of staying for a little while. "Yes, by the time you've got it ready, I'll be able to set this to one side to rise," Connie said, confirming Katy's suspicion that she was, indeed, making bread. Katy set some water to boil on the stove and set down 2 mugs ready. She knew Connie Langdon's kitchen as well as she knew her own and was equally comfortable there. "I believe you're going out to the Bryant place this afternoon," Connie said cheerfully as she continued to pound the dough. "I am, but how did you know that?" Katy asked, thinking that she had been looking forward to telling Connie all about it. "I saw Mary yesterday afternoon. She said she just bumped into you. You don't miss a thing, do you?" Katy said and laughed as she peered into the water and waited for the first bubbles to appear. "Not a single thing," Connie said, throwing herself into it good-naturedly. "She sure was singing your praises, young lady." "Was she?" Katy said, trying not to sound as if she was searching for information. "She was." Connie was a dab hand at conversation and she wasn't about to give in to Katy lightly. "What did she say?" Katy probed quietly, feeling embarrassed. "Oh, just this and that." Connie teased. "Connie." Katy squeaked. "Just the usual, what a nice young woman you are," Connie said as she began to pat the dough into a ball ready for putting back into the large bowl. "That was nice of her. And nice of you to give that brother-in-law of hers a fair hearing when he came to apologize. Nothing gets past you, I was right. I was just in the right place at the right time, that's all. Anyway, she sure is grateful that you've given him another chance. Mary thinks the world of that young man. I reckon she still thinks of him as a little boy sometimes. Anyway, it's been turning her inside out to think of him sitting in the ranch house day after day not doing anything but mourning the loss of his leg in his old job out on the plains with his brother. They really are caring, Mary and David. They were so kind to me when I went to dinner. They're good people." Connie nodded sagely. "I suppose David to be a bit man-fashion at times." "Man-fashion? What on earth does that mean?" Katy looked down into the pan and could see the water in the very first stages of boiling. "Well, you know what men are like. Mary wishes that he would have a heart-to-heart with his brother, but it seems as if he's struggling with it. She dumped the ball of dough into the bowl and covered it with a dark cloth. They make things so much harder than they need to be. My husband was the same. She shook her head and sighed, making Katie laugh. Is there any sign of that coffee yet? I'm parched. All right, give me a minute. Katie quietly got on with the coffee and found herself wondering if Arlon was as pleased with her as his sister-in-law seemed to be. Not that it should matter since he'd already said they could be friends. And yet, it didn't stop her wondering what it was he thought of her. Did he think her as strange and uninspiring as everybody else seemed to? Thank you, honey, Connie said when Katie set their cups down on the table and sat down herself. I forgot, Mama said, do you want to come to dinner on Sunday after church? Katie said and lightly touched her forehead. That's not like you to forget something. Connie laughed. But I suppose you have other things on your mind these days. Like what? Katie said, recognizing Connie's customary teasing tone with ease. Like Arlon Bryant? What about him? You know what I'm talking about. I don't, but I suppose I could guess. Katie shrugged and hoped she wasn't blushing. But I really only wanted to be his friend. I don't know, there's something about him. He seems a bit lost somehow. He's had a lot happen to him. Not just his injuries, but everything he's seen. I wouldn't mind betting that there are any number of images in his head which a young man really ought not to have seen. Nobody should, Connie said sadly. How do you help somebody who's suffering like that? I don't know. But I reckon above all things, just be ready to listen. Don't push, just wait. That's if he'd even tell somebody like me. I mean, we're not exactly the best of friends. But he likes you well enough to apologize. If he's a decent man at his heart, he would have apologized to anybody for his behavior. It doesn't exactly make me special. And would you like to be special? Connie asked, gently wheedling. I don't know. I don't know him well enough yet to know that. And after what you've just said, I might not have seen the real Arlon at all, and maybe I never will. Well, whoever he is now, he still needs a friend. I'll do my best, Katie said and shrugged. You always do. Connie reached out and tapped Katie's mug. You better get drinking that if you're going to make your way out to the Bryant Ranch on time, hadn't you? Oh yes, Katie said, and lifted the hot coffee to her lips. Come on in, Katie, Mary said, standing out on the wide porch as if she had been waiting for her. It sure is a fine afternoon. It sure is. And warm too. Katie jutted out her bottom lip and blew her hair out of her face. She felt a little disheveled having walked in what seemed to be increasing heat, and she began to wish that she had at least taken one of the horses, if not the wagon. I've got some peach tea ready. I thought you might prefer that to coffee, Mary said as she took Katie's arm and walked her into the kitchen. Oh, yes please, Katie said, strangely relieved that Arlon wasn't already sitting in the kitchen. In truth, she didn't know if he would be joining them at all, for Mary hadn't mentioned him. But if he was to join them at any stage, Katie thought she would rather get her bearings again and settle down a little bit before he did. Unfortunately, the pie is peach as well. I don't know, can you have too many peaches? Mary said as she carefully cut the pie. No, it's not possible, Katie said, and both women laughed. I'm real glad you came back, honey. Mary lowered her tone and Katie immediately realized that Arlon must be somewhere in the house. I mean, I'm glad that you didn't let Arlon scare you away last time. No, not at all. And anyway, that's all forgotten now. Yes, he said he'd apologized. I must say, I was relieved to hear it. I could hardly sleep wondering what you must think of us. Oh no, Mary, Katie said and felt a great warmth for the woman. I realized immediately that he wasn't quite ready, so you mustn't worry. And I sure didn't think any the less of you for it, more, if anything. You take real good care of him. I think I told you before that I've known Arlon since he was a boy, Mary said and seemed dewy-eyed with relief and emotion. And it's clear that you care for him like a brother, Katie was whispering too, not wanting to be caught by Arlon in the act of talking about him behind his back. Is he joining us? He knows you're coming, so I reckon he'll come sauntering in at some point. She smiled. At least I hope he will. Yes, me too. You too what? Arlon asked, appearing in the doorway. We were just saying that we hoped you were going to join us, Katie said, thinking that a lie just wouldn't do in that moment. She didn't think for a minute that he'd overheard them, but there was a shrewdness about him, as if he would spot a lie at 1,000 paces. I will if there's enough pie, he said and smiled. He had a nice smile, when he finally gave it, and Katie thought it made him look more his age. Most of the time he looked older, tired and serious, but his wide smile certainly went some way to restoring him to his true age. I think I can spare it, Mary said and rose to her feet to get another plate and a glass. Katie smiled at him as he made his way across the kitchen, determined all the time that she wouldn't look away from him. He still made her feel a little bit uncomfortable with the idea that he was looking for a reaction of some sort from her to his ungainly walk. Still, if they were going to be friends, they would both have to get used to it. Nice day out here, he said, wincing as he sat down. Yes, very warm, Katie said. Is your leg hurting? She asked outright and his eyes widened a little at the question. Yes, a little bit. He smiled, and she was relieved that he hadn't taken offense. She was sure that, had she asked the question days earlier, he would most certainly have been annoyed about it. Doc Brown has given me a whole list of exercises I need to do every day and I've just finished them. And the exercises make it hurt more? Katie stated, suddenly inquisitive. Yes, I suppose they do. He laughed a little at her open curiosity. They take a while as well, so I find myself getting bored halfway through. Well, you need to do all of them, Katie said firmly. Yes, ma'am, he said and performed a humorous little salute. Do you have to do anything else? She went on. I mean, has Doc Brown given you any other advice? Just to keep walking whenever I can. I suppose that helps to build up muscles, doesn't it? Yes. He smiled at her and then looked up at Mary when she placed the pie and peach tea down in front of him. Thank you, Mary. Well, it's a shame David's not here. Mary said. He'd have liked a slice of pie. We won't eat all of it, Mary, Arlon said. And anyway, he's busy, isn't he? There was just the vaguest hint of the old bitterness. Could you not go and help him? Katie said, immediately realizing that she had put her foot in her mouth this time. Mary seemed to tense, becoming almost brittle as if she would break, and Arlon's fork waved in the air halfway between the plate and his mouth. Not really, he said, and finally popped the piece of pie into his mouth. I'm sorry, I know you wouldn't be out on horseback, but you can still go out, Katie said quietly and felt her cheeks suddenly hot with embarrassment. Can't you? How would I get there? He asked and looked at her closely. Oh, don't worry, it's all right. You haven't done anything wrong, Katie. He went on when he realized just how embarrassed she was. Oh, good, she said and let out a great sigh. But I suppose you could get there on the wagon, couldn't you? I mean, you're just fine driving the wagon, aren't you? She went on, determined not to let the last ounces of embarrassment hold her back. If he wanted Katie as a friend, then he would have her. But she would be Katie Lacy, nobody else. The wagon, he said, and set his fork down on the plate before bursting out laughing. I can just see me riding around the ranch on the wagon. Why not? Cross country, he said, and he laughed harder still, once again looking younger. It's the plains, Arlon, not the mountains, Katie said and looked at him with confusion. People come across the Oregon Trail in wagons every year. I'm sure you could manage to get from one end of your ranch to the other one. You know, she has a point, Mary said and began to laugh herself, her eyes shining once again as if seeing her brother-in-law truly amused had made her emotional. You have a kind of plain way of looking at things, don't you? He said, still chuckling although the greater wave of laughter had passed. Looking at things in a plain way makes the world easier, I reckon, she said and shrugged before taking a forkful of just about the best peach pie she had ever tasted. Oh, Mary, this is lovely, she said the moment she had finished chewing and swallowing. Thank you, honey. Who on earth rides around a ranch rounding up cattle with a horse and wagon? Arlon went on, clearly not keen to let go of his amusement just yet. I reckon anyone who has a mind to, and that's all, Katie said firmly. Someone who just wants to try it. Maybe I'll do just that, he said, still chuckling as he finished his pie. Chapter 12. It's not getting any better, is it, Doc? Arlon spoke as he sat slumped in the chair in Dr. Brown's consulting office. Not yet, Arlon, but we've only just begun, haven't we? Doc Brown's gray hair was thick and wild, standing up in rough tufts all over the place, with his eyebrows matching perfectly. Ordinarily, it would have given Arlon some silent, harmless amusement, but his humor seemed to have deserted him again. I've done the exercises every day, just as you said. And you've been rubbing in the salve? I have, despite the god-awful smell. Doc Brown smiled at him sadly. You know what they say, the worse the stuff smells, the better it is for you. Doc leaned back in his chair and laced his hands over his medium-sized paunch. And how much walking are you doing? I guess about a mile a day. In one go? No, I couldn't manage that. I just mean I generally walk about a mile a day going backwards and forwards, taking a walk outside the ranch house, occasionally around town, that kind of thing. I think you need to concentrate on walking a bit more. Don't count the backwards and forward stuff, just the concentrated walking. All right, I sure will give it a go, Arlon said, but felt the determination draining from him. It felt so good in the last days, enjoying life just a little better than he had done when he'd first arrived home. And he knew that his friendship with Katie had a lot to do with it. She really was kind of strange, reticent one minute and oddly direct the next, but she had certainly kept him entertained whenever he'd seen her. And he'd naively thought that his leg would follow suit, that it would somehow keep step with his general mood and improve by degrees just as his mood had done. And so, to hear that all his effort had been in vain was something of a blow. And you're going to need to increase the exercises. Doc Brown went on. Do exactly what you're doing in just the way I told you, but do it twice a day instead of once. Do the whole routine in the morning before you start your day and again mid-afternoon or early evening. Just don't do it right before going to bed, the exercise will keep you awake. The exercises take an hour as it is, Arlon said, and realized he sounded as if he was complaining. Not to mention the fact that they're painful. They're going to be painful until that muscle starts to build. You've been a long time now without using that leg properly, and the muscle has all but disappeared. But it will come back again, I promise you that. Doc Brown was such a kindly man, the only doctor who had ever treated him apart from the desperate medics on the battlefield, and Arlon really did trust him. But it didn't make him feel any better, not then. He just felt dejected. Well, thanks, document. Arlon got to his feet. Come back to me in 4 weeks, I reckon if you stick to it we'll see some progress then. The doctor rose to his feet also and held out his hand for Arlon to shake. Of course, any problems or concerns, come to me before then. I will do. Arlon smiled, wanting the doctor to know that he was appreciative of his kindness however down he felt about the lack of progress. As he clambered up into the wagon outside the doctor's office, he realized that he'd drawn the attention of 1 or 2 people wandering up and down the main street. Only this time, it didn't bother him as it had done before. He certainly didn't enjoy the attention, but neither did he feel diminished by it. Instead, he went about his business, settling himself down on the driver's seat, lifting the reins, and setting off. When he was about halfway home, he drew the wagon to a halt and turned the horse in the other direction altogether. On a whim, he decided to call into the lumberyard and see if Katie was there. If anybody could lift his spirits, he reckoned it was her. And it was beginning to occur to him that she was the only person that he truly didn't mind staring at him anymore. And so, he made his way to the lumberyard, climbing down from the wagon on the flat ground out front and making his way inside. Katie was busy dealing with the customer, weighing out a great brown bag full of nails before dropping it into another brown bag, presumably to stop it splitting, and taking the man's money. Very efficient, Miss Lacy, he said with a smile the moment the man had disappeared. I should think so, he's the first customer we've had all morning. She laughed. But you don't look so happy, Arlon. He was amazed that she had seen it, even though he had opened their conversation with humor and done his best to smile. She really was kind of smart. I've just come from Doc Brown's office, he said. So yes, I'm in kind of a rough mood. Why? What did Doc Brown say? That I'm not getting anywhere with his regimen, so I need to double everything. Well, double the exercises. As far as the walking goes, I just need to stay on my feet for longer. Well, Doc Brown will know best. I'm sure, he said solemnly. But, she said, raising her eyebrows perceptively. I guess I'm just finding it hard to believe that things will get any better than this, he said and looked down at his leg. I was just hoping for something, you know. I haven't seen any improvement myself, but I reckon I thought the doc would see something, however small, and tell me that things were going to come right. But things might come right if you do what he says. After all, how many injured soldiers do you think Doc Brown has treated before? Not many, I reckon. He certainly knows what he's doing, he just needs to tweak the amounts. Just like if he was giving you a sleeping draft or some kind of cure for your belly. Everybody's different, aren't they? Everybody needs different amounts of medicines, so why not exercise? There you go, looking at things plainly again. He laughed, and felt a little better. I suppose so, but I might be right. You never know. She grinned at him and it seemed strangely mischievous. I have been right before on occasion. Well, whether you're right or not, I guess you've cheered me up. That's a start. She laughed. Are the exercises hard? They're exhausting, if I'm honest. And now you have to do twice as many? Morning and late afternoon. You can do it, she said with sudden enthusiasm. I'm sure you can. Maybe, it's just finding the inclination. I mean, it's made no difference so far and I can't help thinking it won't make any difference now, whatever I do. But then you might just as well try it, because you don't actually know. It might work, it might not. Is that what you're saying? That's exactly it. I mean, your leg is just like my rhododendrons, she said, and he felt the air fly out of his lungs as a spasm of laughter seized him. What? What's so funny? She went on, and he laughed all the harder. And just how on earth is my leg anything like your rhododendrons, Katie? He asked, so amused he could hardly believe he'd felt so down before. I mean that I just have to keep trying with my rhododendrons, even though I can't get the conditions right for them. I try a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And what exactly do you try? At the moment, I'm pushing copper tacks into the soil around them. It's supposed to change the alkaline levels. I hope you're not suggesting that as a remedy for my leg. Anything is worth a try, she said with a grin. But what I mean is, I'll just keep trying until I get somewhere. And you keep trying until you get somewhere with your leg. And so, you see, your leg is just exactly like my rhododendrons. As strange and unbelievable as it is, I can't actually find a sensible argument to go against that. I hate to admit that it makes sense, but it does. There, aren't you glad you came in? I sure am. Well, how's your leg right now? She asked and started to untie her apron. I mean, if you are up to it, I could show you my garden. She suddenly became a little unsure of herself, a little self-conscious. It's not far, is it? No, you can see the house from the back of the yard, she said with a smile. It usually only takes me a minute to get home. Then I reckon I'll manage, he said and nodded. Katie dumped her apron on the counter and called out to her daddy in the back that she would be gone for a while. Josh shouted back something unintelligible which Katie clearly understood, and they set off. She managed somehow to walk at the exact pace he needed to go without it seeming awkward or unusual. She just kept his pace naturally, hardly as if she were making an adjustment to her own walking at all. He was pleased, when they got around the back of the lumberyard, to see that the house really was just a stone's throw away. It was a neat house, and rather small. It certainly didn't look as if they had much land around it, although he gathered that the most of Josh's land would have been taken up with his business. But it was a nice house, tidy and well painted with a sturdy little fence all around the outside. And as soon as they reached the gate, he could see that every available space was taken up with shrubs and blooms of every variety. It was a riot of color, some areas seeming to match, with varying shades on a theme. But other areas were simply a bright tribute to nature itself, reds, yellows, bright pinks, all of them side by side. And as he looked down by the side of the house, he could see a row of sunflowers, truly enormous sunflowers, with heads so huge they were like small wagon wheels. And this is all your work, Katie, he said, feeling a little stunned by it all. Yes, it's never been of much interest to my daddy, and I think Mama is just pleased that it looks nice and tidy. So, I get to choose everything that goes in, whatever color I want. Well, this is just about the most beautiful little garden I've ever seen, Katie. And the sunflowers look like a line of soldiers standing to attention first thing in the morning. I love my sunflowers. Even after all these years, they're still my favorite, she said, and stared at them, her gaze softening and a little smile playing on her lips. For a moment, she seemed 100 miles away, lost in nature. And as much as he had never been particularly interested in such things himself, Arlon found himself transfixed by her interest. But it was more than interest, it was like devotion. She seemed as if she were part of nature herself, another bright sunflower standing in amongst so many colors. So, where are these rhododendrons? We should introduce them to my leg. He laughed. Oh yes, come and see, she said sadly, and led him across the garden to where 3 almost leafless twigs poked up from the earth. "Oh dear," he said, trying not to laugh. And he was glad he hadn't, for Katy looked very serious all of a sudden. "As you see, I'm not getting anywhere with them." "Well, you just have to keep trying, remember," he said in a light voice which seemed to bring her back to herself and made her laugh. "Come in and have some coffee," she said, taking his arms suddenly and leading him towards the house. "Well, your ma won't be expecting me, will she? Maybe you should ask first." "No, I don't need to." "Come on," she said simply, and continued to lead him towards the house. Chapter 13. "Mama, this is Arlon," Katy said as the two of them trailed into the kitchen. "Hello, Arlon. Take a seat, honey," Grace Lacy said with a bright smile. "How's Mary?" "I haven't seen her for a week or two." "She's doing really well, Mrs. Lacy. Although, maybe I give her a little extra work now I'm home." He laughed and settled himself down at the kitchen table. Katy sat down next to him, smiling all the while. "Well, you give her my regards, Arlon, and tell her I sure would be glad to see her sometime soon," Grace went on. "Now, I was just doing some bread and butter to take over to Josh. He is a hungry one, he needs feeding several times a day. So, I'll cut a little bit more and make you some coffee to go with it." She smiled and carried on about her business. "Thank you, ma'am," Arlon said and turned to look at Katy. "And that garden of yours sure is nice, Katy. Isn't it?" Grace said with her back to them both as she set a pan of water to boil. "She works real hard out there. Sometimes we lose her for hours and hours and I have to go out and fetch her in to have something to eat." "You're kind of determined, aren't you?" Arlon stated quietly to Katy. "Yes," she said and nodded vigorously. There was something nice and natural about being in that kitchen. It made life seem normal again, just a regular visit to a friend or a neighbor, something he had done many times before he went away. But 3 years of war had erased the niceties of life, and food and drink were something to be taken almost savagely, bolting it down like a dog who didn't know where his next meal was coming from. And more often than not, as the war had ground on, that had been exactly the case. He guessed the war had taken more from him than just his leg. And yet he could feel that sensation of his old self coming back to him again, the sight of the old Arlon out on the horizon somewhere. He realized then that, every time his life took a normal turn, Katy had been with him. There was something in her nature which settled him, and he wasn't entirely sure what it was. Sometimes, she had the open honesty of a child, almost a bluntness about her. And yet she managed to deliver every word sweetly, with the care and forethought of a fully grown woman. "How are you finding things now that you're home again, Arlon? Are you settling in all right?" Grace went on pleasantly. "I guess it's taking some time, but it'll come to me, I reckon. It's a long time to be away." Grace turned back to them brandishing a large plate of freshly cut bread and butter. She set it down on the table and wandered off again, returning with 2 small plates which she put in front of them. "Get started, coffee won't be long." And she set off again. "Even though your leg hurts so bad, you don't regret it, do you?" Katy asked, her question so out of the blue that his mouth fell open. "I mean, everything you did was good and selfless. Fighting for others, I mean." "Ah, but I didn't finish what I started, did I?" he said a little awkwardly. "Because the war is still going?" Katy said and reached out for a slice of bread and butter. "Yes, I didn't exactly see it through, did I?" "I don't think that's the point, Arlon," she said without elaborating. And everything I'm reading lately suggests that it won't be long now. It's almost at the end, and it looks as if it will end right. Katie, leave him be, Grace said gently. As Katie thoughtfully chewed her bread and butter, her mother turned around to give Arlon a brief and apologetic look. No, it's fine, Mrs. Lacy. I don't mind Katie asking me anything. He smiled reassuringly, and Grace looked relieved. I must admit, I wish I had got to the end of it. But wishing doesn't make it so, otherwise I'd still have 2 good working legs and be able to ride out on the ranch on a horse instead of in the wagon. You been out on the ranch? In the wagon? Katie put her bread and butter down and looked at him excitedly. Did it work? I told you it would work. Yes, it works. Although some of the ranch hands looked a little bit confused by it all. People get used to things, Katie said simply. And like you said to me, it doesn't matter as long as you're enjoying what you're doing. If you're doing what you want to do, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, does it? Did I say that? He asked and laughed, Grace joining in. Yes, you did. I reckon I'm smarter than I thought I was, he said, and Grace, setting down coffees in front of them, joined them at the table. All in all, Arlon had enjoyed his time with Katie and Grace and was glad that he'd turned the wagon around and sought her out. If he hadn't done that, he would have carried on home, sullen and dejected, determined that life really was thoroughly miserable after all. Won't your daddy be wondering where you've gotten to? He queried when he'd thanked Grace for the food and he and Katie were outside in the garden once again. No, he doesn't mind if I wander off. Katie laughed. He's used to it, I reckon. Thanks, Katie. He began. I mean, for listening and taking an interest. I sure was in a mean kind of mood when I left Doc Brown's office. Even his enormous eyebrows didn't amuse me like they normally would. Oh, goodness. Katie laughed unguardedly, her eyes wide with amusement. He really does have wild eyebrows. Oh, but he is such a nice man. He sure is. At least his eyebrows are pleasing you now, even if they didn't at the time. I guess. He laughed. But I reckon that you cheered me up enough to see it. And your ma is a real nice lady too. Thank you. Katie smiled a little shyly. Despite the fact that he hadn't done a lot of walking that day, Arlon's leg was hurting him badly. His limp became more pronounced and he began the walk back to the wagon much more slowly than before. Are you in pain? Katie asked. Yes, I am a little. It kind of looks like a lot, she said with that sweet bluntness he was coming to like. All right, a lot, he said and laughed. Doc Brown should have told you to get a stick to walk with. He did. But you don't have one. No, he said, laughing at her earnest expression as he took another painful step. But why? Because I don't want one. Why? She said and winced despite her determined questions. I'm sorry, it's not my business, but it would definitely make it easier for you. I mean, you could lean some of your weight on the stick so that it doesn't all fall on your bad leg every time you pick the good one up. I think, she said and peered down at him, scowling in thought rather than curiosity. You're right, it would work just like you said. He looked at her and shrugged. But I guess I've just gotten a little stubborn these last few months. It's like my brain won't let me take that kind of help. I hate to keep saying why, but here goes. Why? She grinned, and Arlon realized it felt good to talk about it. It wasn't much of a revelation as far as the things which crawled about his mind went, but still it was more than he'd given up before. Because it would be like admitting I'm never going to get any better than this. It would be like I was content to settle into my life as a man who's been crippled by his injuries. Even though it wouldn't change anything. I mean, your recovery isn't really going to depend on a thin slice of wood, is it? It's not like it's a curse or something, it's just a stick. Tell that to my brain. I would if I thought your brain would listen. I mean, if it won't listen to you, I don't reckon it'll listen to me either. She laughed. I don't know so much. He took another step and winced, sweat breaking out on his brow. I mean, I am writing about the ranch on the wagon now. Use me as a stick, she said, and suddenly bobbed under his right arm, tucking herself in tight against him. You can lean as much as you want. It won't be any harder than helping Daddy shift lumber when we get a big order in. Thank you. Despite his pride, leaning against her certainly did make it easier to walk, and she was surprisingly strong for her size. Although, if you could not compare me to lumber, I sure would be grateful. I can do that. She laughed. So, how is the wagon working out? Are you getting a way of doing things out on the ranch now? She continued to chatter happily as they made their way. The first few steps had been the most ungainly, but both of them were finding their stride now, falling into sync with one another. Maybe a stick really would help? I can't say I've done real well yet. I haven't tried herding cattle in the wagon. I didn't want to give the ranch hands too much to laugh at. He chuckled. But it's kept me out of the house and out on the plains, and I reckon I'm real pleased about that. And I'm pleased to hear it, she said, and he tried hard not to think about her soft curves as they leaned against one another. He couldn't go from being angry and sullen with her 1 minute to falling head over heels the next. It was too erratic and impossible. But David was happy to see me out there. Once he was over the shock of it, that is. I made quite a sight out there, even the cattle looked sideways at me. Still, I reckon I'm used to that. In the end, we're all just cattle. They were nearly back at the wagon now, and Katie sounded a little out of breath. Arlon realized with a jolt that he was beginning to wish the walk back to the wagon was just a little longer. Well, that was a first. And cattle have no shame. They don't give up, they just keep staring. Oh. Katie was laughing hard. You're making me laugh and it's taking away my strength. Sorry, I'll be sensible. It's too late. All I can see now is the whole herd staring at you with confused looks. She continued to laugh as they reached the wagon, and they both leaned on it for support. I sure am glad we made it. She continued breathlessly. Me too. He was already getting his own breath back as he leaned on the wagon, wondering how on earth he would get up into it with any measure of grace at all. I guess you should leave me to it from here. It's kind of awkward getting up into the wagon, and I don't reckon I want you to see it, he said, the truth rolling out of him without any hope of stopping it. All right, she said without any hint of hurt. I'll just go on back into the lumberyard, she said, and straightened up, no longer leaning on the wagon. Before you go, he said when she looked set to wander away. You could call over to the ranch any time you liked. I mean, if you weren't busy and all. I know Mary would be real pleased to see you. He felt suddenly a little exposed, like a man standing on the very edge of a high cliff, hoping a stiff breeze wouldn't be all that was needed to see him falling through the air. I'd like that, Arlon, she said with a broad smile. I'll be sure to come by. Good. He looked up at the wagon again. Well, I'll leave you to get in the wagon in peace, she said, and turned to go. I guess I'll see you soon. Yeah, see you soon, Katie. He watched her leave, all the way to the door of the lumberyard. He really hadn't wanted the morning to end. He was having such a fine time. What a transformation after his visit to Doc Brown. How normal he felt, even though a young woman had just helped him to walk the way Katie had. In the end, maybe normal was just going to be something different from now on. It might not be what was normal for him before, but maybe it was something he could live with. As he hauled himself up into the wagon, he truly hoped she couldn't see him. But she was a woman of her word, he was sure of that. She was probably perched on her huge wooden barrel behind the counter again, already scouring the pages of her book to see if there was a single thing she could do to rescue her ailing rhododendrons. He laughed to himself as he got settled in his seat. Katie Lacy really was a bit different. Real unusual. But unusual in a way which made her interesting. Unusual in a way that made him want to find out more. So, maybe he really would let her in, at least to let her be his friend. She didn't pity him, she wasn't nosy, she was just caring and strangely honest. And beautiful. He could see that now that his annoyance had gone. Katie Lacy was really beautiful. Chapter 14. I wish I hadn't agreed to come here again, Katie said solemnly. You know I don't enjoy it. I don't think it's the barn dance you don't enjoy, is it? Janet said and looked crestfallen. No, it isn't. But look at Todd, he hasn't stopped staring at me all night and it's exhausting. I can't stand the feeling of being stared at. Once again, Katie thought of Arlon and how draining it must be for him at times. But he seemed to be getting along better lately, especially the more time they spent together, and she was certain that he was already a very different man from the one who had sneered at her outside the diner and growled at her over the dinner table. Just ignore him. Janet, that's easier said than done. I wish he'd stare at you instead. So do I, then Jimmy would go over and frighten the life out of him. That would put an end to it. Janet said and started to laugh. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin your night. And I really did enjoy dancing with you and Jimmy. You turned down a fair few fine-looking young men tonight, honey. I don't want to dance with any of them, Janet, Katie said with a sigh. And I don't want to talk about it. Just believe me when I tell you that they are not for me. I know they're not, Janet said mischievously. And I reckon I know who is. Janet was using the sort of tone that little Kyle and Jane used on one another when they were teasing, and it made Katie laugh. Oh, do you? She said and felt her cheeks reddening. Mama tells me that you're something of a regular guest over there these days. Over where? Katie said tantalizingly. At the Bryant place, you know very well what I mean. Although Janet was 12 years older, when she embarked on this kind of conversation, she might just as well have been a girl of 16. She was so excited about romance, even somebody else's, and Katie thought it made her all the lovelier. I'm just trying to be a friend to Arlon, that's all. And I'm sure he appreciates it, honey. I appreciate it too. It feels like a long time since I had a friend. Oh, Katie. Janet said sadly. No, I'm not feeling sorry for myself, I'm just saying a fact, Katie said honestly. But it still feels nice to have a friend who listens. And we can talk about all sorts of things that I couldn't imagine talking to my old friends about. What kind of things? About how the war is going on and how we think it's going to end. That sounds like kind of a morose conversation, Katie, Janet said cautiously. Maybe, but somebody needs to talk about it. I suppose Arlon's been through all sorts of things that would finish off the rest of us, Janet said and looked clear across the barn to where Jimmy was in the line to get them some fruit punch. I think so. I mean he's bound to have been, but he doesn't really say anything about that. Katie shrugged. Maybe I should ask him. Maybe that should be one of the times where you don't ask something outright. Janet reached out and took her hand. Some things are too hard to talk about unless a person is really ready. You might have to wait for him to offer something rather than ask. Really? Katie asked, thinking that she still had so much to learn about the world, about people. She hadn't really meant to isolate herself as long as she had, it had just happened. It hadn't been a purposeful thing, it was just the way it was. She was just being herself. And being herself hadn't always appealed to others, at least not until now. Trust me. Janet smiled. I suppose I have things in common with Arlon. I've always been a little bit different, not quite the same as everybody else, you know, not what people are expecting. And now Arlon is probably feeling the same, just for different reasons. People stare at him because of the way he walks, their curiosity just getting the better of them. People stare at me sometimes, wondering why I'm not making what they think is the best of being pretty. Wondering why I'm different, why I spend my time alone gardening or reading. I suppose it's just easier when you finally meet somebody in the same kind of circumstances. Well, not the same, but you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean, and I'm glad you two have kind of found one another. Janet leaned in close. And I always thought young Arlon was kind of handsome too. I guess, Katie said and thought about it for a moment. He is, but I don't think that concerns him much. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't think he's handsome anymore, now that he's injured. I reckon that would be an easy thing to think. Maybe you should tell him that he's handsome. Janet shrugged. I don't think so, Janet, Katie said incredulously. I don't think he'd welcome that any more than I would. I'd be like Todd, wouldn't I? No, you wouldn't be anything like Todd Garner, Janet said and laughed so hard that her eyes shone. For heaven's sake. What? Telling somebody you know and like well that they are good-looking isn't an insult, Katie. It's nice to compliment people. She was still laughing. You really are so strange. There is a difference between being shallow and being honest. You've taken the time to get to know Arlon, it's nothing like Todd. Todd wouldn't give two hoots for what a girl was like, what she thought, what she wanted in the world. He only cares about how she looks, and I completely understand why it is you wouldn't think twice about him. But it's not his compliments which make him distasteful, it's his motives. Oh, I see, Katie said and quietly concluded that her sister actually had a point. Oh, for heaven's sake, talk of the devil and he's sure to come sauntering across the barn, Janet said with a grimace. Where is my husband when he's needed? What? Katie said and then fell silent when she followed her sister's gaze to Todd, who had got up from the hay bale from which he had determinedly stared at her for more than an hour and made his way over. What about a dance, Katie? He said, his thick eyebrows dipped and intense and his smile wide and insincere. I've already had a dance, thank you, she said simply. Who with? With my sister, if it's any of your business, she said, annoyed at the idea that he thought he had a right to question her. All right, Snappy, he said and started to laugh. You can't come to a barn dance and only dance with your sister. Not when you've made yourself up all nice and pretty. Why not? Katie asked and knew that her simplicity often made her appear obstructive to others. Not that she minded on this occasion, since she thought it would work in her favor. You sure do look pretty tonight, Katie. He persisted, giving her what he likely thought was an appreciative stare. But to Katie, it felt intrusive. He looked her over from head to toe, towering over her as she sat on the bale of hay feeling uncomfortable and somewhat humiliated. "Well, thank you, that's kind of you to say," she said in a brittle tone. "But I still don't want to dance with you, Todd." "I don't know, Janet. What's wrong with your sister?" he probed, trying to hide his annoyance behind a forced humorous expression. "There's not a thing in the world wrong with my sister, Todd. She just doesn't want to dance, that's all," Janet said firmly. "Oh, at last, here comes Jimmy with our drinks." "Some other time then, Katie." Todd shrugged and slouched away. Why does he not just listen? Because he's not the sort of man girls generally say no to. It's getting the better of him, that's all. But don't worry, he'll see somebody else and move along. Janet reached up to take her drink from Jimmy. "Thank you, honey, but what on earth took you?" "You're welcome," Jimmy said humorously and rolled his eyes at Katie until she started to laugh. "I think you're coming at the cattle too fast, Arlon." "You're getting them skittish," David said and smiled. "I know, I can see it in their eyes," Arlon said, and was pleased when his brother laughed loudly. "Come on, let's take a little break. Mary packed us something." David jumped down from his horse and rooted around in the saddlebag, producing a brown paper parcel. "Bread and cheese, I think," he said, holding it aloft triumphantly. "She's a good woman." "I'm hungrier than I realized," Arlon said, patting his belly. "Am I coming up to you, or are you coming down?" David stood at the side of the wagon and looked up at his brother. "I reckon I'll come down. I think I could do to stand up for a little while," he said and slid quickly down from the wagon. Now that he was overcoming his embarrassment, Arlon had given himself time to work out the best way of getting into and out of the wagon. No longer did he scramble in the hopes that he could be seated before anyone noticed him. Instead, he took his time in a way which actually, in the end, made the whole process not only simpler, but quicker. For the last couple of weeks, Arlon had made a real attempt to put the wagon to better use out on the ranch. He'd even been rumbling about on his own, stopping here and there about the perimeter and mending fencing as he had always done before. Sure, everything took twice as long now that he had to keep climbing up and down, but he felt so much different now that he had a purpose again, even if their Saturday afternoon attempts to use the wagon to herd cattle could have gone better. But even in the face of small failures, Arlon was beginning to see the funny side. And he realized too that the easier he was with himself, the easier David was with him. Could it really be that he had been the one making things difficult between them? His bitterness on display making David bite his tongue rather than say the wrong thing? It certainly seemed that way. "Here you go," David said, thrusting a great lump of bread into his hands no sooner he was down. He was pleased that David never tried to help him, letting him just do what he needed to do in his own way. He'd never told him as much, he just expected him to somehow know that he was grateful. No doubt in the same way that David had expected him to know that he cared. Either way, Arlon felt like a brother again. They weren't exactly back to where they were before, but 3 years had passed, and a lot had happened. But he was feeling the old camaraderie growing day by day, and it was making him feel as if life was coming back into his control again. "Thanks," Arlon said and took a bite. "We'll have another go at it after we've eaten. I reckon the cattle are softening towards you in the wagon. They'll get used to it." David sat down on the ground and spread the parcel out on the grass. As Arlon ate, he paced a little up and down, giving his legs some exercise. He'd been up in the wagon for a couple of hours and he wanted to loosen up a bit before he got back up into it again. "I reckon that's the trick to everything. Just getting used to it," Arlon said through a mouthful of bread. "And is that what you're doing now? Getting used to it?" David asked and sounded a little uncertain. Yes, I think I am. Arlon spoke brightly, keen to make David feel at his ease. I suppose I couldn't have been angry at the world forever. It's no more or less than anybody else would have been, I'm sure of it. Don't go beating yourself up now. David picked up the large chunk of cheese from the parcel and made to take a bite out of it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's for both of us. Arlon said and hurriedly limped back over to where his brother sat. The cheese paused in midair. I was going to share it. He objected humorously. Well, can you share it before you bite it? I don't want my half having your big old teeth marks in it. That'd just put me off. Arlon was pleased to see how his humorous outburst was affecting his brother. Geez. When did you get so sensitive? He laughed and broke the cheese in half, holding out Arlon's piece. When you were a kid, you used to eat ants. You weren't so fussy back then. No, I didn't. Arlon began to pace again, realizing just how much he was enjoying himself. You did. When you were 6 or 7, you used to sit on the ground watching the ants going this way and that. And then you'd just reach out and pluck one of the poor devils up and pop it right into your mouth. Ask Mary if you don't believe me. Did I really? Arlon said and laughed. You sure did. Back in the days when you didn't care about teeth marks in cheese and such the like. Everything felt suddenly familiar. Their ridiculous conversation was just exactly of the type they'd always had before. Day in day out, the two brothers had made one another laugh, finding common ground despite the difference in their ages. The feeling of being a square peg in a round hole had suddenly lifted, and Arlon was just back at home again. He really was home. He was different, but this was home nonetheless. He wandered a little further away in the pretense of exercise, blinking hard at the tears in his eyes. The emotion was sudden and strong, welcome and unwelcome all at once. So, is Katie coming around after church tomorrow? David called out to Arlon's departing back. I don't know, he said, only turning around once he'd gained full control of himself again. But I reckon so. She's becoming a regular feature here, isn't she? David said, and Arlon knew he was testing the water. She's certainly here more than my old friends. Given that they never come, that is. Arlon shrugged and, despite his words, was determined not to slide back into his old, bitter ways. She sure is a nice girl. It was clear that David was trying to edge Arlon into a somewhat deeper conversation. Katie? Yeah, she's real nice. Kind of strange, but nice. Arlon laughed in an offhand way, hoping to divert the conversation he knew was coming. She seems to like you too. David went on artlessly and Arlon didn't know whether to be amused or annoyed. Yes, we get along just fine. She's a good friend. Arlon nodded firmly and hoped that would somehow put an end to it. Maybe you'd want her to be a bit more than a friend though, one day, Arlon. Come on, David, he said and walked back over to where his brother sat, gently lowering himself down onto the ground knowing that at least David was there to help him up afterwards. What? I'm only asking. David shrugged. What's wrong with that? She's a nice girl, isn't she? She is a nice girl. And that's it, she's a girl. You're not trying to say she's too young for you, are you? David questioned and laughed. What is she, 18? You're only 26, 8 years isn't so much. Maybe it's too much for me, he said and wished that David would just leave it. What's the matter, really? Nothing. Arlon was beginning to get terse. I know you, you're my brother. I know you well enough to know when you like a girl. All right, I do like her, Arlon said, giving in finally. More than like her. He shook his head and threw the last corner of his bread back down into the parcel. That's not really the point, is it? If that's not the point, I don't know what is. David looked suitably confused. Katie is a great girl, kind, clever, and beautiful. Now, what would a girl like that want with a man like me? Dragging my leg around from here to the end of my life, clattering about the ranch on a wagon, for God's sake. I'm sorry, I thought you were kind of coming to terms with that, David said and looked downcast and worried as if he had made a grave mistake. No, I'm sorry, David. And I'm not angry about the wagon, sometimes not even about my leg anymore. It's probably just the idea that it's impossible, you know? I can't let Katie throw her life away on someone like me. And let's be honest, she only ever came here to help, to be my friend. I'm not going to start twisting and turning now and trying to pity her into something more. It's not right, she deserves better. Well, I might be biased, but I don't reckon there's a better man in all of Oregon than you. David shrugged. But I'm only your brother. Yes, I think you might be biased, Arlon said and laughed. But you have to see it from my point of view. I can't let myself lean on her to that extent. I'm not going to prey on her kind-hearted and good nature. Have it your own way. But what if it turns out that she feels the same way about you? David said and reached for the last slice of bread and butter. Well, if that little piece of storytelling ever comes true, I promise to rethink. But in the meantime, I think I'll concentrate on how on earth I'm going to round up this germless herd of cattle with the wagon, he said, making his brother laugh and effectively putting an end to the conversation. Chapter 15. He's in the sitting room, Katie, go right on in, Mary said when Katie appeared at the kitchen door. Mary was mixing something in a bowl, which smelled sweet, and Katie nursed a secret hope that she was going to make the little cakes that she had made one Sunday after church. They were delicious, and Katie had helped herself to more than one. Thank you, Mary, Katie said, peering into the bowl on her way past. When she wandered into the sitting room, it was to see Arlon laying squarely in the middle of the rug on his back, staring up at the ceiling. She stopped in the doorway for a moment, wondering if she really ought to proceed. After all, he wasn't exactly ready to receive visitors in the ordinary way. Katie, he said, tipping his head back to look up at her. What are you doing? She said, crossing the room and leaning over to peer into his face. I'm doing my exercises, he said flatly. No, you're not. You're not doing anything. You're just lying there, Katie said, and he laughed. I reckon I'm just tired of doing them is all, he said and sighed. Katie knelt at his side on the rug to make conversation a little easier and studied him for a moment. There was an air about him today, as if he'd slid back just a little and she could sense that he was feeling dejected. But they are helping, she said quietly. Aren't they? Maybe. Well, your walking is different. Better. I don't know, I don't think I'm seeing a change. He turned his head and looked at her fully. His bright blue eyes looked sad, a little defeated, and Katie hadn't seen him look so downcast for a long time. The truth was, she thought he'd turned a corner some way back, and she was surprised to see him look so sullen. But do you think so? He asked and raised his eyebrows and smiled, although she was certain that he was only doing so for her benefit. You don't have to smile to make me smile, Katie said and shifted a little awkwardly on the rug. If you're feeling bad, if you're kind of down, you can just say it. I'm not going to run away, am I? Really? He grinned. Of course not, I've heard worse from you, she said, trampling over the tender moment unintentionally, as she often did. All right, I give in, he said and laughed. I feel better already. What are you laughing at? She said and squinted at him. Never mind, he said and sat up. Are your exercises giving you pain today? No, not really. Then why aren't you doing them? I don't know. Maybe I'm bored? I know it's only an hour, but it seems to stretch ahead of me for about a mile, you know? Well, maybe you need something else to take your mind off it, she said and got to her feet and wandered around the room for a minute. What are you looking for? A book. What book? Any book? At least one that you would like. My books are all in my room, he said and began to get to his feet. Why? Do you want me to go and get you one? No, stay where you are. I'll go, if you like. Or I'll ask Mary to. She stood there in the middle of the room wondering if she had overstepped the mark. Through the kitchen and at the very end of the hall, Katie. He shrugged. Help yourself. As Katie walked back to the kitchen, she hurriedly explained to Mary where she was going, almost asking for her permission. But Mary just smiled and nodded, and so Katie went on her way, wandering down the hall until she reached the door at the end. She opened it slowly, peering in as if Arlon himself might be there. She knew he wasn't, of course, but she had the sudden sense of stepping into his private world. His room was neat and orderly, the bed made, and all in all very different from what she had been expecting. But then he'd been a soldier, hadn't he? Looking out for himself and doing for himself had very likely become part and parcel of his everyday life. There was a small bookcase in the room, just 3 shelves high but full to capacity with books. And on the top were pamphlets and publications, The Liberator included. But she was looking for something a little more easygoing, light-hearted even. When she finally spotted The Count of Monte Cristo, a battered and clearly well-read little volume, she snatched it up with a smile. Who didn't like The Count of Monte Cristo? It was a wonderful story full of excitement, just the thing to keep him entertained while he worked through his exercises. And it was a long book too. It would probably last them a good while if he let her read it to him. With the book tucked under her arm, Katie turned to leave. But before she took a step, she turned back and looked at the bed, neatly made with a dark patchwork quilt laid squarely over the top. That was where he laid his head every night, the place he closed his eyes and finally went to sleep. By instinct, Katie took a step towards it and reached out, laying her hand on the pillow. She let her hand stay there for a moment or two, as if she could feel him there, or leave her mark somehow to let him know that she cared. But when she heard the familiar sounds of Mary working away in the kitchen, Katie sharply withdrew her hand and hurried out of his room, closing the door behind her. You're going to what? Arlon said, still sitting up in the middle of the rug and staring at her. Read to you, Katie said and held out the book in front of her, almost brandishing it. The Count of Monte Cristo, to be precise. Oh, I like that, he said, losing the thread of the conversation for a moment. But why? I know how to read to myself. He was still confused. Yes, but not while you're doing your exercises, Katie said and looked at him with that little flash of exasperation that almost always made him laugh. Katie seemed to be at her most exasperated when he didn't respond to something that she had only vaguely explained. And now was no different. I see, he said, in the tone of a man who clearly did not see at all. All right, Katie said with a sigh and sat down on one of the dark-covered armchairs. You are bored doing your exercises, right? Yes. So, I will keep you entertained while you're doing them. By reading to me, he said, the penny finally dropping. By reading to you. Katy repeated and slowly shook her head from side to side. I'm sure I made it obvious. Only obvious to you, Katy, he said and chuckled. In the weeks since Katy had been coming to see him, and he had been visiting her at the lumberyard or in her ma's kitchen, the two of them really had developed something of a bond. While Katy had a different sort of sense of humor from his brother David, she still had a sense of humor, and there was a strange kind of camaraderie between them, the kind that didn't always exist between men and women. He knew it was a special thing, something to be grateful for. After all, her unusual way of looking at the world at times had been one of the things which had lifted his spirits more than anything. He ought to have known that very first day, when she had come to him outside the diner with such a frank apology, that she was not an everyday kind of girl. She was different, clearly different. But she was unapologetically herself, and Arlon couldn't help but admire that, especially in one who was so young and seemingly without much experience in the world. But ever since his conversation with his brother, Arlon had silently admitted to himself that he really did secretly want something a little stronger between them. But he wondered if the closeness they had developed would somehow keep them apart. Perhaps they were now too familiar with one another for a romance to develop. Still, those were the thoughts he had on his good days. On every other day, he realized that their closeness was neither here nor there. He wasn't about to let her know how he felt. He wasn't going to put her in that position. And more than anything, he didn't want to lose her. For a man like him, one so broken, to approach a girl like her would surely frighten her witless, make her run faster than anything else could have done. If he wanted to keep her in his world, Arlon knew that he would have to bury those burgeoning feelings of longing deeper and deeper the more they grew. On the 24th of February, 1810, the lookout at Notre Dame de la Garde signaled the three-master. Then she began to read loudly. Wait a minute, he said and laid down on the rug again. I haven't started yet. Just do it in your own time, Arlon. It's not like I'm going to get to the end of this book in an hour, is it? No, I suppose not, Arlon said and chuckled. All right, carry on. On the 24th of February, 1810, the lookout at Notre Dame de la Garde signaled the three-master. Wait a minute, you've already done that bit, he said, feeling lighthearted again and thinking that he probably would get through his torturous exercises with ease now. I know, but I hadn't got to the end of the sentence. I can't just begin in the middle of a sentence, it feels wrong, she said and shook her head, her eyes narrowed in an almost schoolmistress fashion. All right, have it your own way, he said. He looked down at himself, his leg, clad in heavy cotton trousers, looked as it had always done as it lay there. It looked straight and just the same as its neighbor, as if it ought to work properly. For a moment, he imagined a day when he really could be up on horseback again. It took him by surprise, and he closed his eyes to picture himself out there on the ranch, sitting astride a horse. But it wasn't as if he was watching himself, but more like he really was sitting on a horse. He could see his thighs and knees, the saddle, the reins in his hands, the back of the horse's long neck and proud head. He could feel the cool morning air on his skin and stared out across the plains at the rising sun in the distance. He wasn't just imagining that moment, he was in it. On the 24th of February, 1810, the lookout at. Oh, Arlon? Are you all right? She broke off. Yes, I am. You're not worrying about, well, doing exercises with me here, are you? She said shyly, and he finally opened his eyes. No, it wasn't that at all. Are you sure? Because sometimes I don't always know if what I'm doing is right. My sister, Janet, says sometimes I should wait before just going ahead, you see, and I reckon I've been thinking about that lately. Maybe I don't do that. Wait, I mean, she said, and her pretty cheeks were bright pink. Katie, just be you, he said and smiled at her. Don't worry about if you're doing or saying something in a different way, at odds with how somebody else might do it, just be you. Oh, well. She looked down for a moment. Thank you. You're welcome. He grinned at her. Am I going to get this story or not? In a minute, she said and looked up at him again. Oh lordy, have you thought of something else? He said, teasing her, trying to make her laugh. No, I just wondered what the matter was. What were you doing? I was just remembering what it was like to be up on a horse. It was strange really, I reckon, because I kind of felt like I was. With my eyes closed, you know, I thought I was outside and it was early morning, sunny and bright, a little bit cold. Anyway, I was just riding my horse the same as I'd always done, like nothing had ever happened. I think you have to just keep believing that you will do again one day. As simple as that? No, not as simple as that. But if you try it, it might just keep you doing the exercises. That and your reading, of course. If I ever get past the first sentence, yes. I know I'm teasing you, Katie, but I'm real appreciative. You know, reading to me and all. Knowing you, you've probably already read that book 100 times and know it word by word. I don't mind, I like this book. And you're right, you do need to believe in something, he said and took a deep breath before raising his right leg as straight as he could from the floor. I reckon I used to do something along those lines when I was out there, in battle, you know. He lowered his leg again and rested it for a moment before lifting it again. After all his debilitating embarrassment and pride, now he was ready for Katie to see him struggling, if she cared to look. He was ready to be honest, to stop hiding. You did, she said, setting the book down on her lap and looking at him with interest. I did, he said and lowered his leg again. When things were at their worst, when we were really in the thick of it, I used to sometimes imagine myself back here. Just sitting in that chair where you are now, but like I was really sitting in it. Not looking at myself, but actually being there. Well, if it got you home, I reckon it might get you up on horseback. You're always so sure, aren't you? No, not always, she said, and her expression was suddenly unreadable. Well, am I going to get to hear about the Count or not? On the 24th of February, 1810, she began again, and Arlon continued his exercises in earnest. Chapter 16. Here you go, honey, Grace said as she bustled out of the kitchen and into the garden carrying a tall glass of peach tea. You've been out here for so long and it's so hot. She went on in the motherly tone that always made Katie feel small and protected. Thank you, Mama, she said and looked up with a smile as she reached out for the glass. Don't be out here all day, will you? It's just too hot, Grace said again, hands on hips this time. I won't, I promise. Well, I'll be watching you from the kitchen window, you just think about that. Grace nodded and wandered off, leaving Katie laughing, thinking her ma had just managed to make her care sound like a threat. It was true, Katie had already been out in the garden for more than an hour, realizing just how many weeds needed pulling up. She hadn't been in the garden as much lately, spending such a lot of her time with Arlon these days. But the summer had had its fair share of rain, and not only were the plants thriving, the weeds were too. Katie had started down the side of the house first, freeing her precious sunflowers from the choking effects of the weeds that were growing up around their ankles. The sunflowers were taller than her, the biggest ones she'd ever grown, and she looked up at them, smiling into their big yellow faces. And as she'd moved on into the front part of the garden, Katy had realized just how much time she would need to spend out there to get things straight again. She had neglected her little garden in favor of a new friend, although she didn't regret knowing Arlon at all. Far from it, even as she pulled up weeds, she thought about him. She had been going over there to the Bryant ranch almost every day, finishing work a little early so that she might ride over there and continue reading the Count of Monte Cristo while Arlon, fresh from his work on the ranch, worked through his exercises. As she read, she occasionally watched him out of the corner of her eye and had seen, day by day, how his range of movement had improved. Surely, that could only be on account of his muscle strengthening, of the exercises working. Only Katy didn't like to say it, in case Arlon couldn't yet perceive the improvement himself. She didn't want to get him thinking in a way that would have him dejected once more. And she would have given anything to see him up on a horse, not because she thought that was what he ought to do, but because she knew it would make him happy. When he told her how he'd imagined that very thing, it had almost brought her to tears. She'd had to concentrate really hard on reading the book to keep her emotion at bay. The way they got along now, she could hardly believe he was the same man she had chastised so fervently at the gate when she had marched angrily away from the Bryant ranch so many weeks before. He'd changed so much, he'd worked so hard to overcome the bitterness that must surely come to any man in the same circumstances. But when she thought that, just 10 months before, he had been far away and uninjured, she realized just how far he'd come. She felt emotional again and shook her head, turning her attention back to the weeding once again. Katy knew that she was falling for him, that she'd come to think of him as more than a friend. But she also knew how different she was, and how unlikely it was that Arlon would ever think of her romantically. She would have to be satisfied with his friendship, she was sure of it. But that didn't stop imagining him asleep in his room at night, laying his head down on the pillow she had touched. When Katy moved along the garden to the next strong growth of weeds, she stared wide-eyed in amazement at the rhododendrons. She had neglected them for weeks, not checking to see how burying the copper tacks had changed them. But they were thriving, at least twice the size they had been and, unbelievably, full of beautiful deep waxy green leaves. There were no flowers, no buds, but she knew she couldn't expect that so early on. But that didn't matter, not a bit. They had finally come good, and that was the whole point. And suddenly, it seemed such a significant thing. She'd likened Arlon's leg to her rhododendrons once, much to his amusement, and it was suddenly so important for her to tell him all about it. She hurriedly drank down her ma's peach tea, hiccuping as she ran back towards the house to tell her mother she was going out. "Where to?" Grace had said, looking at her perplexed. "I'm just going over to the Bryant's place. I need to tell Arlon about my rhododendrons." "Honey, I reckon that makes more sense in your world than mine," Grace said and shook her head, laughing quietly to herself as her daughter tore out of the house again. Arlon hadn't been out on the ranch that morning, despite David trying to tempt him out of the house with the idea that they would have another go at cattle herding with the wagon. He'd been attacking Doc Brown's exercises with so much gusto in the last weeks, his thigh muscle had finally begun to protest wildly. He'd been limping badly all morning and was glad that he had the house to himself so that he could grumble and grimace in private. Realizing he hadn't applied any of Doc Brown's soothing salve for days, he went in search of it. Once found, he hobbled into the sitting room with the dark green bottle and settled himself down on the armchair. Just a short walk backward and forward had been enough to make the sweat break out on his forehead and back once again, his muscles stinging unbearably. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back on the chair for a moment, breathing deeply and fighting an urge to feel sorry for himself. "Come on, Arlon," he said to himself in an angry attempt to snap out of it. He leaned forward and began to roll up the leg of his brown corduroy trousers. They were loose enough to expose the thigh muscle and allow him to apply the thick, cold liquid. He sucked in his breath, it really was cold, and shuddered a little before he began to gently rub the salve into his skin. He winced immediately, the muscle felt angry, inflamed, and he couldn't just roughly rub the salve in as he ordinarily would. "Are you all right?" Katie's voice startled him, and he looked round sharply to see her standing in the doorway of the sitting room. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you jump. I passed Mary and Jason on my way here. She said they were going to town and I should just come in." She looked apologetic. "Oh, no, that's all right. No problem." He smiled but felt, for the first time in a long time, that he wanted her to just go. He didn't want to hastily roll down his trouser leg and give himself away for feeling ashamed. But he didn't want her to look either, to see the devastated skin and muscle, for he really was embarrassed by it. It was strange, it was his leg, and he'd even begun to grow used to the sight of it himself as the months had rolled by. But nobody else had seen it, apart from Doc Brown, and he felt himself sliding backwards, like the self-conscious young man stumbling into the church with everybody's eyes on him. "You don't look so well. Is it very painful?" She seemed timid, as if she could see his discomfort both physical and emotional and now didn't know whether to stay or run. "It is. I didn't go out onto the ranch today, the muscle is kind of sore." "Well, very sore," he said, feeling somehow paralyzed, stuck where he was, salve bottle in one hand as he stared back at her. "I suppose it's because you've done so much exercise. You've been working really hard and you're getting some movement back. Maybe that is why your muscle is so sore," she said, and wandered further into the room, her eyes on his leg now. "No, Katie," he said quietly and closed his eyes. Don't look." "Why not?" she said, but he could not find an answer for her. Even with his eyes closed, he could almost feel her crossing the room to where he was and knew that she could see his tortured leg clearly now. She did not say a word, nothing, before he felt her fingers closing around the bottle of salve he was still holding, gently taking it from him. He kept his eyes closed, his heart aching with a pain he could never have described. And then he felt her cool skin on his leg as she gently began to massage the salve into his thigh muscle with her fingers. She was so gentle, causing him no pain whatsoever. She made little circular motions with her fingertips, and he felt the muscle which had been tight and unyielding slowly giving in under her touch, becoming suppler, letting go of the tight, angry knots. Arlon couldn't get on top of his own feelings for a moment, hardly knowing what it was he really felt. He could still feel the dreadful embarrassment, the idea that she was looking at his devastated leg and recoiling. But it was quickly being replaced by another idea, one which told him that she could not possibly be recoiling and touching him at the same time. He hadn't asked her to do it, she was doing it by choice. "Does the muscle normally feel like this?" Katie said in a louder voice now, a more confident one, her ordinary brand of inquisitiveness. "Like what?" he said, finally opening his eyes. Katie was still making gentle circles over the muscle, concentrating hard even as he looked at her. He had a moment to really study her and could not see an ounce of disgust there. She was just intent on helping him, the same as she always was. "Look, when I press it, it kind of springs back. See?" she said and demonstrated for him. "Does it always do that?" "I don't know," he said, calming down considerably and reaching out to gently press his muscle in the same place Katie had. He could feel it, just as she described, springing back when he pushed down on it. And it was harder, he was sure, than it had been before. Now that he was fully diverted, he began to forget everything that had seemed to knock the air out of his lungs just moments before. His embarrassment was waning and being replaced with the same kind of interest that Katie was displaying. "I think it looks kind of bigger," he said and looked at her. "I don't know, I never saw your leg before," Katie said and shrugged. "What do you think?" "I think," he said and peered even more closely at his leg, wondering why he hadn't noticed it before. "I think it is changing shape. Or getting shape, for it sure didn't have any before. I don't know, it is like it is finally starting to recover." He looked at her in surprise. "I mean, you can hardly see it, but I reckon something's changing in there." "Just like my rhododendrons," she said excitedly, her face lighting up. "Your rhododendrons?" he said and felt the smile break out on his face. Once again, Katie had made an awful moment seem suddenly normal, everyday, nothing to worry about. And she was the only person in the world, it seemed, who had that curious ability. "Yes, my rhododendrons," she said and began with her tiny circles on his leg once again. "That's what I'm doing here," she said as if he ought to have realized. "What?" "My rhododendrons have come to life. They're thriving all of a sudden, just like your leg," she said with a broad grin. "Katie, I honestly don't know what to say," Arlon said and started to laugh, a strange relief beginning to take hold of him. It was almost as if he had conquered the last hurdle, not in his physical recovery, but his mental recovery. It was the last thing that he'd been secretly afraid of. The idea that somebody he knew would look upon his leg and be disgusted. But that was just one more thing which had been blown away like dust motes on the breeze. Blown away by Katie Lacy without her even realizing what she had done. And in that moment, as he looked at her, all full of excitement for his leg and her rhododendrons, Arlon knew that he loved her. He knew he should not, he knew it could not work, but he was going to allow himself a few moments to feel that love and enjoy it. Chapter 17. Katie walked briskly into town, wishing that she had thought to grab her shawl on the way out of the lumberyard to guard against the somewhat cooler air of the early autumn. It was still sunny and bright, a beautiful day, but the summer was definitely drifting away for another year. She had 3 letters to take in the mail office, each one of them special orders to different suppliers for her daddy's customers. Business was still booming, despite the fact that summer was nearing an end. But there was still a lot of building work going on around the edges of the town, the place growing year by year, seeming almost alive itself. As was her custom, Katie went in and spent a few minutes passing the time of day with the postmaster, already looking forward to the pie and coffee she would treat herself to in the diner before she headed for home. She had always liked that solitary wander into town, taking potluck in the diner as to whether she would sit alone or see somebody she knew in there. Either way, she always enjoyed it. However, when she came out of the mail office to see none other than Todd standing there waiting for her, Katie had a feeling that she would not enjoy the familiar excursion as much as she ordinarily did. "I thought that was you kept disappearing into the mail office," Todd said with his usual relaxed, broad smile. "I haven't seen you for a while." "Well, I had better get going," Katie said, wanting to be away from him at the earliest opportunity. "Where are you going to?" "I'm just going down to the diner before I go home," she said, wishing she hadn't said anything at all. She should have said that she was going to see Connie, or somewhere else he could not follow. "Are you meeting someone?" "I don't know," she said and began to walk. "What do you mean you don't know?" "Just exactly that." "How do you not know if you're meeting somebody?" he said, annoyingly keeping step with her all the way along the street. "I don't know who's in there, do I? If I see somebody I know, then I'll meet them, won't I?" "Katie Lacy, you're such a strange girl," he said and laughed loudly. "Has anybody ever told you that before?" he said a little cruelly. Nobody ever seems to tell me anything else, she said and sounded bored, despite being angry. But I don't see why it should bother you one way or the other. Now, please excuse me, she said, but he didn't go anywhere. He carried on walking by her side as she walked down the street, smiling at her and irritating her. She really didn't like him at all and wished that he would fixate upon another woman altogether. What on earth was wrong with a person who persisted even when it had been made clear to them that their attention wasn't welcome? She couldn't imagine doing something like that herself. It doesn't bother me. He shrugged. I reckon I could even get used to it. Get used to it? Katie said and shook her head. I don't need anybody to get used to me, thank you. She walked faster, but so did he. In the end, she thought the only way she could get rid of him was if she ran. But then he would probably just run with her, and so she knew there was little point. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I'm telling you that I could get used to you. I know, I heard you the first time, she said sharply. But what I am telling you is that you won't have a chance to get used to me. I'm not interested in you, Todd. I don't know how I can make it plainer to you. I never wanted to hurt your feelings before, but I'm starting to think that I do now. She sighed in exasperation when he simply laughed it off. Still playing hard to get then? I'm not playing anything, I'm just telling you straight, she said and turned in at the diner. To her dismay, he darted in front of her and dramatically pulled the door open for her to walk through. It occurred to her then to simply turn and walk away, but thinking that he would probably follow her, she just walked into the diner and hoped for the best. You don't think I give up that easily, do you? He said, following her into the diner. You might consider giving up right now, young man, when you have the idea of being run out of town by an angry old woman with a cast iron skillet. Connie seemed to appear from nowhere. Katie was always pleased to see her, but never more so than now. She smiled broadly, wanting to throw her arms around the woman, especially when she saw how her bold threat had affected Todd. He was certainly taken aback and looked as if he would have turned on his heels and run away if his young man's pride wasn't riding high. You know me, Mrs. Langdon, I like to have a joke with the girls now and again. Well, she's not a girl, she's a woman, and she is clearly not amused. Connie went on glaring at him relentlessly, her eyes as steely as a wolf getting ready for battle. All right, he said sulkily, his palms up. I was going anyway, he said and turned slowly, walking away in a relaxed attitude that was rather more determined than natural. Oh, Connie, Katie said and squealed with laughter. Would you really chase him out of town with a cast iron skillet? Well, I could certainly wield the skillet, but I honestly don't think I could run after him. Connie chuckled. So, are you coming to join me? Yes, please. When Mary had declared with a sigh that she had run out of flour, Arlon had been only too ready to offer to go into town for her. The wagon and horse were already hitched, and he reckoned he was just about ready to wander out into the wider world without his protective sister-in-law at his side. It had been a long time since he had gone out into town for something as mundane as a few groceries, and it had long since felt like an experience he could well do without. But if he could manage church and all the curious glances, he reckoned he could manage the main street. He would just drive his wagon down and get on with it, maybe even leave it at the top end and walk down to the grocery store. Not only would it do him good in terms of exercise, it would be a little test of how far he'd come of late. And with all the tests he'd passed with flying colors, he reckoned this one would be easier than he'd ever imagined. Arlon had been in a strange, almost dreamlike kind of world for the last few days. Ever since Katie had looked on his leg without so much as a wince, Arlon had occasionally found himself wondering just how different life might be. He'd never thought about finding a woman, not since the very day of the explosion. All along, he thought there would be no point. No woman could look at him now, much less reach out and touch him. Until Katie Lacy, that was. But then there was the other part of him, fighting against his dreamlike wonder, reminding him that Katie's kindness was simply that, kindness. And kindness didn't mean romance, and it didn't mean marriage, he knew that. The fact was that nothing had really changed, including his own determination to swallow down the feelings that were growing all the time, his real love for her. He knew it wasn't fair. She was just a young woman who had not only extended the hand of friendship but had seen that friendship through even when he was at his worst. To expect her now to fall in love with him on top of it all, the cherry on the cake, was far too much to hope for, he knew that. And Arlon had always erred on the side of sparing himself unnecessary disappointment, knowing that some of the wilder dreams in life were best ignored. For now, he would do better to concentrate on the idea of getting himself back up on a horse one day soon. Take life's challenges one step at a time and leave the dreaming to one side for a while. However, his heart was having none of it as he drove into town, the cool autumn breeze lifting his thick, fair hair as he went. He felt light-hearted, his mind wandering, remembering how it felt to have her soft hands on his skin, gently soothing the tortured muscle of his leg until the pain slowly drifted away. And he was still in that very frame of mind when he got down from the wagon, much more gracefully than ever before, and began to make his way through the busy street and down towards the grocery store. When he saw her familiar thick ashen ponytail in the distance, it immediately brought a smile to his face. She was coming out of the mail office and about to cross the street. He was still some yards away and thought to quicken his pace, but soon thought better of it, suspecting he would likely end up toppling if he tried to speed up. And so, he just watched her, waiting to see which direction she went in so that he could follow along and hopefully catch up with her. And that was when he saw the handsome young man, all smiles and dark hair, striding up to her. Arlon ground to a halt, so quickly that a woman walking behind him almost ran into him, forcing him to apologize. When the tutaying woman went on her way, he turned his attention back to Katie. She was already walking away, her ponytail swinging this way and that, at the side of the dark-haired man. Arlon immediately felt his heart plummet like it had landed hard in his stomach. He started to walk again, taking his steps carefully now that he was not studying the ground as much as he was studying Katie and her friend. Her friend? Was that all he was? They certainly looked as if they knew each other. The man was animated, his arms moving all the time and his head continually turning to look at her, to smile at her. He was handsome in a way that Arlon himself might have been once, although he was certain that he had never been quite so sure of it as the dark-haired man seemed to be. But maybe he was just a friend. But then Arlon was just a friend, wasn't he? Arlon stopped in his tracks again, knowing that it wouldn't do him any good to just keep following along behind them. He had already gone far past the grocery store in his haste to watch Katie's reaction to the man she was with. But did he really want to see her reaction? Did he need to know? And worse still, was it any of his business? With a sigh, Arlon leaned against the corner of one of the buildings, a store which sold ornaments and dishes and all manner of other fancy goods. He watched Katie and the man until they were almost out of sight, his heart lurching once again when he saw them disappearing into the diner together, the man making a gallant show of opening the door for her. He couldn't really imagine Katie being impressed by such things, but what did he really know of what romance meant to her? They had just been friends. Their open conversations, their light teasing of one another, their almost constant companionship, maybe they really had got too close to be anything other than friends? And maybe he was fooling himself to think that they could ever have been anything else. He had been right all along to exercise caution, to put the nutcrackers on the feelings which he had known would be problematic from the very start. But none of that was helping him now, not the reason, not the common sense. He wasn't quietly telling himself anything he didn't already know, but it didn't stop the pain in his heart. He really did love her, and he didn't want to see her in somebody else's arms. But if he loved her as much as he thought he did, perhaps he owed it to her to let her go. After all, what prospects did he really have? A wounded ex-soldier, careering about his family's ranch on a wagon, disturbing the cattle rather than hurting them, nowhere near as purposeful as he had begun to think. And Katie was a young woman, 18, smart, interesting, and beautiful. Surely, she deserved better than that? And maybe, if he was honest with himself, she would be better off with the handsome young man with the confident walk and the overly romantic gestures. Chapter 18. Katie was sure that Arlon was a little down again. He'd been quiet the last few days, not cutting in as he normally did when she was reading to him. Instead, he let her read the last few chapters of The Count of Monte Cristo without any interruptions whatsoever, leaving her wondering if he really was enjoying the final throes of the story, or if there was something else on his mind. He looked a little tired to her, as if he hadn't been sleeping so well, and she wondered if his leg had been giving him pain throughout the night. "So, what do you think?" she said with excitement. "You could try it." They had been talking on and off for the last few days about Arlon finally trying out his slowly developing thigh muscle in the saddle. At first, he seemed excited about it, his expression kind of wondrous as it had been on that day when he closed his eyes and imagined himself up on horseback again. But now he didn't seem quite himself, and Katie wondered if she was pushing him too far, too fast. "Well, I guess I could give it a go," he said, seeming to come back to himself for a minute. "What's the worst that can happen? You could fall off, I suppose." Katie answered truthfully, and he started to laugh. It was the first time she'd heard him laugh that day, and she realized then just how much she'd missed it. She would never have imagined, when she first met him, that Arlon Bryant was a man who spent so much of his day laughing. Humor and amusement meant a great deal to him, possibly even more now than ever before. And she liked to hear him laugh, he had such a deep voice. His laugh had a wonderful rumbling quality, making his voice sound even deeper. "Do you want to try it now?" Katie asked gently. "Only if you want to, of course." "I guess so." He sounded far from convinced. "Arlon, you're not just saying yes to please me?" No, his laughter had disappeared, and Katie had a dull sense, knowing that something wasn't quite right. "What is it?" she asked and leaned her elbows on the table in Mary's kitchen. "You seem down." "I'm not." "Really, I'm fine," he said flatly. "Am I pushing too hard?" "You can just tell me to stop." She felt strangely helpless and upset without understanding why. "Sometimes I don't know, and you have to say it. You're not doing anything wrong." He smiled at her, but the feeling just wouldn't go away. "Do you want to leave it today? Maybe we should try it when you're feeling better. The horse will pick up on, well, whatever it is you're feeling." "I'm not feeling anything." "Nothing at all? Not happy, not sad, not angry?" "Nothing at all?" "Nothing at all." Katie fell silent, not knowing how to proceed. Whatever it was that had kept him down the last couple of days, she could sense it coming to a head. He was sullen, just like when she'd first met him, even though he now tried to hide it. "If you're angry with me, you should just say." "No, I'm not. Look, I guess I'm just having one of those days. I'm not great company, and I don't mind if you want to run for the hills." He tried to laugh. "You know, save yourself." I don't reckon I need to save myself from you. We're friends, aren't we? She felt a little tearful and hoped she wasn't about to cry in front of him. Katie rarely cried in front of anybody, and she knew she'd feel small and embarrassed if she did it now. Yes. Friends. We're friends, sure enough. Katie wanted to do something to change his mood but didn't know what. Maybe he was fed up again, his life being centered around the ranch house more often than not. Maybe a change of scenery would do him good. The barn dance is on again this Saturday, she said suddenly and without thinking. Do you maybe want to go? With me, I mean, she said and felt her cheeks flaming with sudden shyness. Katie knew she was showing him a little more of how she really felt, wanting to let him know she would really like him to take her out someplace. Take her out properly. The barn dance, he asked and scowled at her. Because you think I would be such a good dancer? His attitude was suddenly the same as it had been the first time they'd sat opposite one another at that very table. Oh, no. I didn't mean to. Please, forgive me, I just wanted to make you feel better. I don't need your pity. It wasn't pity. Oh, I see, he said in a tight voice. So, you really did want me to take you to the dance, did you? His tone was so sharp, cruel almost, and she couldn't believe they were suddenly back at square one. Only this time she wasn't full of fire and anger like last time. She had none of the sudden determination to defend herself and challenge his attitude. She just felt hurt, so terribly hurt. Yes, she said, her eyes welling painfully with hot tears. She kept her eyes wide open as she stared down at the tabletop, scared to blink in case the tears squeezed their way out and he saw them. He remained silent, as if contemplating her answer, which made her feel worse than ever. She'd given herself away. She'd let him know how she felt about him and he was appalled, just as she had been when Todd had paid her such unwanted attention. But to think that Arlon now felt about her just exactly what she had felt for Todd was unbearable. It felt like a knife driving right into her young heart, and she was more hurt and humiliated than she could ever have imagined his rejection would make her. Knowing that she couldn't stay there another moment, Katie got to her feet so fast the chair toppled over and landed with a crash on the floor, jarring her nerves and making her feel worse than ever. Katie, Arlon said in a quiet voice. She couldn't respond, she just had to move. Wait, he said and sounded almost sorry. No, she said, turning away from him as the first tear rolled down her face. I don't need your pity either, she said in a voice that was finally breaking, before flying out through the kitchen door and running as fast as her legs would carry her. When Mary finally returned home and appeared in the kitchen, Arlon was still sitting there with his head in his hands. Arlon, she said the moment she saw him. Are you all right? Has something happened? Her voice was becoming high-pitched with concern. I just had a bust-up with Katie, he said sullenly. A bust-up? How, for God's sake? I never knew two people to get along like the pair of you. She sat down without bothering to remove her shawl. She asked me to take her to the barn dance. And that upset you? For goodness sake, you know she wouldn't have meant to hurt you. You might not be ready for dancing, but maybe she thought you'd enjoy it anyway. Out of what? Pity, he said bitterly. No, of course not. Why are you back here again? You know Katie doesn't stick around out of pity. Then why did she ask me to take her out? I would have thought that was painfully obvious. Mary said, her voice raised in annoyance now, rather than concern. Or is it not? She was scowling at him fiercely. What? He said, wishing he hadn't got out of bed that day. He had never meant to act on his feelings of rejection. After all, he really didn't know a thing about the handsome man Katie had gone to the diner with, not to mention the fact that she was a free woman with a right to go wherever she pleased and with whomever she pleased. But the whole thing had stayed with him, the sudden shock of his own feelings plummeting the way they had when he'd seen them together. It had rolled around his mind ever since, and he'd found it harder and harder to be in her company and not say a thing about it. But it had rolled around for too long, burning him from the inside just as his old pain and bitterness had done before, the pain and bitterness only Katie had managed to vanquish. And now he'd lost her completely. She was a sweet woman, but not so foolish as to put up with that kind of behavior again, especially if she had someone else's arms to run into. If Katie asked you to take her to the barn dance, then it was because she wanted you to take her to the barn dance. Don't you see? She normally avoids the barn dance at all costs. She does, he questioned and realized they'd never talked about it before. He knew she'd been a time or two lately with her sister, but other than that, he didn't know whether she enjoyed it or not. She can't stand it. Connie Langdon told me. Mary sighed and rested her elbows on the table and her chin in her hands. She gets young men asking her to dance all the time and she doesn't want to dance with them. She's not interested. Do you still not see? Mary sounded truly annoyed. Well, Connie's news might be old news, Mary, he said sarcastically. How's that? Because she's not so keen to turn her back on them anymore. Well, one of them, anyway. He sneered as he remembered the young man who was probably everything he wasn't. What? Who, for God's sake? I don't know his name, but he's young and probably handsome. He spat the words. And she went to the diner with him a few days back. I saw her with my own eyes when I went to town to get your flour. Oh, my lord, she said, her eyes wide. There. Now do you see, Mary, he said, curiously triumphant, even if the facts of the matter tore his heart out. Oh, I do see. I see all right. And do you know what I see? What? A complete fool right in front of me, that's what. I beg your pardon, he said, unable to believe Mary was still so angry with him, even now she had the truth. I take it you didn't bother to stick around? No. Because if you had, you would have seen that same young man come scampering out of the diner not 2 minutes later after being threatened with physical harm by Connie for pestering Katie. She held up a hand to stop him interrupting. That was Todd Garner. A young peacock who has been chasing after Katie since long before you knew her. He's just the sort of man Katie has hidden herself away from ever since folks started noticing what a beauty she'd become. Todd Garner? I've never heard of him, Arlon said uselessly as he tried to wrap his mind around everything Mary had told him. Yes. He followed her down to the diner that day and wouldn't take no for an answer. I didn't know any of this. Katie never told me any of it. Because Katie doesn't roll around in the things which upset her the way you do. She concentrates on her garden and her books and the things which matter to her. Like you, Arlon Bryant. She was calming down, but only just. I think you'll agree that Connie's news is far from old, huh? I guess so, he said flatly and ran his hand through his hair. Oh God, she was so upset. I'm not surprised if you went accusing her of something she hadn't done. I didn't. What? I didn't say anything about it. Then just what did you say? I was rude to her when she asked me to take her to the barn dance. Arlon. I thought she was asking me out of pity. That's right. Asking the injured soldier to take her to the dance instead of her handsome new beau. Something like that. That's not why she asked you. Mary shook her head sadly. My word, even now you don't see. What a fool you are, Arlon. I know. I shouldn't have just assumed like that. That's not what I mean. You just don't see how much Katie Lacy loves you. She let out a great sigh. What? Surprised? She went on and clicked her tongue. I can see that you are. I don't think so, he said, although he began to wonder if Mary was right. And if she was, he'd just rejected Katie in the cruelest way imaginable. Are you sure? He said in a near whisper. Of course, I am. Arlon, you're just about the most important person in the world to me. Why would I tell you that if I wasn't sure? Why would I send you off to make a fool of yourself if I didn't know it right down deep in my bones? Oh, my God. I have to go. I have to get to her, he said and scrambled to his feet. Come on, I'll help you hitch up the wagon. No, not this time. I need to saddle my horse. What? Mary said, her anger now fully dissolved into concern. Trust me, I have to do it. Chapter 19. By the time Katie ran down the steep incline which led to the lumberyard, she was breathless and exhausted. She'd run all the way from the Bryant ranch, right through town, not stopping once. She had not run so far and so fast since she was a little girl, and her muscles were screaming in protest. But she had not stopped, nor even slowed, until she scuttled down the incline, almost falling. She was gasping now, her tears truly flowing when she saw the familiar sight of home. As she ran right around the back of the lumberyard, the house just yards away, her daddy came tearing out of the door of the big old building where they stored the long lengths of uncut timber. Katie, he said, already starting to run to catch her. Katie, stop. What happened? She had never heard him sound so desperate, but she could not stop. She needed to be in through the kitchen door, running through the house to her own room where she could cry her heart out in private. But as she raced through the kitchen, her ma's startled face was enough to let her know that crying her heart out in private was not going to be an option. Katie? Grace said, dropping the carrot she was making ready to peel and scrambling up from the kitchen table. No sooner was her ma up on her feet than her daddy came bursting in through the kitchen door, his eyes wild with worry. Without another word, Grace closed the distance between her and Katie and dragged her into her arms, holding her tightly. Oh, Mama! Katie wailed, sobbing like a child for the first time in years. Oh, Mama, she said again, unable to put into words everything she felt, especially while she was still breathing so hard. Katie, you're trembling. Where have you been? Over at the ranch, she said, hiccups overtaking her as she gasped for air. Josh, honey, some water, Grace whispered to her husband. Katie could hear her daddy clanking about the kitchen as he took out a glass and poured some water into it. Now, just sit down at the table, Katie. That's right, Grace said as she gently led her daughter to a chair. Take this. She pressed the glass into Katie's hand. The cold, wet feeling of the glass in her hand somehow snapped Katie out of it. She was still upset, still devastated, but she truly realized that she was home now, the place where she was really loved. I'm sorry, she said miserably before taking a drink and easing her throat, which was raw from running and ragged breathing. I didn't mean to make you so worried. Don't you go worrying about that, that's what we're here for. Her daddy settled himself down on a chair next to her, reaching out to lay a comforting hand on her shoulder. Her ma pulled a chair up to the other side and Katie felt herself suddenly flanked in the most wonderful way. Did something happen over at the Bryant place? Something with Arlon? Her mother asked gently. We're not friends anymore, Katie said. We're not anything. Did you have a fight? Her daddy joined in. Yes. What about, honey? Her mother coaxed. Oh God, I was so stupid. I should never have said anything, Katie said, remembering the look on his face when she had asked him to take her to the barn dance. I asked him to take me out, Mama, and he was so appalled. And now he knows I'm in love with him and he can't stand it. He hates me now. Oh, no, I can't begin to imagine that he does, Grace said gently. He really cares for you, I've seen it myself. As a friend, yes. But I went and ruined it all. Are you really sure? Grace asked tentatively. I am. There was no mistaking it. He was just as angry as he had been so long ago when he first came home from the war. The look on his face, Mama. I should have kept quiet. You can't just stay quiet about something like that. You have to say what's in your heart, whatever happens. No, I shouldn't have. I was just like Todd Garner and now Arlon thinks I'm no better. But he doesn't have to worry, I won't say anything like that again. I won't persist like Todd does. I know when somebody doesn't want me, and I listen. Oh, I can never go back there again, she said, and her tears fell afresh when she realized that she was, once again, alone. Only now it wouldn't be the contented sort of solitude as it had been before. Her heart was aching, truly aching for the first time in her life, and now she knew she would only feel that solitude as the deepest loneliness. Maybe in a day or two this will all blow over, her ma said hopefully. I don't think so, Katie said miserably, her skin raw from crying. She felt her daddy take his hand off her shoulder as he got to his feet and quietly made his way across the kitchen to look out of the window. Thought I heard something, he said in an absent-minded sort of way. Josh? Grace said inquisitively. Katie, I don't think you can rule Arlon out of your life just yet, he went on. What? Katie said, sadness and exhaustion making her feel like she was made of lead. You've got a visitor, honey. One who looks like he might need a little help getting out of the saddle. Josh chuckled under his breath and Katie felt more confused than ever. Daddy? Come here and see for yourself. He turned and held his hand out to her, beckoning her across the kitchen. She got to her feet and wandered to his side, peering out of the window to see what her daddy was looking at. Her mouth fell open when she looked out towards the back of the lumberyard to see none other than Arlon sitting on a horse. She rubbed her eyes hard, looking again, just in case she'd somehow been mistaken. But no, there he was, looking all around the lumberyard for any sign of her. She continued to watch, her heart pounding as she wondered what it all meant. Finally, not finding her anywhere, he turned the horse a little clumsily and headed for the house. When he reached the gate, he drew the horse to a halt and looked around in a kind of helpless way, and Katie realized that he really couldn't get down. I think you'd better go out and see him, don't you? Before he slides right off that horse and impales himself on the fence, her daddy said and gently pushed her toward the door. Katie set off slowly out of the house, feeling as if she was trying to walk through treacle to get to him. She wanted to see him again, to apologize for blurting out the secrets of her heart, but she was afraid at the same time to see that look in his eyes again, that same rejection. Katie, he said as his horse began to dance back and forth just a little. Why are you here? She asked, sniffing and scrubbing at her tear-stained face with her hands. Oh God, I am so sorry, he said and swung his good leg over the saddle in a way which made his horse dance even more. Wait, she said and broke into a run, tearing through the garden and reaching him just in time to take a hold of the horse's bridle. "Settle down," she whispered to the horse. "That's right. Settle down." "Well, I haven't done this before, so I guess I'm just going to have to jump down and hope for the best," he said as she continued to hold the bridle. Without another word, he slid off the saddle and landed somewhat better than she was expecting him to, stumbling only a little as he let his weight fall fully on his good leg. "You rode all the way here," she said in an exhausted, confused voice. "Well, you did say I should give it a try today, didn't you?" He grinned at her, but sheepishly. "Arlon, I don't understand." "I know, I'm so sorry," he said and leaned heavily against the fence. "And the thing is, I didn't understand either. I thought I knew everything, but I didn't." "I see," she said with uncertainty. "Do you?" He raised his eyebrows hopefully. "Well, no," she said, and Arlon laughed nervously. "Katie, I'm so sorry for the way I acted. I really did think you were asking me to take you out to the barn dance out of pity for me. But why would you think that? After everything, why? Because I couldn't imagine that you'd want me to be the one to take you out." "Why not?" "Because I thought you'd prefer to go with Todd Garner," he said and looked away from her, clearly embarrassed. "Todd Garner," she said incredulously. "Todd Garner?" Her voice was getting louder. "Why on earth would you think I would prefer to go anywhere with Todd Garner? I can't stand him." "I know that now," he said and shrugged. "And how do you know that now? When you were so convinced before, how do you now know better?" "Because Mary told me." "And why did you think I gave a hoot about Todd in the first place?" Katie hardly knew how she felt now. Everything seemed so overwhelming. His arriving on horseback was something that would have brought her to tears, she was sure, if she hadn't already been crying. But she couldn't enjoy his success, not while everything felt so up in the air. She was confused, she was hurt, she was hopeful, and yes, she was just a little bit angry. "Because I saw you in town with him the other day and I thought you'd gone to the diner together. He followed me. He never takes no for an answer, however much I try to get rid of him," she said, feeling suddenly as if she had to defend herself. I know. Mary just told me all of it. How Connie chased him out and told him to leave you alone. And that's why you were so angry with me?" "I wasn't angry with you." "Yes, you were. I know angry when I see it, and you were angry. Just like you were when we first met." Her voice was louder still. "I guess I was just hurting. I didn't want to see you with somebody else. But I wasn't with somebody else. And you'd have known that if you'd just asked me." "Asked you?" He looked surprised. "Yes. I suppose I didn't want to know the truth. And I guess I didn't want to risk you being angry with me." He looked down again. "The way I risk you being angry with me every time I ask you something? Like if your leg hurts, or if it's too far to walk. Or if maybe it would be easier if you walked with a stick," she said and shook her head vigorously. "Because I know how much I risk upsetting you every time, but I ask anyway, because I care." "Maybe you're just braver than me," he said and gave her a chagrined smile. "You've been to war, Arlon. As far as I'm concerned, there is nobody braver than you," she said and felt her eyes filling with tears again as she angrily swiped them away. "I just didn't think you'd ever be interested in me. If you want the truth of it, Katie, I love you. I love you more than I ever loved anybody my whole life. And I just didn't believe that you'd ever be able to love me back. Not like I am." He paused for a moment and looked down at his leg before looking back at her, his beautiful blue eyes staring right into hers. I guess I just didn't believe in myself. No, it was me you didn't believe in. Katie, that's not true. Yes, it is. You looked at me the same way other men do. Like I'm nothing more than a pretty face, someone who couldn't see beyond your injuries and into your heart. If you think you've had enough of people looking at you in a certain way, just imagine for a moment that I might feel the same. I've just been too wrapped up in my own world, haven't I? Just thinking about my own feelings all the time, my own life. You know, Mary just said to me that you never roll around in the things which upset you the way I do, and she was right. You don't let it get a hold of you, you just keep moving forward in your own way. And I don't just admire you for it, although God knows I do. I love you for it, Katie. I love you so much I don't know how to say it any better, he said and suddenly looked lost, just as he had done so long ago when she'd first seen him on the riverbank. I love you too, Arlon. I've loved you for so long and I could just kick you for not seeing it, she said and took a step towards him, walking into his arms. If you kick me now, I'd probably topple over, he said and laughed with relief as he mumbled the words into her hair. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, both of them leaning a little awkwardly against the fence as he did so. But Katie didn't care, it didn't matter if they leaned against the fence forever. Just give me another chance, Katie. You're the only one who makes the world right. I'm never going to be happy unless you're with me, just don't walk away. I'm not going anywhere. She said, her face buried deep in his chest and her arms wrapped around his waist, clinging on tightly. You're the only one who makes my world right too. You're the only one who ever could. I love you so much, Katie. And I love you, Arlon. I want to take you to the dance to have you in my arms and I love you so much I want to marry you. I just know you deserve a better man. No. No, she said as she kissed his lips and then looked into his eyes. I mean yes, I want to marry you. You are the best man, the only man and I love you so much. I can't imagine a braver and kinder man than you, there is no one I could love more. Hold me in your arms for you are my better man. Standing on her tiptoes she reached up and kissed his lips and melted into his arms. Epilogue. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Mary said as she wandered out into the large garden to find Katie kneeling on the ground gently tugging little weeds from around the edge of a cluster of gerberas. Don't forget you've got that lovely big family dinner at your ma's house. Oh yes, Katie said and finally got to her feet. I lost track of time. You always do when you're in the garden. Mary said. Not that I'm complaining, it never looked so good. And it was true, the garden of the Bryant ranch house had never been so well tended as it was now. Katie had begun work on it almost as soon as she had married Arlon and moved to her new home. And the garden, as large as it was, had seemed like a wonderful, huge blank canvas to Katie, a place for her to grow all the things she didn't have room for back at her ma and daddy's house. By the first summer of her new life there, she'd already made so many changes to the garden that it was hardly recognizable as the same place. I just love it here, Katie said with her customary honesty. And I love having you here. Mary smiled at her. Just to see you and Arlon so happy, I can't tell you what it means to me. And we really are happy, Katie said with a bright smile in return. And it was true, Arlon and Katie Bryant were just about the happiest couple in all of Oregon. She'd been sad to leave her ma and daddy, very sad, but she still saw them most days. Every morning, she set off on her horse to make her way down to the lumberyard to work with her daddy just as she had always done. Marriage hadn't changed that one little bit, and she was still intent on taking over the family business one day, just as she had always promised her daddy she would. And Arlon hadn't done anything to stand in her way, happy to have his own working life return to him now that he was mastering horse riding again, finding it easier and easier every day. "Oh look, here comes another one who's going to need to have a good wash," Mary said with an amused sigh. "Really, look at the pair of you. You can't go to your ma's house like that." Katy looked across to the stables where her husband, just down from the ranch, slid out of the saddle and jumped from his horse, landing easily before turning to unfasten the saddle. She watched him with love and pride as he worked, quickly removing the saddle and carrying it into the stable to hang it up. He walked out, still limping, but nowhere near as badly as he had once done. With her constant support, Arlon did the full run of exercises every day. Katy had lost count of how many books she had read to him now, keeping him motivated, entertained enough to get through everything he needed to without his attention wandering once. It wasn't a chore to him anymore, but something that they both enjoyed. Their own little tradition, one of the first they'd ever made between them. It was a slice of special time together every day, appreciating one another more than either one of them could have truly said. With his horse finally set free in the little paddock, Arlon made his way over to his wife and sister-in-law. He smiled as he went, no outward sign of the pain which had plagued him for so long. The working and the exercising were finally winning, and his leg was as close to being mended as it was ever going to get. As he'd said to her more than once, it was never going to be a pretty sight, but at least now it worked. His life hadn't come to an end on account of his injury. He was mastering his injury, and his life was really only just beginning. "Come on, the pair of you. You need to get cleaned up. You need to get moving," Mary said as soon as Arlon reached them. "You just love the idea that you now have an extra person to boss around, don't you?" Arlon chuckled and reached out to take his wife's hand. "Don't put up with it, Katy. Don't suffer in silence the way I've done all these years." "I don't think I've ever once known you to suffer in silence, Arlon," Mary said in a mock scolding tone. "And I don't boss you around, I'm just keeping an eye on you. Which anybody else might tell you is exactly the same thing." "Arlon, behave," Katy said, giggling appreciatively. He took her hand and led her into the house so that they could both get ready for the family meal they'd so been looking forward to. Grace Lacy was cooking up something special and getting her whole family around her. "So, are we going to tell them all today?" Arlon asked the moment they were alone in their bedroom. He stood behind her, his arms encircling her waist, his large hands resting lightly on her still somewhat flat belly. "I think it's time." "I'm sure now," Katy said and wriggled in his arms, turning to face him. "I never realized life could be like this. Even before I went to war, I'd never imagined a man really could be this happy," he said, his deep voice low and tinged with emotion. "And then, when the worst happened, I thought I'd just be content that I'd survived when so many others didn't. I never expected love would come into my life. Not this kind of love." He kissed her, holding her face in his hands. "The wonderful kind. I think we'll have to have more babies if this is how it makes you," Katy said and smiled up at him lovingly. "The more the merrier." He laughed. "I think. Well, we'll just have to see about that. Poor Jason will have enough to cope with when he finds out he's got a baby niece or nephew coming for one thing. He'll be just fine, you'll see. Shocked, but fine. And I reckon little Kyle and Jane will be excited too," she said, thinking of her nephew and niece, their constant chatter. They were so like their mother. "But not as excited as Janet and your ma, huh? I won't be surprised if my eardrums burst this afternoon when you tell them." Arlon chuckled and kissed the top of her head. I might wander over to the lumberyard and leave you to it. Don't you dare, Katy said and squeezed him tightly. Come on then, let's get ready. When they arrived at the Lacy homestead, it was to find Katy's father in the garden standing over the most enormous wooden table she'd ever seen. Daddy, she said inquisitively. I know, he said with a sigh. Is that what you've been working on out the back all these weeks? Katy asked, remembering how her daddy had disappeared into the lumber store for hour upon hour. It all comes apart, he said, pointing proudly at his handiwork. Your ma wanted it. A table big enough to have the whole family around it. I guess she's missing her girls these days. Daddy, I'm here every day. Well, almost, she said and smiled as she finally kissed his cheek. That sure is a fine table, Josh, Arlon said, and Katy was certain he'd be struggling to hold back his amusement. Thank you. Her daddy didn't seem to notice. Good job, it's a warm day and we can eat outside. I'm not sure this thing would fit in our kitchen. I work with lumber all day long, but I'm no carpenter. He shrugged. Oh, you're here, finally, came the unmistakable voice of Janet as she strode out through the kitchen door and into the garden. Where all the work is done, I see. She smiled broadly, embracing her little sister tightly. Oh yes, Janet? Grace appeared too, her hands on her hips. Not that you'd know anything about that since you've just sat gossiping at my table and watched me doing all the work. Well, you were getting on just fine, Janet said, and everybody laughed. And you know I've never been much good in the kitchen. I'm staying quiet. Jimmy sauntered out too, grinning at his wife. I know when to keep my mouth shut. I wonder. Janet laughed and shook her head. Oh, honey, can you check on Jane? She went around the back and I just want to be sure she's not halfway up one of the trees. She's too much like her mother for her own good. Jimmy said with a grin and wandered away. With the children running this way and that, and much movement from the rest of the family, the required number of chairs were finally ferried out to the table, along with plates and cutlery, bowls and glasses. It was clear that Grace really had gone to some effort, and Janet and Katy were kept busy for some time taking out serving bowls filled with vegetables and 3 different cuts of beautifully cooked meat. How many are coming? Arlon asked when Katy set yet another serving dish down on the table. Oh, just 100 or so. Katy grinned. When they were finally seated around Josh Lacy's wooden masterpiece, Katy realized just how many of them there were, and how seldom they all sat down at the same time in the same place. Do you want to say grace, honey? Grace said and peered over at Josh. No, why don't you do it today? You've worked real hard getting this lot together. Let Grace say grace. He winked at her. All right then, she said and took an unnecessarily deep breath. Well, I guess this is going to be a somewhat more rambling grace than normal. She began with a smile. And I reckon anyone who wants to chip in at any point can feel free. She looked around the table at her daughters, their husbands, her grandchildren, and her own dear husband. That's nice, honey, Josh said and reached for her hand. Well, it's a nice occasion, having everyone I love around one table. And I guess that's mostly what I want to give thanks for. Obviously, I'm grateful for the food, she said and surreptitiously cast her eyes heavenwards for a moment. But I reckon you already know that, Lord, she said to the sounds of mild amusement from her family. So today I'm going to thank you for things I haven't thought to be grateful for in a long while. I reckon we could all do that. Janet cut in and her ma nodded at her. That's right, honey, Grace said before continuing. I want to give thanks to God for not abandoning me out there on the Oregon Trail all those years ago when I thought my life was all but done. When I lost my first husband, Peter, I thought I'd lost everything. I was convinced that life didn't have a single thing left to offer me. But look at me now, she said and looked at them all in turn. Surrounded by the people I love. Oh, Mama, Janet said and sniffed loudly, her ever-ready emotion causing another murmur of amusement. And I found my new life so soon. Coming here to help Josh, the wonderful man I'd finally marry, and my special daughter, Janet. So young and beautiful with her blonde ringlets. And her furious temper, Josh cut in. Daddy. Janet complained. What? Your ma said we could all join in. He chuckled. She was a furious little girl, but she had a right to it, losing her own ma so young. Grace smiled at Janet, who was already enjoying a few emotional tears. But I soon got me another ma. I was just about the luckiest little girl in the world, she said as tears continued to roll down her rosy cheeks. And then I got a baby sister, she said and turned to Katie at her side. A funny kind of a girl who never bursts into tears the way I do. Sorry, Katie said, to everyone's amusement. My second daughter, so special, so interested in her flowers and her own way of doing things, Grace said and gave Katie the same loving smile she'd given Janet. So strange, really. Janet went on. But a lovely kind of strange. The best kind. Arlon added and winked at his sister-in-law. The very best, honey. And then grandchildren too. Grace took up the reins once more. My darling little Kyle and Jane, so like their ma. So talkative. Grace was clearly enjoying herself. Mama. Well, they are. They never stop, Katie said mischievously. So, these are the things I have to give thanks for today. These wonderful gifts I never thought I'd have as I wandered into this town, covered in mud from the trail and so tired I could hardly stand up. I walked into Connie Langdon's boarding house and I never looked back. I never had such a fine friend in all my life. I think we can all say that about Connie, Katie said. Oh, that's for sure. She's put us 3 women on the right track at one time or another in our lives, Janet said. And even 1 or 2 of us men, Jimmy said. Here. Josh added. She was the one who sent me here, in a roundabout way. She was the start of my new, wonderful life. A life filled with a wonderful husband, 2 beautiful daughters, such fine sons-in-law, and my grandchildren. What more could I ask for? What about another grandchild? Katie said and the whole table fell silent. Honey? Josh said, the first to take his daughter's meaning. You're expecting? I sure am, Daddy. Now that I'm grown up, I reckoned you needed a new child following you around the lumberyard every day, she said and finally felt a little tearful herself. Oh, Katie. Janet's excited squeal came a split second before Arlon had a chance to cover his ears. I knew it was coming, he said, turning to Jimmy. And I still wasn't ready. Don't worry, you'll master it one day. Jimmy laughed as his wife scrambled to her feet, leaning over to throw her arms around her little sister's neck. Let me in, let me in. Grace was up too, happy tears streaming down her cheeks as she took a firm hold of Katie too. Oh, my baby girl. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for all of us. Help, came Katie's little cry from beneath her mother and sister. As the men all shook hands, congratulating Arlon thoroughly, Josh cleared his throat loudly. Everyone quietened down and turned to look at him. "Can I take it you've finished saying grace now, honey?" he questioned as he looked into the joyously happy face of his wife. "Yes, Josh. I reckon the good Lord would be satisfied with that much, don't you?" She smiled at him with so much love in her eyes. "I sure do hope so, because this food is getting cold and I'm getting hungry. Real hungry." Everyone laughed, even Kyle and Jane, who hardly understood what was going on, and they all settled themselves down around the table again. There was an atmosphere about the Lacy family that was almost a physical thing, and they could all feel it. It was life, real life. Its losses, its loves, its excitement and care. It was imperfect at times, but still everything it should be in the end, and there was not a single person at the table who wasn't more grateful for it than they could say. Thank you for listening to the final book in author Indiana Wake's A Love to Last a Lifetime series. I hope you enjoyed all of the books in the series. Subscribe to Indiana's YouTube channel today and be the first to know when she releases new free audiobooks.